Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. And a big old dummy yeah for your boy Phil, who thought he started the stream, but he didn't start the stream. Yeah.
Dummy, yeah. Technical issues, Phil. Yeah.
So, of course, it is your boy Phil Marks. I am here with my main man, Hairline the Heater. And we're coming at you live tonight. Chumina, yeah, let's hit that theme again, baby. Dude, I did the whole intro. I fucking botchamaniac, guys. I did the whole intro, and we weren't even live.
I was reading the comments in the chat.
Yeah. So, thanks, everybody, for rocking with us. I'm feeling that groovy beat. I hope you are all having a good time. Myself and Hairline are both having a few libations. He's cooking some food. I'm eating a big giant sandwich. And I'm watching UFC 299 tonight, so I'll be live commenting that to you guys. Maybe we'll throw Collision on. I don't know how long we're going to go. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to play maybe some retro wrestling video games. We can do that together. And we're going to e-fap a bunch of funny shit like Dave Meltzer, Tony Khan firing everybody, and just all sorts of shit. But first, I was going to say we got to go 10 minutes without swearing, but I just messed that up, which I did in the previous intro as well. But yeah, Hairline's cooking tonight. Hairline, what are you cooking, man? What are you cooking tonight? I don't know if he's with it. Can he hear me? Hello, it's okay. Hairline will be here, guys, and some other people will come in throughout the night. I might as well plug the patrons. So last time on the first ever show, I tried to read every single comment possible, but it was impossible, as the kids say. Just kidding. It wasn't impossible. We did a good job, but it was a lot. So patrons, YouTube members, it's 99 cents. Get a YouTube membership, 99 cents, or super chats. You get your comment. I'm trying not to cuss, guys. I'm trying not to say shit. I've been having a few drinks, you know what I'm saying? So you can have your comment shown and guaranteed read on the air. If not, I can't promise I'm going to read it. We will still read and react to other people's comments and chats and that throughout. But to get it shown on air and to have us guaranteed react to it, cop a membership, 99 cents, or become a patron where you get a bunch of bonus content, or just do a little super chat. And we love you guys. Thank you all so much. The free way to support the show, though, you just go click that like. As many live viewers that are in here, we need as many likes. And I'll be looking for admins and shit too. So, and I keep cussing, man. I was trying to go 10 minutes. Couldn't go 2 without cussing.
Taylor Phil.
Yeah. So before we get into things, let me shout out the patrons. Speaking of them, Deseret, Cruz Madrid, Chris Killis, Ashley V, Russ Paxson. You all get an air horn. Oh, it's very quiet. Getting used to the new studio, dummy, yeah. And you all get a yeah. And so, guys, before we get into things, also, I did an appearance on the Susio Boys podcast where I didn't talk wrestling at all. If you guys want to hear that, make sure you go check them out. Shout out my guy, Marty McFlyer. Hairline the Heater, baby. How you doing, man? I'm so happy you're here on this live show. What do you have going on tonight on your end?
Right now I'm just cooking some dinner and whatnot and hanging out with the good old PWT universe.
Nice, dude. What are you cooking for dinner?
I'm making some hamburger helper. Tonight's flavor is the extra cheesy cheeseburger mac, because I am poor, and that's part of my my poor privileges. Anyways,
there you go.
I'm also enjoying some extracurricular activities.
Yeah, so, a few brewskis. So folks, if we disappear, Hairline might be cooking. We won't be gone long. Or I'm grabbing a beer or something like that. But just hang out with us. I don't know how long this is gonna go. We're gonna go as long as you guys want it to. The other thing, the last stream got pulled down. Don Stevens, bro, came at us. So we're going to not show AEW or WWE content. You know what's crazy too? And just saying, Tony Khan was like, "Oh yeah, we're not going to pull people's stuff down and blah blah blah."
Just
Well,
feels.
they
I heard
do.
what he said.
They'll DMCA strike your ass. WWE will just block it in parts of the world, or like make you split monetization, or they just won't let you monetize or whatever. But they don't actually like pull your shit down and like affect you unless you're streaming like a whole match or something. AEW, bro, I had to edit out like Darby jumping off the thing. Like it's all over social media, bro. I got to edit it out. Like I was playing it in slow motion and shit. And that's for real what you guys are gonna do. So I don't know. I thought that's really lame of them, but Don Stevens gonna Don Stevens, bro. So yeah. How's everybody doing in the chat? We're gonna check out the chat and see what's going. A lot of people saying, "Oh, it's coming." We weren't. You guys aren't. When does this start? And I was doing the intro. Hairline's like, He's like, Phil, we're not live yet. And I'm like, oh shit. So guys, I got UFC 299 on. I want you guys to tell me if you're watching Collision or what are you guys doing tonight? Let me know in the chat. And yeah, I'm chilling here in watching UFC 299. So I don't know if you're into MMA talk, but there'll be some of that, at least me reacting. I won't just like turn this into an MMA stream, but oh, AEW Neckbeards is here. He always gets some love. What's up, AEW Neckbeards? Thanks so much, buddy, for coming in here. If you want to come chat later, too, just send me a DM, and you can do that. You're always welcome here. Doors always open for you, AEW Neckbeards. And thanks for reposting the show. I really, really appreciate that, my friend, and keep doing you. A good guy here. A lot of people think AEW Neckbeards is just a classless hater, but he's a very clever troll. I'll say that.
Down with PWT, dog.
And he's down with PWT. Yeah. And I think Avril fan, I think I know you're in the Discord as well. I forget. I'd have to look, but thanks for being here too, huh? I see you commenting. Yeah, so I might throw some video games on as well, like while I watch these fights. But what do you guys want to do first? Or Hairline, what do you want to do first? Like there's some wrestling shit I need to talk to you about. And it can't, hey, yeah, Avril fan, yes. So it's you. What's up? I forget your goddamn Discord name, but as soon as I see it, I'd know. But yeah, love you very much, and thank you for being here with us. But Hairline, I know you're chefing it up, Chef Boyardee-ing it up, but there's things I can't wait for the recorded show to talk to you about. There's just so much going on in wrestling to where it's like, I got headlines. You want to talk about some stuff? You want to react to some stuff? We got all night.
Headlines. Yeah. Headlines.
Yeah, let me this ain't a formatted show. Let go. There you go. There you go. Yes. Let go. I knew it. I was like, dude, it's like kill you or something. Just kidding. It's like duck down. Yeah. Whatever the fuck it was. Yeah. So we'll get into some of those. But actually, guys, sorry, I'm about to do a diversion here. So this guy's fighting. I have money on this fight. I have a 4-way parlay, and I also have money. Just hey now, a gentleman doesn't bet and talk about it, but we got a coin here. You know, we're looking at a good return if my parlay hits. This is the first fight of my parlay, and we have this gentleman here. I believe he's from, I want to say he's from France or something. Perhaps somewhere in Africa. His last name's Despain, so French. And Robile Despain, and he has like a 3-second knockout, a 4-second knockout. And he's debuting in the UFC, and he just knocked this guy out in less than 20 seconds. Yes. Oh, yeah. Here we fucking go. Here we go. Where's my soundboard? Come on, guys. We're working with the new soundboard. So Robile, so I just got the first win on my parlay right there. Perfect. I got a 4-fight parlay. This was the first one. He knocked this dude out in less than 20 seconds. So for all my MMA fans out there, this is free right now. Like this ain't even on the pay-per-view yet. You know, you can just be watching this. This guy, 6'7". He's got a huge long reach. He's a big heavyweight, and he's like a Taekwondo guy. So he fights very for those who don't know, Taekwondo is like you're very light on your toes. You throw a lot of wheel kicks. Your hands are down. It's not very boxing heavy. You use a lot of head movement and then like spinning techniques. And so this gentleman comes in with this weird style for a heavyweight. Like it's weird for heavyweights to be light on their toes and kind of, free flowing at you. And that's what this guy's doing to these heavyweights. So he just he KO'd this guy and it went exactly as planned. So now I need 3 more fights, but I put money down on what is called a trebles. Now, I'm sure there's some betting experts out there who will just tell me I'm talking completely out of my ass. But what a trebles essentially is so I picked 4. So a 4-bet parlay means I have all 4 of my fights need to win. Like I had to have picked the winners correctly. And then you win like a big chunk of money. It's a good way to bet because there's a big lump sum at the end if you nail it. I also put extra money on what is called a treble, I believe. And what that is if 3 of them hit, or is it called a Trixie? See, I'm a fucking noob. There's someone who's going to be like, you're a dummy. You're a dummy. Yeah. But anyways, I put some extra money on this. And what that means is it's a little safety, but the winning is even better if you hit. So it's like if 3 of my fights hit and then one of them doesn't, I get my money back plus a little bit more that I bet initially. So it's like a safety precaution, But if I hit all 4, the pot's even sweeter. Do you get what I'm saying, Hairline? Yeah. So I don't know. Can you bet on I would love to. I can't bet on WWE where I'm at. They don't permit that shit.
There's
and I would clean out. So okay, DraftKings. Yeah, I don't use DraftKings. So. But yeah, I hit my first fight on my 4-fight parlay there, so I'm very excited. And he KO'd the dude in like 20 seconds or something.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, it is. It's very it's dope. And also remember, guys, UFC is owned by WWE, or pardon me, TKO. It is merged with WWE, so this is relevant and topical, you fucking haters. Okay, let's see what the chat's saying. We got a lot of people in here. So yeah, we'll react to a couple here. Happy to be here. Well, no new chats have come in, but yeah, we're at 19 people watching, so shout you all out. What do you guys what do you want to talk about? No, let's get into some wrestling stuff though in between these fights here. I got a bunch of stuff bookmarked, and basically, Hairline, you want to start with what do you want to start with, bro? You want me to what? Like, okay, this is the live show. We're free flowing, Hairline. Do you want to hear some WWE stuff, or you want to hear some AEW stuff that's hilarious and funny? Chat, tell us what you want in the chat.
Let's ask the chat.
Okay, chat, tell us. What do you guys want us to talk about?
Right.
You want to watch me game? You want to talk about some WWE news? You want to make fun of Dave Meltzer? The slap heard round the world. You want to talk about that? We can talk about the slap heard round the world. We can play the promo. We won't show it on screen, but I'll play you guys the audio. Robbie C, what's up?
Shit.
We got Robbie C in the chat. Hairline was waiting for that. Yeah, dude. So I'm going to I'm also going to send a link, you guys, to so Marv, the movie monster, might jump in. Don't hold me to that. I know you guys love him. He's a busy monster. I sent him a link, so whenever he wants to join, he will, and he might come in and just cut a promo. He might just dip the fuck out. He might, who knows? He might say what's up and then leave. He might talk with us for an hour. I have no clue. And Marty McFlyer might come in as well.
Meltzer will for sure be coming up. We got 2 votes for Meltzer so far.
Okay, so I mean that's good enough for me, right? I mean everyone loves the shit. I know a lot of people are like, "Fuck, just you pick." You guys tell us. That's why I'm tuning into your fucking show. But yeah, so we have like
Dave. Shit, dog. This is dope.
Yeah, Hairline's feeling it, man. Me too, dude. I did the first live show. I thought 2 people would watch, and it was like fucking
18.
Yeah, it was so awesome. There was like so many people in there on the first one, and so many people here right now. Way more than I thought. So thank you guys for hanging out with us. So we have like Dave being dumb. We got fucking we got like Alvarez and him bickering a little bit. Or not even bickering, just like Alvarez looking stunned at Dave. So we're just gonna go through all these Dave ones, but of course,
So,
even though
you
even
know
though
what that
hey,
means?
there's so many funny comments. I got to stop reading the comments here. Even though, just for a second, guys, I'll read them. But yeah, even though this is the live show and things are a little different, we still have to do what we do. Here's Dave Meltzer, dumb moment of the week. So I'm gonna share my let me share my my screen with you guys.
This is my
Uh
personal favorite part of the show.
yeah, Hairline likes this part. Well, look at my Twitter. Oh, we're not gonna show DMs. I definitely just showed DMs on the live show. That's all good. No, it's just me telling people to join the stream. So enjoy leaking
Better
all
not
that.
let that play.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, don't show people Sean Ross Sapp being unhinged to me, guys. I don't show that. So, where do we start here? Let's start at the bottom and work our way up, like you do in life, folks. So, at unpaid__critic, shout them out. Dave Meltzer has gone completely mad. Any one random guy can now send emails to Dave, and he will publish that as a story. No proof needed, proving every day that these people aren't real journalists. So here's Meltzer at Dave Meltzer WON reacting to sorry, I was just reading the chat for a second, reacting to this guy at Steve Peterson 4 saying at Dave Meltzer 1 canceled my subscription. The news in quotations in daily updates saying you heard there were racist WWE fans at Revolution is not news. From newsletter to gossip, shit talk paper, done with it. And so Dave Meltzer responds to that and goes, you can cancel. When a subscriber for years recounts racist fans making very racist remarks sitting by him in 2024, to me, that's news. And what Dave said was that fucking there were people shouting racist shit at AEW Revolution. They were WWE fans, though. Like there's AEW fans at an AEW show shouting racist shit, but those are actually WWE fans. That's what Dave said, and then he goes, "Cancel your subscription if you don't like my
How can you confirm
bullshit."
that?
He's a fucking idiot. He can't confirm that, dude. He's a
Dummy.
dummy.
Yeah.
And like to me, I just I don't know. That's the first one. It just kind of upsets me. It's not even like a dummy thing. It's just like, how dare you be this pompous? You know. Yeah.
Or
So
yellow journalism.
what are your thoughts on that? Like there were people in the crowd at Revolution apparently yelling racist shit, and they said that they were calling wrestlers like Claudio and Daniel Bryan by their names, like Cesaro and Daniel Bryan, so they know they were WWE fans. That's what Dave went on to elaborate. Like, what do you think about that?
That's the evidence.
Exactly. It's
But
like you mean Daniel Bryan's not more famous as Daniel Bryan than Bryan Danielson, you know? Crazy shit to me, man. So moving along here, I'll unbookmark that one. That was just funny as fuck.
Dude,
So
it just sounds like a plant job, like fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like
a
almost
plant job.
conspiracy theory wise.
Is that like when you hump a tree?
No, I can't talk about that on pod. We'd have to talk about that off pod.
Spilling too much beans tonight. Spilling too much beans. Okay. At Meltzer said what? Everyone go follow him if you don't already. And everyone, please go like this video if you're watching the live stream and you're in here. Let me check how many likes we're at. You motherfuckers better be liking. We're at 3 likes and there's 21 people watching. Like this video.
Hit that like button.
Well, no, we're at 12. We're at 12 and 21
Okay.
watching. We should be at
No.
least 20
Yeah,
likes.
at least 20.
At
Yeah, let's
least
get
20,
to 20,
guys. So
guys.
get us to
Thank
20,
you.
please. Thank you. So anyways, though, at Meltzer said what? Everybody go check him out. He's like the GOAT, you know? And I talked about this before. Like, you know, he's a guy who he doesn't pay for the blue check, so people can't be like, oh, you're grifting, you know, like, oh, you're just doing this for clicks. Like, he just chronicles what Dave says. And so hi at Dave Meltzer, he just tags Meltzer. Were there any other no sell spots you had problems with this weekend? So here's Dave Meltzer complaining about people no selling. Okay, guess what he's complaining about someone no selling, Hairline. Guess what it is. Is it fucking AEW Revolution, what happened in the Sting match? Or is it what went down in WWE this week? Dave's sick and tired
Probably
of
something to
fucking...
do with Will Ospreay.
Yes, well, here. So Dave is sick and tired of the no selling. Let me know if you can hear this.
Ridiculous. This match, I mean, the one thing, I mean, this is a really fun match.
I hear it.
You can hear it? Okay, chat. You guys can hear that good as well?
Comment below.
Comment, yeah, or let us know in the chat. Can you guys, if you guys can hear that well, just let me know. And I'll keep playing this here.
But the one thing, ridiculous. This match, I mean, the one thing, I mean, this is a really fun match, but the one thing I know, you know, gotta note, because it's so...
He's talking about Gunther here, guys. The guy, the best British strong style guy. That's what Dave used to say. Now listen to what he's saying.
Preposterous was, I mean, I had to watch it back because it was like, wait a minute, did he really do this? So he goes all out chopping that post, right? When I think it was JD moved. He was actually going for JD. And then Dominic slams his hand into the post. So his hand goes into the post twice. And the rest of the match is essentially almost everything Gunther does is just chop the fucking hell out of him as hard as he could with like the idea like he wasn't hurt at all. Like, it's like so whatever, you know, it's like and it was like, I mean, he did not do a chop for about 20 seconds, but the rest of the match, all he was doing was chops with the same hand. I thought, you know, he's going to probably switch hands. It's like, nope, nothing. Not, you know, not wincing when he's throwing the chops, not fighting through the pain when he's throwing the chops, not taking something.
Dave's telling Gunther how to sell, guys. That's what's going on. Pardon me, I'm eating a sandwich that my gorgeous girlfriend brought me.
Off of the chops, like, oh, he doesn't have the power in the chops. Nope. So I thought that is, it is what it is. I mean, it's not the first time.
Talking about no selling chops, bro. Aren't you hanging out with Eddie Kingston and John fucking Moxley? Jesus fucking Christ, man.
He's done that. But I do know that when he was in PWG and he did the same.
Hey, Dave. Gunther switched hands. He started chopping with the other hand, too, you fucking idiot. Did you even watch the match?
Thing. He actually did, like, sell it, you know, and it made a difference in the match. This one, it was just like, I don't know, you know. I mean, whatever. It's not any big deal.
Like, sometimes I do that shit too when you're trying to formulate a thought live on the go and you're like, but usually it's like I'm looking at chat or I'm doing some dumb shit or I'm like fucking pulling up the next segment. This guy's just dumb as fuck. He doesn't make sense, you know? And then he's complaining about Gunther. Like, he goes, oh, these people were outraged for nothing and didn't even like, I'm not saying Dave's outraged, but it's like, did you even watch the match? For someone who criticizes people for not watching matches, you know, it doesn't seem like he even watched this match. Okay, and then UFC 299, Michelle Pereira just fucking choked out, just gooned this guy, man. Got a hold of him and just strangled him in a rear naked choke. Left him sleeping, bro. That was insane. This UFC's been crazy. If you guys like UFC, man, it's been incredible so far.
It's not like that doesn't happen elsewhere, but it was just very, very quick recovery. I'll just say that.
Dave, what about Eddie? Where's Moxley at, bruv?
Bleeding in the back.
Dave, man. Davey Wavy.
It's one thing, like, if it's a few minutes later, this was right away, and he's just back throwing those ridiculous chops at the poor guy,
So that's Dave Meltzer with another dummy moment. And I need to look here too. So it's still
The fact that Meltzer just thinks he knows more about ring psychology than the longest running Intercontinental Champion of all time is just preposterous. And I don't even want to address it more than that. Let's move on.
Yeah, pretty much. You can't argue with that. So sorry, there's this UFC going on, man. Michel Pereira, he just fucking Pahea. I don't know how you say it exactly, but he just bodied this guy. He choked him like dead. The guy was unconscious. Anyways, the next Dave Dummy moment. The Dave Dummy moment. Oh, I got so much. Okay, now here's Dave. So there's this ex-pro wrestler. I'm not even going to give this guy the time of day. This is a wrestler that, Stephanie McMahon apparently was really high on. This isn't a shot at her. Holy fuck. I got like 400 messages at once right there on my phone. People are messaging me about this UFC. Holy fuck. Did you just see that? Anyways, though, sorry. So there's a wrestler. I forget his name. I'm not even going to give him the shine because fuck him. He murdered someone. He became like a right-wing politic guy, which whatever, do you with your politics. I don't care. Oh, Marv the Movie Monster's trying to get in. Let's everybody here. Hold on what I'm saying. He's going to react to this next one. Everyone, we're going to add a round of applause to Marv the Movie. Marvin, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. The second that you said my name, the cord came out of my headphones, and I had to I'm a little flustered. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Marv the Movie Monster, man. What's up? How are you doing on this lovely Saturday Eve?
Oh gosh, I'm doing all right. I was just writing I was in the middle of writing a script when you told me you were going on live, so that I was like, oh, I gotta stop. I'm doing I'm doing the 3 best retirements in wrestling and the 3 worst.
Okay. What can you give us? Can you spoil any of that?
Yes, you know what? I'm just gonna workshop it with you guys right now because
let's do it. Let's do it live on the air.
All right, so best, I've got Austin, Shawn, and Flair.
Okay, so in that order?
Yes, in that order, with Flair being the best, because that you can't beat that WrestleMania retirement. And then yeah. I was gonna say though, what about how he came back and all that shit? Well, now worst, I've got Foley, Kurt, and Flair.
Yeah, so Flair's on both.
Yeah,
ends
Flair is number 1 on both lists.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think. Well, talking about worst, because that's what we do. So yeah, I don't know. I would agree with that. Yeah, I mean, those are good. You seem to have it narrowed down there. I would definitely say. Hairline, what do you think?
Ric Flair number 1 for sure. But I agree.
I think a lot of people are gonna scratch their heads at the Foley thing, but for me, Foley's retirement match is not the Hell in a Cell match; it's WrestleMania.
Right. So
that was garbage.
Refresh my memory. Sorry, what was his retirement match?
So first he wrestles Triple H in the street fight at Royal Rumble, and it's awesome. Everybody loves it. Then he does the Hell in a Cell with him at No Way Out, and it's good, but it's not as good as the Royal Rumble match was.
Mm-hmm.
And then he retires at the end of that show, and then a couple weeks later, they're like, "Oh, and by the way, this WrestleMania 2000 main event is a 4-way with Mick Foley." Yeah, it was. I was like, "Why would you do that? Why would you bring him?" Because they had to have McMahon in every corner because we had to have someone for Linda because God forbid we don't have Robo Linda out there.
Jesus. And then so that kind of and then what so are you counting he goes to TNA and all this shit? Is that factored?
I mean,
into...
I'm trying to not look at the the afterbirth of the retirement as much. I don't know. I got to decide because I mean, yes, Mick did go to TNA, but I don't hate his TNA run.
Yeah,
I don't think his TNA run was bad. I think he had some good stuff there. I think him and Sting was fun. I don't think it deserved its own autobiography leading up to a countdown to Lockdown, But that book is hard to get through. But I kind of think I kind of think that he should be up there for worst retirements, just because, and I think he would say it too, because he was like, man, I wish the Royal Rumble match had just been it, because that match was perfect.
Yeah, no doubt. And so I want yours and Hairline's thoughts on this as well, because I never asked Hairline this even off pod. What do you guys think about him coming back? Like, the rumor is he's going to lose 60 pounds, come back, have one last retirement match, and everyone's saying, AEW.
God. Wait, for who?
For Foley. Foley's going to come back.
No, he can't.
Yeah,
that's
what he's saying. He said that.
His brain is a milkshake at this point. He cannot do, no, there's no way. He's too old. He's too broken down. He can. I mean, from what I've seen in interviews, he can barely think anymore. Like, I don't know. For his sake, and the sake of what was the last match that he did? Was it Edge at WrestleMania? Was that the last? That's the last one I remember. But it might have been another one after. But that Edge.
That's what I'm trying to think. I mean, I could just
that Edge WrestleMania match was another great way to go out. Like when you go, it's like George Costanza. When you go out on the high note, go out, leave.
Yeah, dude. No, absolutely.
How can I miss you if you won't go away, as Cornette likes to say?
No, 100%. You couldn't be more right about that. So I'm looking at these private. We have a private chat here. Marv's like, "Yo, I need to get in on this Meltzer bash."
Oh yeah, no, fuck him. So, no, I mean, you want to talk. You want to talk about the biggest hypocrite on the planet, with him talking about Gunther's fucking hand? Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me? And then he creams himself over Will Ospreay kicking out of a million driver? Like, come on.
And not just that, but everyone kicking out of Will Ospreay's shit. Me and Hairline talk about it all the time. Like, Ospreay worked himself into a corner to where everyone kicks out of. He has to hit you with 13 moves. It doesn't matter if it's Kyle Fletcher, Josh Alexander, it doesn't matter who it is. Okada, he's got to hit you with 14 moves before you're done. He's buried all of his own awesome moves. So and he does 9 moves that are finishers.
Is a thing that I hate more than anything else in modern wrestling, and it's not the Young Bucks. It's close, but it's not them. It's the thing that I hate the most is finisher spamming, and and both companies are guilty of it. WWE does this too. I mean, WrestleMania has become the night where finishers don't work. Like, every match is doing it. Like, when you kick out of a finisher, it used to be huge. If someone kicked out of the rock bottom or kicked out of the stunner, that was a big moment, and now we're dealing with the fact that the people are hitting finishers and there's no anticipation, because we're like, oh, it's only the first time he's hit the finisher.
Yeah. If I may, this last Raw though, Sammy hit that haluva kick. Like, I've noticed, like, on their TV shows, they really, I'd have to go back and really analyze, like, is this a Vince thing or a Triple H thing? But they are really putting emphasis on, like, you hit your finisher, the match is done. Or like,
what I think it is?
Orton RKO's you and you sell it for fucking 12 minutes.
I think it's like people of like my generation and like the generation after mine who came up and became wrestlers, like, they grew up with like the video games where you can like stack the finishes and just hit finisher. And I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Excalibur. Yeah, I used my resiliency effect in 2K24. Guys, we were trashing Meltzer. We'll go to that, because speaking of like commentators, I got locked off of Twitter they told me it would be a week or more. But then I was allowed to come back. So I want to get into that in a bit, because they reviewed it and they were like, yeah, actually, this is just people reporting you, obviously, for stupid shit. But so let's listen to this last. Here is Meltzer doing his best, I guess, Howard Stern impression. I don't know what he was going for here. But here's Meltzer trying to be cute and funny.
I invented everything, Robin.
With Brian Alvarez. So I was saying before, there's a wrestler who, I forget who it is. Sorry, I don't even want to say his name or give him any shine, because he murdered someone, and he was some politician. And apparently Stephanie McMahon was like really high on this guy backstage back in the day. Not an indictment on. Yeah, Kane. Yeah.
Because if it's Katie Vick, there's a couple of extenuating circumstances surrounding that. I think there are rumors about things that happen post mortem, and I'm not sure if that's anything we want to be talking about.
So this wrestler murdered someone with blunt force trauma, and here's Brian and Dave talking about it.
And we start off with another horrible pro wrestling story. Daniel Rodimer, who was a former Tough Enough contestant.
I thought you were gonna like tell me something about like the announcing or something.
No, this is terrible. It's actually a legitimate terrible story.
Okay, first off, like Dave tries to crack a joke. Oh, I thought you were going to tell me about the announcing or something.
Oh God!
And he knows as soon as like Alvarez says the guy's name, Dave obviously knows that he's going to bring up that this guy murdered someone because Dave knows everything. I know all the wrestles, so like I don't know, dude. This is already Dave's like cracking jokes. Like, what are you fucking? Who are you trying to be? What are you, OP Hughes, buddy? What are you doing?
Oh God!
No, this is terrible. It's actually a legitimate terrible story.
Okay.
Daniel Rodimer wrestled as Dan Rodman on some house shows, some episodes of Heat. Stephanie McMahon was very high on him at the time. Big, blonde. Well, he wanted for murder, turned himself in, arrest warrant, and is wanted in relation to the homicide of a 47-year-old Christopher Tapp, Resorts World Las Vegas, October 29, 2023. Tapp's cause of death, blunt force trauma to the head.
He took LA Knight's move.
I don't know. It's not good, dude.
Is he really like making jokes about like the murder there? Like,
I don't mean to laugh, but just Dave.
What? Read the room.
Yeah, dude. It's just there's a time and a place. Like, and especially like it just happened. I don't know. I'm not one of these guys. I'm okay with comedy. Like, if stand-ups are gonna make jokes, fucking hairline.
But he's not a comedian. He ain't a comedian.
Exactly. That's not
catch
what
me
you
at
do.
the Chuckle Hop.
That's not what
Saturday.
Yeah, bro. That was, and it's just like, oh, he took a LA Knights move, and then Alvarez is just like,
no,
this is pretty serious right now. Like, this is this guy probably has a family and shit. Just chill for like a minute.
You know what? The thing that I can't stand about Meltzer more than anything else in the world lately is that he makes me like agree with Brian Alvarez occasionally.
I know, me too.
I'm like, am I baby facing Brian Alvarez right now?
Yeah, you are. I've done it too. I've quote tweeted Alvarez and gone, the fucking paradigm shift of, that WWE shifted the fucking axis when I'm agreeing with Alvarez.
Well, and then in the last in the last month, I'm like, I've agreed with Alvarez and JD from New York. Like, what is my life right now?
What did JD from New York say?
I don't even remember what it was, but it was something about AEW and the problems that they're having. Like, he hit the nail on the head, and I was like, oh wow, like this is surprising.
Yeah, so I don't know what he said, but JD, he blocked me so long ago, like right off the rip of PWT, because I just started as like a mark on Twitter in the IWC,
yeah,
and on Instagram and shit, yeah, and then he blocked me like so quick because I fucking probably just said some
Alvarez
shit.
did or JD did?
Sorry, JD from NY.
Okay.
Not that so I don't even know like what I must have like laughed at him for something or so. I don't know.
I don't think he's blocked me. I mean, I haven't he hasn't said anything that's like required anyone to go after him in a while. So like, he hasn't like done any of his like crazy hot takes lately.
So guys, I guess we have Marv here. So Marv, like we have your good friend Ava Rain.
Oh, Pebbles.
Excuse me. Yeah, so yeah.
My favorite.
So she responded to
oh God, who now?
At Manda L. Huber, Brody Lee's wife.
Okay.
R.I.P. the great Brody Lee, Luke Harper. Yeah, he was he got so over with me. It was crazy. He got so over with me in that era where it was kind of like him and Bray and Orton and like Ambrose were kind of like all the top guys over on SmackDown.
Yeah.
And then they just stopped using him. Like Vince, whatever, just didn't see anything in him really. But and then his AEW stuff, what he did with Cody was great. But like, oh yeah, it was great. It was so great. I booked up. It was a squash match. It was all my idea. Soda water. But he I don't know. They had a great match, and then nothing. He didn't really do anything else after that. But he was ill, I guess. So fucking nothing to hold him to that. So,
right.
But anyways, so The Rock cut his promo, and he made some reference to, like on SmackDown or whatever. He made some reference to dating someone who's younger than you or something like that. And then Amanda Huber tweeted out in response to that going, funny talking about, the age gap, like an age gap when your daughters are 20 years apart. And then fucking Ava Rain took offense to that.
Oh, God. Rain of fire.
So she quote tweeted, well, I think Ava owned her kind of though, but whatever. She quote tweeted her, or she replied underneath it, and with a gif of Raven looking at the camera going, what a mark. And then, I don't know, I think she may have
How does that even fit there?
I don't know. It's just she's calling her a mark. Like, I don't fucking know. It's just funny
that's the kind of joke that's the kind of joke that you make when you're just not a funny person.
And so I don't know. And then Amanda responded back with a gif of the rock going, it's not real. So I don't know. It's all funny, but fun and games. But they kind of went at each other. I wanted to share that with you because I bookmarked it, and you had a little tiffy with.
Wait, she's back on. She's back on X now.
Yeah, she's back on, and like she was on for like 2 days, and then this happened.
Okay,
so
she's back for 2 days, and she's attacking a widow. Great.
Yeah. Oh man.
But don't you dare say anything because she's living her dream, God damn it, and she's entitled.
Oh, here's her exact tweet. She said, talking about an age gap when your own daughters are almost 20 years apart is a weird choice.
I mean, look, did she need to be responding to The Rock's promo as though she did not? That was stupid.
I don't think so.
But at some point, like, when I don't know, like when you're a widow of like a beloved figure that died in wrestling, I don't know, leave her alone.
Guys, we're at 31 people watching. I will start reading some chats here and stuff, but I need you guys to get those likes up to like 20. We're at 34 people watching, so get those likes up to above 20 at least, please. Please, you guys. So what do you guys want to talk? Okay, well, let's talk about, like, I gave a sizzle to this.
Were you about to be Cody Rhodes? What do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah. That's the old.
Love him. I love him. I hate that line. I hate that.
Do you hate that line?
It goes right through me.
Okay, because it got over. It got over. I get.
It got over. So I got over. So I get why he does it. But like, I have not been as annoyed by something that somebody does on a regular basis since Edge started running to the sides of the entranceway when he came out.
Oh, dude,
that's one of my crazy
or the side of the entranceway in AEW.
every like I'd be at my buddy's house and we'd be watching the one side. I mean, we'd be watching like the like his music would hit, and I'd just be like, "Don't run to the side, don't run to the sides, don't run to," and he would do it, and I'd be like, "Ah!" I don't know why.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know why that goes through me, but it does.
No, that's fair enough. So we got stuff. So what? Okay, I gave the sizzle to the steak earlier. So I got locked out of my Twitter, and they were like, "It's going to be a week, could be longer for violent speech." And basically, all that happened was Tony Khan, which we're going to dive deeper into this aspect of this as well in a moment. And as I'm watching UFC 299, Ion Cuchalaba is coming out. The Hulk, not Hulk Hogan, folks, but Ion Cuchalaba. Anyways, though, so Kevin Kelly got fired from AEW. So this is via PW Torch. According to sources, Kevin Kelly's posts on social media last weekend cost him his job, where he accused Ian Riccaboni of sabotaging his career, libel, and was also expressing the dissatisfaction with his usage. Now, you can go on Pro Wrestle Times and at Pro Wrestle Times on X, and I was saying this before he got fired. I was like, before PWT reported, or PW Torch, which is another PWT, shout them out, reported it. I was saying that. I was like, dude, he was saying that Riccaboni fucking sabotaged him or whatever. Like, I was tweeting that out. You can go read it. So, because I read those tweets, like I saw them right away, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is serious. Like, he accused Riccaboni of libel, like, in a tweet. So apparently Riccaboni like undermines Kevin Kelly backstage when Kevin Kelly's like, yo, we need to explain the stories more and that sort of shit, right? Apparently that gets undermined. And so he was released because of his tweet, where he doubled down. Someone was like, wow, you should delete this, Kevin Kelly. And he's like, why would I delete the truth? Where he brought up saying libel about Riccaboni or whatever. So They fired Kevin Kelly. I tweeted out and said they fired the best announcer in fucking AEW, the best color commentator, pardon me, in AEW. And the fucking IWC melted down. I got 8 million comments, the same reply going, ooh, literally everyone's better. Excalibur, Taz, Shivani, everyone's better than Nigel McGuinness. And I just argue, like, no, I think Kevin Kelly or Ian Riccaboni are the two best, like, in that main. You can't really count Nigel. He's healing like a, Jesse Ventura type or whatever. But they fired Kevin Kelly. So for basically saying that Riccaboni's undermining him for saying, I want to tell more stories and give more backstory about the characters, da-da-da-da. And now there's a big wave of, like, bots, if you will, or people going, fuck Kevin Kelly. He's trash. Oh, he was shit since New Japan. Though these, yeah. So what do you guys make of that? Like, I just want, like, your thoughts on. I guess they fired other people too, which I'll reveal in a second. But yeah, I got locked. Oh yeah, sorry. Why did I get locked out of my Twitter? Because I told a guy, I said they were like, oh, sports based, whatever, and I said, dude, Kevin Kelly. I said, take Excalibur and compare Excalibur to John Anik or Michael Cole and tell me what's more sports based. Like, take Kevin Kelly, compare him to, like, John Anik, one of the fucking UFC commentators, and tell me who's more sports based. And then I told this guy to slam his head into a wall after he did that, and that was violent speech. So I got locked out, but they reviewed it, and I came back a day later. Whatever, that's X bullshit. But what do you guys think, Marv? What do you think about Kevin Kelly just being fired for basically saying we need more story structure and Ian Riccaboni undermining him, allegedly?
I think that Kevin Kelly is the spiritual successor to Mike Tenay. He was one of the last true analysts, in wrestling commentary. I think it was a dumb move to fire him. I think he could have brought a lot of legitimacy to Dynamite, even if they had just replaced that sock-faced idiot with if I could steal a Cornette line, like,
oh, that's Cornette. That's Cornette. You wrote fucking Cornette.
I know. But, like, the mask is so stupid. Nobody knows you are a wrestler. Shut up. Take the mask off.
Like, fuck out of here.
Like,
if you were fucking El Santo or Rey Mysterio.
Mask.
Yeah, unless you're fucking El Santo or Rey Mysterio, take
or like a wrestler like from Mexico who, like, but like you just like a come on.
He's just a fucking PWG mark, dude.
He announces with the cadence and the of like somebody like in their basement, like trying to like announce their backyard match.
He does. He announces like this. Like I would announce with my brother when we would wrestle in the backyard.
Exactly. Oh my God. It's like what a backyarder thinks a wrestling commentator is supposed to sound like. Now, Kevin Kelly could have actually brought legitimacy to that announce table, which is sorely needed. Like, look, at the end of the day, I love Taz. Like, I will never say a bad word about Taz.
Me
I love him.
Me neither. Never. He phones it in, but I don't even think that's a diss. I just think that's the truth.
You can audibly hear him rolling his eyes.
Yeah, and he says
he's not there. And Tony Schiavone is a soundboard at this point. Like,
dude, yeah, he's there. He's just there for the money. Whatever. Don't blame him. He's a legend. He deserves it.
No,
same with Taz.
Take all your money, Tony. Take it all and run. Like,
but Taz, like the other show I pointed out on Twitter, a bunch of people liked it. Where I pointed out, like, they were in I forget where they were, the territory or the territory. Pardon me. They were in a city and they alluded to the territory, and Taz was like, "Oh, this reminds me of USWA." And sorry, what is it? Hairline, the UWF or whatever. And he's like, not because Herb Abrams. Like, Taz had to correct himself. Yeah, Taz had to correct himself live on the air though, and he's like, well, it reminds me of the old territory. Because, like, everyone knew as soon as he said that, everyone was like, oh, it reminds, like, Tony of. Everyone compares Tony to Herb Abrams. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so now here's my question: do you think that he corrected himself, or do you think Tony started screaming?
I think someone said something in the headset, bro. I think that's what I think, because from what I've observed and what I've heard, okay, is. Not that I've been back there, but I watched that fucking All Access show more than anybody, bro. I know because I cut it up into clips and shit, And I'm telling you, man, he's talking through that headset the whole time. He's popping at spots going, I love it. I like that. Like, he's doing that in the headset, bro, to the commentators while they're doing commentary. Okay? And so I know the whole time they're just sitting there cringing and trying to make light of everything. And yeah, just from what I heard, this clown's just yelling shit the whole fucking time. Not to call him a clown, I guess, but God damn it, you have a puppet of him right there.
I do. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, dude. So, but Hairline, what do you think? I know you are I know you respect Kevin Kelly. What the fuck do you think about them, like these fans jumping in and being like, "Oh, fuck Kevin Kelly. He was shit since New Japan."
Okay, so like, I'm gonna start with like, yeah, that I'm a huge New Japan mark from back in the day, so obviously I respect him. But he honestly wasn't really like hitting with me or firing on all cylinders in AEW. I don't know. Like I definitely felt like there was something going on there because like there was a huge difference between his commentary in New Japan compared to his AEW commentary, and it's all like it didn't make
Yeah.
sense to me because it's like I know he can hang, but it's
Yeah.
just like I don't know.
Yeah, people were like, "Oh, he's fucking up names and stuff." Marv, do you watch Collision and Rampage or what? Or are you like me and No, yeah. See, you're laughing at even the thought of it. So, me and Hairline do it because we just don't want to be we don't want anyone to go like, "Oh, you're just saying this in bad." Like, we want to be guys that are like, "No, we watch this shit." So you best believe like, we're gonna say what's good, we're gonna say what's bad, we're gonna tell you why, So
and because of that, I do have to start watching them, but it's kind of like it's kind of like you're about to jump into the pool and the water's cold and like it's but and you're like trying to summon up the courage to do it. Like I really don't have the energy to do it, but I'm gonna have to.
Did either of you guys watch the last Dynamite this last week?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, but wait though. Was that not like an okay Dynamite? Like I thought the Dynamite was actually okay. It's gonna
better
piss
than last week.
Yeah, some of the top pod, the PWT listeners, I'm gonna give you guys a yeah. And I'm gonna read some chats in a minute, guys. Keep them coming. We got Marv here, so we're deep into the discussions. Okay, I like the Bucks, man. I like this gimmick they're doing. They should have did this with Punk. They would have drawn tons of money if it was them with Kenny doing this with Punk and FTR at that moment in time. This was the gimmick we all wanted them to do. Instead, they did their little bullshit, and then now they're doing it with whatever. But then Okada comes in, and he actually I knew he was going to kind of align with the Bucks. Like, I didn't know what was going to happen, but I didn't think he'd just start fighting the Bucks. But he aligned with the Bucks. I popped. I went, okay, this is smart. They're doing different. He comes into AEW, and he's not just, the Rainmaker, Okada fighting Eddie Kingston, even though he did literally fight Eddie Kingston for a minute. Yeah. Kingston comes out. He gets his dream mark match, whatever. But Okada did something that popped me. Now, some of the matches, not some, like all in fucking AEW, they go way too goddamn long. But this Dynamite's pacing, it started where a vehicle pulled up, the Bucks get out of the fucking limo, they're being all schmarmy, they come back to it later. It was, the new set looks nice. They have white ropes now just on their basic show, so they're just fully copying W, which I tweeted out. I said,
I have to say, it looks nice. It looks like Raw and SmackDown.
That's exactly. And I was gonna say, like, their strategy to that could be like, if someone's flipping the channel and they see those white ropes, they might think it's WWE. So I'll give them props.
That's 100% what they're doing. There's no other way. They move the commentary table. They change the Tron. They have like they even have the things on the side of the ring, right? Like the screens on the aprons now.
Yeah.
They just made Raw, and they gave it the color scheme of NXT 2.0, which
and everyone's going, "Oh, AEW's back," and AEW blah 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 blah, and it's like, yeah, they're going.
They got new ropes.
And then when you say that, and people go, "Oh, you just want it to be exactly like WWE." No, but I want them to adopt the things that WWE do properly that they don't do at all. There's things that it's not like WWE's all bad. It's never all been bad. We lost faith with Vince there because he was fucking up, because he was spread too thin, just like Tony Khan is right now, which is why that show's suffering. But this last Dynamite, man, I'm going, dude, this is a strong after, because AEW infamously, their go-home pay-per-view shows, their go-home shows before the pay-per-views suck, and then their shows after the pay-per-views fucking suck. None of the stars are on them. They all are take their little break. But this was a really good Dynamite, but then the ratings come in, and it's like a 722,000, like 100,000 people jumped off a cliff and died when Ospreay wrestled Fletch. That's real shit. Like 100,000 or something. It was like 80,000 people disappeared. And it's just like Sasha's going to debut this Wednesday. Oh, Sean Ross Sapp. Like, I just don't know.
Yeah, he leaked it. I told him to.
He leaked it. Yeah, he gave the news. Apologize to me now. But I don't know, man. I just don't think. I think they've garnered so much bad faith with the audience that there's nothing they can do, right? Like, I mean, Okada debuts, and this was actually they had the rebranding. It was actually a really strong show, and look what happened, you know, like, not being a fucking hater, but look at what happened. Like, it popped a shitty rating. It didn't pop a rating. It negatively. And then Ospreay's debut match, literally people tuned out for it.
Yeah, so, it was low. I believe it was one of the 2 lowest rated quarter hours on the show.
I just I feel really bad for them, kind of, because this is all Tony Khan's fault. Ultimately,
why do you feel bad for them? It is the definition of a self-inflicted wound.
Yeah, you're right. But I just feel bad because like, bro, there are people like trying so hard, and I'm not one of these participants. Like, I'm one of these guys who are like, yo, everyone booing Maxine, they have the right to do that. Stop being bitches about this stuff. I'm not saying everyone gets to participate, but it's just like, Ospreay, clearly, you guys, he looks like a star. He has good music. Like, he looks great. He can do everything great. And it's just, I feel bad because, like, we're not getting the best foot forward from any of. Do you know what I mean, dude? Like, we're not, even though that was a great Dynamite, like, we're not. It's still just, it doesn't have to all be there at once, but like, goddamn, they did such a bad. That means that all the hype on the internet, AEW's back, Revolution, one of the greatest pay-per-views. It really wasn't, because who the fuck tuned in to watch Dynamite? No one gave a fucking shit, because at the pay-per-view they went, oh, and he's gonna wrestle his best friend who he just embraced at this pay-per-view. They're gonna fight on Dynamite. Like, what? You know, it's just, and then all of a sudden Ospreay, here's some news, goes, oh, I'm done with my first AEW tour, bruv. And he went back home to the UK, and he's there for like a month. So he's going to just show up part-timer. They hired Ospreay part-timer. Mm-hmm. And this is another guy who won't go to WWE. And me and Marv on X today, we are disagreeing a bit about Kenny Omega, as it were. You know, I'm like, he needs to go to WWE. I think they would hone and harness him,
he would break. He would
break. You think?
Physically and mentally, he would break. He is not a big enough draw to get the part-time schedule.
But they'll turn him into a draw. They'll Jade Cargill his ass.
He doesn't not with a part-time schedule, you won't.
But do you think he would be part-time, or do you just think they'd like
no?
punk,
I think
him, like he'd do a house show and then he'd do. I think they just see him. I think
he's entirely, his body is entirely too broken at this point to withstand a full schedule like that. I mean, you see it. He has never. I don't think in AEW he has ever gone one full year without being out.
I mean, you might be right about that. Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on that statistic, but like, the more I think about it, maybe the first year or something like that. But I feel like he is always injured, and it's always for a long period of time. I don't think he'd be able to handle that schedule. He would definitely need NXT. And when they sent when they sent him to NXT, the internet would devour itself. They would be January 6ing Titan Tower.
Where's Jericho? Get Jericho on the phone.
Once again, Jericho's wife would be there. But
where's Jericho's wife?
No, I think that I think that he would not be allowed to do whatever he wants, and he is very used to doing whatever he wants. And I do not think it would be a good fit at all.
Oh my God. You might be right about that. Guys, I'm going to run a 1 minute, not even an ad. This is just a little partnership we have with WWE Shop and Fanatics. So yeah, I'm going to run that, take a piss, and I'll be right back. So enjoy this little advertise. What's happening, Pro Wrestle Times listeners? Phil Marks here, and I just had to interrupt myself babbling for 1 second to talk about Pro Wrestle Times' affiliate partnership with Fanatics and WWE Shop. That's right, you can get your favorite WWE superstar merch, tees, caps, hoodies. We're on the road to WrestleMania, folks. There's so much at WWE Shop, and if you use our affiliate link below, not only will you be directly supporting your favorite WWE superstar, but you'll be supporting supporting PWT as well, and you'll be supporting your drip. Check your reflection, it'll look like perfection. And did I forget to mention, you'll grab all the attention by clicking PWT's official WWE shop affiliate link below and get you some digs now. Let's get back to the show. All right, had to see Jake the Snake about a rake. Everyone dipped out. It was a 1 minute fucking 9 people stopped watching the show.
Oh wow,
it was a fucking 45-second ad.
Don't be doing that. I could have done a little soft shoe routine for a minute.
Okay, well you can do. We got that in a bit. We got all night here, man. So you can do a little bit of that. I had to run it at some point, anyways. We're an hour deep, so I gotta get the plug in, anyways. And yeah, guys, at Pro Wrestle Times, everywhere. Marv, let's plug your shit real quick. So
sure.
Over on Tooneytown Wrestling here, I'll actually pull it up so the wonderful listeners and now viewers of Pro Wrestle Times can see how what your channel's all about here. So let's pull this thing up and we will share it. Where are we at here? Share screen. Okay. So Tooneytown Wrestling is the channel you see here. I don't want to play this shit and get so everyone go and subscribe to Tooneytown Wrestling.
If you play it too long, I'm gonna hit you with a copyright strike.
Yeah, exactly, dude. No doubt.
The MCA takedown. I'm gonna Don Stevens you.
My friend, yeah, dude, our last live stream got Don Stevens so hard. Now, as long as it's like you or other people's content who don't have like rank lawyers, they won't be able to do that. But Tooneytown Wrestling, Headlock Headlines, 2.08K subs. I gotta drop you some fucking air horns, man.
Yeah, we did a pretty good job with that. Yeah, it was. I was very happy to see that.
Yeah, man. And so everyone go subscribe to Marv, the movie Monster. 16 videos and 2.08K subscribers. Like, I don't know if you guys know how difficult that is to do. But this is an incredible feat, and there's a reason you're blowing up in the space, Marv. Like, you're so goddamn funny. And it's such a unique approach. I've blown you already on the show. It's such a unique approach to wrestling. But everyone go subscribe to that, and make sure you like this video. Please and thank you. We got how many? Yeah, there was like 40 of you watching. We're down to like 29. The ad ran people off. It's okay. And we're at 19 likes. God damn it, guys. We wanted over 20. I'm gonna start firing people. Now. Yeah, I'm gonna start firing people. No, we're fine. Thanks everyone rocking with us. Should I read? I should maybe go into the chats. We'll read some. I don't know if we have any like.
We keep telling them we're gonna do that.
And members keep they're supposed to be highlighted, but we don't seem to be getting lots of those. But we're new in the game, so it'll come in time, guys. We're not worried about that. We're just so grateful you're rocking with us. So let's just read some shit. We're not going to show them. We're going to read them though. So we have like people saying Tony KK Clan is a fraud. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
That was that was earlier on. Alt Jake, he's a very good supporter. He wants us to talk about the slap heard around the world. I mean, we could play. I have the Rocks promo. He cut another like 15-minute promo.
Right.
Yeah, let's talk AEW. Robbie C. Cheers, gents. It's always good to hear from you, buddy. Making fun. Okay, so this is early on. I got to go down here. Dave, Indians are worthless. Meltzer should know a thing or two about racism. Wow, Avril fan, you're going hard as shit on Dave and Tony Khan here. Alvarez needs to break off then if he's really so done. Alvarez needs to break off then if he's really so done. Yeah,
I don't think Alvarez is done. I think that Alvarez needs Meltzer to maintain his legitimacy. He's a failed wrestler who, he's a smarmy little prick. Like, the only reason anyone pays attention to him is because for some reason Dave lets him hang out with him.
Yeah. Did you hear that clip? We covered it on the last show, Marv. I don't know if you caught it, but where Dave goes, where they're talking about the time limits, and they're like, how do we when they bring up the time limits, they announce them. They go, it'll be a 20-minute time limit. Then they only announce it in that match, so we know it's going to run out of time, is basically what Alvarez is arguing. And Dave's like, oh, well, you should have known. I knew. They told me. And everyone's just sitting there like, Dave, we can't all just text Tony Khan. He doesn't just tell us these fucking things, It's so stupid.
I feel like he said that because he has to he has to let you know that he has that
Okay, but if
access.
you want to let me know, though, aren't you the news? Dave's the news, bro. Fucking report that shit. Put a story out earlier in the day and let everyone know, hey, tonight's Dynamite, there's going to be a time limit exclusive to whatever, but he doesn't want that. He wants to like speculate as if his vision. So, Marv, you actually got retweeted. Let's talk about that. You got retweeted by Eric Bischoff.
One of my personal heroes. Love.
Yeah,
Eric
me
Bischoff.
too, man. Me too. I listened to fucking 83 weeks all the goddamn time and Strictly Business. He's one of the best minds in the biz.
He is worth putting up with Conrad Thompson to his opinions on things.
Absolutely. I didn't get it. There's a lot of Conrad Thompson hate. Hairline's always like, fuck that guy. And I'm like, I don't get it. And then I started listening regularly. I mean, get it, man. He does some weird shit.
He screams at Eric Bischoff and Bruce Pritchard and tries to basically say he doesn't do that to like Foley or to JR or to like Jarrett or I assume he doesn't do it to On. I've never listened to the On Anderson show and I don't know anyone who has, but poor On. But yeah, like he's just another one that like the old Connies like saw him. Ric Flair hitched his daughter to him, like, I mean, this guy's got so much money, he's gonna give me all of it.
Oh man,
that's my Ric Flair voice. It sounds nothing like Ric Flair, but it's kind of what I think his soul sounds like.
Listen, we can all admit we're marks here, right? Conrad though is definitely a money mark, and I don't mean that he's not a money mark in the way Tony Khan is, but he is one. Like
he buys Ric Flair's one items. He buys Ric Flair's one items like a pervert on OnlyFans. Like he is fanatical about it.
Jesus, dude. I should ask my girl, would you marry me if I bought your father's worn items? Robbie C says Alvarez seems fed up. Alt Jake says, we appreciate you doing these and interacting. Smart and thoughtful wrestling talk is too few. Man, you're always rocking with us. Alt Jake, you're the fucking man. We got a guy here, Godless Scummer. You kind of want to tell Meltzer to stop hitting yourself. We got people saying more people know them as their WWE names. There are fans who still call WWE WWF because they refuse to accept any name changes. LOL. Yeah, that's a good point. Found your channel 2 weeks ago, and I've been really enjoying the content. Keep up the great work. Thank you, C Money. Really appreciate you. A nice profile pic. Schwarzenegger with his brain exploding there. I already liked the video. Well, I know you did, but everyone else, we got to be. Do you have to be logged in to watch live streams? That's what I need to know. Meltzer said, what is a top 3 Twitter follow for sure? Yes, he is.
100%.
Tony Khan is starting to talk more and more like Meltzer. Well, what do you mean, bro? It's like when friends hang out, they start using each other's mannerisms. They fucking talk like little kids up until 3 a.m. on Adderall. Yeah. Can hear it, unfortunately. Yes. Oh, this is all the way back when I played like that. We love Marvin. Neckbeard's right on. So Neckbeards knows. AEW Neckbeards, he knows, and we'll show this one just because he's our guy. He knows he's welcome anytime. He'd like to come have a voice on here, even if he just wants to cut a promo and dip.
He was just telling me. By the way, he was just telling me in DM that he was asking for the link so he can come on.
Okay, man, let's go. So the link, so he can come on. I will copy. And I will send that over to I doxed our DMs. Not like I'm just joking, I didn't, but it was just like me sending the link to people. Oh, here, Neckbeards DMing me here too. I missed it. There we go, Neckbeards. You're welcome in here, buddy. Alt Jake says, Marv, Tooneytown Wrestling is the best new channel on YouTube.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alt Jake's the man. He's a great cat.
Appreciate
Flair
you,
really is the GOAT. Hey Marv. Okay, so hey Marv, I was at WrestleMania 26 and the Raw after for Sean. If you want anything from someone who was there.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, that might be a while ass back. TNA greater than AEW. You could do a whole list of Terry Funk's numerous retirements. Yeah. Okay, so this is back when we talk about retirements.
I mean, Terry Funk's retired like so many times.
Yeah, dude.
I'm pretty sure the last one though is going to be permanent.
For
some reason, I think this is the one that's going to stick.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Too soon?
No.
Who's
No.
taking care of the horse?
Yeah, it's the right time.
I love Terry Funk so much.
Yeah, R.I.P. Funker, man. He's one of the
I
goats.
know.
Dude,
It broke
for
my
sure.
heart. I mean,
Yeah.
like it was.
We cut our
it was him
podcast
and,
offshore, dude. It was we.
It was him.
I
It
found
was
out
it,
on the air, and I was.
It was him and Bray like within days of each other too.
Yeah.
It
We
was
found
like a
out
1-2
about.
punch.
Yeah, it was like Funker and then Bray right there on the air, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, we were
So we
recording
got
that day.
this guy says this guy, I say, I can't stand the what do you guys want to talk about? It's one of the few things I agree with Brian last on. How is the crowd supposed to respond? Marv, what do you got to say to that?
He's right. It's like it's one thing when like a big like the what do you want to talk about made sense when it was like, you know, they're the we want Cody movement thing, like when that whole week happened. Like, so what do you guys want to talk about there? Is a clever thing to say, but every week it's just like, I don't know, Cody, what do you want? Like is the crowd supposed to as one be like yell out topics? I don't know. It's just it's a dumb. I mean, look, The Rock has had worse catchphrases in his life. Do you remember that period where The Rock would just like try out new catchphrases? Like The Rock doesn't give a lobster's left testicle about this. Like,
well,
that was
I was
like
just
a minute.
Yeah, and I was just gonna actually say that. I was gonna say, dude, we live in the era now where in all wrestling, where Jericho's the king of this now. Like, you just say something, the crowd pops for it once, and then you just run with it and fucking suck it dry.
Ground.
So like it's like diarrhea Dwayne. How about this? Did you guys watch SmackDown? Like, how about Seth was like the most over guy in the four guys in the ring? Seth was like obviously The Rock is the most over, getting the loudest reactions, but Seth was getting like the second loudest next to Rock, you know? So fuck, shout out Seth Rollins, man. I mean,
he's doing the best work of his career.
And people are saying he's buried in all this, and I just feel like he's being elevated, like he's getting such a rub, and he's Triple H's guy, and fucking Dusty helped train him and Roman, like help build them up and teach them. Not trained probably physically, but as far as like character work and all that.
No, I mean, you know, Dusty worked very, very closely with that whole generation. I mean,
man.
Like that they talk about the Dusty's kids, you know, like that's the thing.
Yeah. And Roman and Seth are in real life. They're like really close. They're like best friends. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just feel like Seth has gotten nothing, but he's just more over.
Oh, Alyssa just popped into the chat. Said a lot of people say a lot of stupid things. LOL.
Yes.
I don't know what she's referring to.
Me neither. Probably. Who knows? Where is that right now? I'm way back.
Yeah, no, it's right. It's right now. I'm like current with everything.
Okay, you're current. Yeah, she's welcome too, man. You fucking. I can send a link here. Well, where's Neckbeards as well? I sent him the link. Hopefully, he comes in. It's okay. He's got an open door. More of the goons only caring about AEW, but pretending they're actual wrestling fans. Yeah, I make this argument all the time, dude. People hate me for this shit. Just saying, you know, like I feel WWE's more sports based. I feel in WWE the wrestlers are the top merch sellers because people care about the wrestlers and are invested in the characters. Whereas in AEW is the top merch seller because they're just chanting AEW.
But you know what? That isn't new. I mean, like we have seen that before in a way that people did not criticize. And the most famous, obviously, was ECW.
Right, and I don't hate on it at all. And as a matter of fact, at live shows and shit. I've gone to WWE shows and I've started going WWE and no one follows along, but I've done it.
Yeah, I get why, because that's stupid.
Yeah, oh yeah, big time. You know, but I'm an Uber Mark, so what are we talking about here? You know, so
Alyssa says she was referring to the people saying that Seth is being buried.
Oh yeah, she's absolutely right,
and then she laughed her ass off.
Yeah, she's absolutely right. Yeah, she's right. Like, how is he it's literally called the rub. They call it the rub in the business, daddy, you know? So
yeah, but it's you know, so now what match do you build with Seth now? Do you build like this tag match, or do you build him you gotta still build him and Drew so he's in two storylines simultaneously, and I don't know how they work that. I mean, like but it's not like I think that they're not going to do it correctly. It's just kind of like I'm interested to see how you do this.
Well, I'll give you my Will X-Files in, and we'll talk about it. What I think is
the truth is out there.
The truth is out there. Thank you, Hairline. I think that the whole what they're doing is we're gonna get Seth versus Rock, Cody versus Rock, Rock versus Roman, Triple H versus Rock. I truly believe that. The Rock has he has direct monetary gain from helping to elevate and being in WWE. Also, as he cut in that promo, he's literally friends with these Netflix executives. They're going to Netflix. I predicted this so long ago. He's gonna pull the Adam Sandler, and especially with his last quote unquote box office flops, he's going to stop doing traditional Hollywood. He's going to take 70 million a year and just do Netflix movies. He's in the #1 viewed Netflix movie of all time. And I think he's just because Adam Sandler does not do traditional Hollywood movies anymore. His shit just drops on Netflix and they give him 100 million a year or whatever, right?
And you know what? And when you're in WWE is going to figure this out as well. Like when you're on Netflix, you don't have to worry about box office numbers. You don't have to worry.
No, exactly.
None of that.
The whole Rock's thing. Everyone goes, "Oh, Black Adam flopped." Well, I got something to say too about that. And Marv, here's the thing, dog. Black Adam was not that bad, but just the superhero fatigue was real at that time to where it was like, okay, I've seen all this shit last week.
I don't think it was the superhero fatigue as much as it was just like Black Adam alone. If they had made him the villain in the first Shazam,
or even part 2, or even part 2,
and then spun him off into his own movie, it would have been better. Yeah. But like nobody knows who Black Adam is. They were banking on people knowing it's The Rock and going to see it because it's The Rock.
Like I'm a mark, so I'm like, oh, Pierce Brosnan is Dr. Fate or whatever. But it's like,
I mean, look, I loved that he was Black Adam. I remember my buddy Kevin and I were at a comic book store when World War III was coming out. It was a big Black Adam DC thing going on. He's like ripping people's arms off and stuff. And I remember saying, like, wouldn't it be amazing if The Rock played Black Adam? Doesn't he look just like him? And then when it happened, we were like, oh my God.
Wow. That's such a good call, dude. But yeah, I think The Rock takes that route, and I think however you want to say it, and I think he just takes and then also those movies go on his schedule. So hey, I need a month off because I need to be on every Monday Night Raw in 2025 in the month of January. I can stop filming whatever because it's on Netflix's time because Raw's going. Like, you got to be fucking high on meth if you don't think you got to be a Phoenix, Arizona crackhead. If you don't think that that The Rock's not going to be on like that debut Netflix Raw and all that shit,
probably.
What I mean?
No, I'm sure he will be. But and the Netflix deal also kind of opens up avenues for other people that I think have been kind of itching to get into Hollywood, like Roman. It's been obvious that Roman is ready to move on and he's ready to like follow his cousin into that.
And
I think I think it's an avenue to also get Cena in a bunch of Netflix movies. And I
just watched Ricky Stenicki last night. I just watched Ricky Stenicki. It wasn't what I expected. It held up. It was funny. It's not the greatest movie of all time. But yeah, Cena's new flick. It's on like Amazon Prime or some shit, Paramount Plus.
You know what movie I love him in is Bumblebee. The Transformers movie. No one saw it. No one saw it because they were so dumb with Transformers.
And
that movie's good. That movie is good.
I like the Transformers comics and shit, and I'm a big, when I growing up, I like the Transformers. The movies for me are they're a little I'm not, but Bumblebee did some cool shit where they had like very like comic book accurate G1 animated series accurate like aesthetic and stuff like that. But otherwise but yeah, we were I don't know. I think The Rock, I think The Rock, we're gonna get all these different matches with Seth and Cody's gonna fight The Rock and all that. So what I think is gonna happen is they laid out the stipulation. If the Bloodline wins, then there's like it's Bloodline rules on night 2 or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah, it's like
so
no holds barred.
I think Cody So if Seth's fighting on night 2 as well, then they're going to split it. So one of them's going to lose, one of them's going to win. But I've been saying Cody's going to lose and Roman ain't going to drop till WrestleMania 42. I've been saying that for the last like year, which I always thought I've been saying for a long time on Pro Wrestle Times that I always thought it was going to be Rock Roman. I was losing faith there for a bit till he just showed up out of nowhere, but I had always thought that. So my whole thing is I think they're doing the Dusty Hard Time story. Like, he won't beat Flair it took Dusty 3 times to beat Flair. I think it's going to take 3 times to beat Roman. So but I think Drew's going to get that heavyweight title.
And I hope he does. I think it's time for him.
It is time.
I think the way I would tell this story, I mean, I think Cody has to take it at this point.
I think he has to at this point too, though. That's where I'm at, like emotionally.
This is a much different environment than the Dusty Flair situation. Like people's patience is a lot less.
And they've already been so patient in an
and at that time, also remember Dusty had been on top of the world for decades at that point, for years. So at that point, Dusty was in a much better position than Cody. Cody is trying to win his first world title. And I think what you've got here is a situation where I think you have them lose on night 1. And then I think Rock turns on Roman to help Cody win. I think this has all been a switch.
Do you think that's where they're going with it?
Because I think it is. I think there's been some very subtle hints. Like in the first promo when Rock was like, The Rock's gonna make sure that you walk out of WrestleMania what you are, a loser. And he pointed, and when they purposely turned the camera so that you could see that he is pointing directly at Roman.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
absolutely.
I think that Alyssa just said Cody takes the pin in the tag match.
Yeah, I'm reading that right
now.
Rock
betrays Roman, Cody wins, set up Rock versus Roman. Yeah, I think that's the way it has to be.
Yeah, because Rock and Roman has to happen. But here's my whole thing is that I feel like we have to get Cody Rock and Seth Rock out of this. They wouldn't be like, oh, you walking clown emoji. Like they wouldn't be doing all that either.
Yeah.
But I agree with you too. And when you see the Rock, he keeps putting up the L and then putting up the 1. And then if you notice on the last episode of SmackDown, Heyman was staring at The Rock while they were all putting the 1s up. Like Heyman wasn't focused with everyone putting the 1s up. He was staring down The Rock over everyone's shoulders as well. And but yeah, so Cody takes the pin in the tag match. Bloodline rules. Rock betrays Roman. Cody wins, sets up Rock versus Roman, I think. But then where does that leave Seth? He just loses to Drew.
You know what I would do with Seth? I would have Drew do a run-in, or I would have Rock or Roman give some kind of glaring injury to Seth in that match, so that he goes into night 2 with a bum knee, and now Drew's got something to work on.
That's what I was getting at earlier there before I got off topic.
And then
he's going to be beat up then lose to Drew.
Yep, and it's you worried so much about this other thing, and you didn't worry about your own problem, and because of that, you lost.
Right. God damn, they have so many good problems in WWE right now.
Yeah,
they have so many good fucking problems.
If this was the Wrestling Observer podcast, we would be saying this is what they're doing, because it's common sense storytelling. We would be saying this is what they're doing, and then when it doesn't happen that way, we would say, "Oh, plans
and the problem too, when you get into arguments with the AEW Stanatics, and I'm a big AEW fan, man, but I try to be, I try to be optimistic, but even though I may come across negative about it, but it's hard not to when you're, I don't know. And all AEW kind of did was reminded me of how fucking good WWE is. You know what I mean? That's all AEW did, rather. I might have misspoke there, but yeah. And the second fight, sorry guys who are keeping up with me, the second fight on my 4-fight parlay is going down right now. Pedro Munoz versus Kyler Phillips. And it's a pretty good fight. A guy just got poked in the eye, though, UFC 299. Anyways, back to pro wrestling. Yeah, UFC and WWE, though, they're the same company. So
I gotta bounce out for a bit. If you guys are still on in a little bit, I'll pop back in. But yeah, I gotta go spend a little time with Mrs. Movie Monster tonight.
Absolutely, man. You go take care and say hello to Mrs. Movie Monster for us. Everybody, a round of applause for Marv. He may be back later.
We'll see you guys around.
See you, brother. But yeah, basically, I don't know. As we were talking about, I just definitely think that they have good problems in coming out of WrestleMania, no matter what. And damn, this dude got poked in the eye, but he's still fighting his last fucking fight. He got poked in the eye, I'm pretty sure too, and he just quit. So I'm a little distracted here at the moment, though. But I got a 4-fight parlay. If I hit this one, it's 2 out of 4. But yeah, man, Marv, though.
Play, man. This is our podcast.
Yeah, we will, dude. How did you enjoy Marv there, Hairline? Marv's the fucking man, hey? What are you talking about, man? Marv the mad
funny there.
Yes, dude.
Man, so for someone who's been listening to Jim Cornette for like 5 years now, it's just funny like how we all like weave into each other all from underneath his umbrella. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. It's pretty much what it is. And people who listen to Dutch Mantel.
Dutchman, yeah. Honestly, I need to give that shit a try sometime. I should check out Arn Anderson too.
So we had some other stuff we were going to talk about there. Marv wanted to jump in on the Meltzer trashing. I guess we didn't play out the music. We should. Sorry, guys. I'm munching a sandwich. My beautiful, lovely girlfriend made me a giant sandwich. I mean, it's cool. I was just going to quickly play this. We have to play the segment now, which we didn't do. It's the live show. We're doing it live, damn it. Everything's different. No, I got a good buzz on, man. What are you sipping on, Hairline? What are you drinking tonight?
I'm drinking a Blue Moon, which is
right on.
a Belgian white. It's basically just tastes like orange.
Yeah, those are the shit, dude. I love those. Get them in a pint. Yeah, this is a great fight, but I might. No, but this guy keeps poking in the eyes.
You guys call them pints?
Yeah, and this dude keeps trying to fight. What do you call it?
A beer bottle, a 6-pack?
No. A pint's like a fucking pint. You know, it's like a measurement, like a certain glass of pint.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got 6 ounces, bud.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't go by the ounces, bud. But I know we're in Canada, we call Mickeys what you guys call fifths. But then ever since me and you became friends like 10 years ago, I started calling them fifths in Canada. I'm like, you got a fifth of whatever, and they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Man, you're blowing my mind.
Hairline.
You guys have 40 ounces?
Oh, yeah, of course. Like, we got 40 ounces and shit, obviously.
We got 32 ounces.
Like in one bottle.
Yeah. We don't have 40s anymore down here in the U.S.
Why?
I don't know, man. You know, it's fucking bullshit. I don't know. The difference between those 8 ounces is really makes or breaks her.
So, going to the chats, and then I have more shit though. I have more stuff bookmarked I wanted to talk about. I was hoping Marv he'll pop back in later. So we have a cool babyface icebreaker. It isn't a catchphrase. Okay, Alyssa, I was referring to the people. Okay, we read that before, referring to the people saying stuff. All the way down here. Corny and Dutch are the best. Meltzer deserves it. Cult of meat with extra cheese. Is poking in the eyes an illegal move? Yeah, dude, that's super illegal. Did Meltzer block you on Twitter? Yes, he did. I asked him a couple questions. Man, you know, I never go. If you guys look, like, you might see me argue a lot. You know, I like debate and shit. But the thing is, like, I never go vicious on people. Honest to God, though, it gets impressions. I want them to check out the podcast and shit.
You're
it's a controversial guy. Whatever.
That's why we're successful.
Here's the thing, though. These motherfuckers, I don't know. These motherfuckers can't accuse. I don't have a blue check, so you can't accuse me of just like doing it for the Twitter money or anything like that. Whatever. But shout out to anyone who does. Like, I don't hate on that grind, but I just don't
getting their money.
I don't want to be beholden to that shit. You know, where people go, "Oh, you're just doing it for the blue check," because I feel like that. Like, I look at someone like Meltzer says what, and he's the perfect example of like, yeah, I guarantee the impressions he gets every month could afford his blue check, but he just doesn't get it. You know, people say to me, "Oh, can't afford a blue check." It's like, yeah, I could afford a blue check making fun of you on YouTube. You know, it's not a big deal. So, but yeah, I definitely, I like debate and stuff, but I never go vicious on people unless they go vicious on me first. Like, always, dude. I don't go like, "Oh, fuck you, dumb motherfucker." Like, I'll just disagree. We can disagree. Me and Marv were disagreeing today about Kenny Omega. He disagreed with me on the show about Kenny Omega. You can disagree. You know, people disagree. But yeah, man, some of these people though, they go fucking vicious. And Dave, though, I never went vicious on him. What had happened was basically the first time we really interacted, I just basically asked him, I was like, he was basically insinuating like, oh, this news, something just kind of about WWE. But I just asked him, I said, yo, have you ever purposefully not reported something to help a pro wrestling company one way or the other? You know, that's what I said to Dave on Twitter. He fucking blocked me. And then I was just laughing at him all the time. Like, or he didn't respond to that, but he responded to me before, like once or twice, and then he didn't respond to that. So I was like, okay, like I'm asking you, like, have you ever withheld information to try and help the perception of one wrestling company, or however I worded it? And he didn't want to answer that question. And then so I would just start like laughing at his shit. Like I would never be like, Dave's a fucking clown. Now I say it because he blocked me. That's why. So just like if I block you, you can call me a fucking clown all day. Now I can't see it now. You know what I mean? So
Walking clown emoji.
yeah, so that he did block me. Yeah, Dave did. So I can't see his shit. Meltzer blocked Sean Rossap blocked me. And but then he would unblock me and send me shit or talk shit and then block again. And then Fightful blocked me, and I was like, the news? I'm not allowed to watch the news. I'm not sure how I haven't been blocked by Meltzer yet. Yeah, you guys, listen, I'm not telling any of you guys go out there and be dicks. For real, we got it. Don't go out.
Be dicks.
Be the doper people. Like, be the people who are like, who just have, like, if someone talks some shit to you, go at them. But just always,
don't lower yourself to their level.
Like always let them go at you. This is for all the PWT Top Pod listeners in the comments listening worldwide. Yeah. All you guys just like don't be the person who like gets attacked a bit before you even swing back, you know? Just let them know, like, but speak your mind. Don't let people bully you into not saying what the fuck you want to say. You know, we'd probably have more listeners if we just shilled one way or the other. You know,
facts.
Yeah, but we don't do that. So SRS and Meltzer are the same person. Yeah. SRS is fucking Meltzer's young person avatar.
My God, it's like fucking. What's that movie where like the dude that plays the young Professor X has got the multiple personalities?
Yeah. Days of
What
Future
is that?
Past or whatever.
But like it's a horror movie where
Split. It's called Split. It's with
Okay, so yeah, it's like that.
Yeah. M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah, it's a good movie.
But wrestling journalist.
Yeah, so how about shout out, and hopefully Marv comes back later too, but we could pick his brain. But if he doesn't, that was a treat having him here. Hey, Hairline, I was waiting for you two to interact because he's a guy I'm like, man, this guy fits right in with us and what we're doing over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, popping me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It was good shit. And he's a draw too. What can you say? Okay, this guy's asking a question. This guy right here, shout you out, Isaiah. He's on every fucking platform that we do anything. This guy's asking me questions. You know what I mean? So he values what we have to say on this show. And I appreciate that. Yeah, because there's, there is some hearsay, there is some not. I have you guys probably saw, as you could see my Twitter bookmarks, and you guys saw my DMs for a second there actually, but there's an account called Don Stevens who has been leaking things. I'm DMing with this person. I'll reveal our conversation. No, we had an off-record conversation, but stick around and I might talk about that in a bit. But Isaiah, is WWE interested in signing CMLL star Stephanie Vacquer? I have no fucking idea, bro. She's going to face Julia for the strong belt tomorrow. I have no fucking idea. And here's the thing, Isaiah, you ask me such intense questions sometimes where I'm like, fuck, bro, you're a real wrestling fan, aren't you? Like, you're up on the shits. You know, I might have to consult you, buddy. But that's a great question. Don't know who Stephanie Vacquer is. And maybe, is she good? How old is she? I have no idea. But thank you so much for the question. Wasn't Meltzer briefly on WWE's payroll? I heard that somewhere before, but I don't know if it's true. I don't recall that ever. I recall like during the steroid trial, Vince was pissed at him. He's a guy that like WWE and WCW, even Bischoff admits like he tried to work with the Meltzer, but it's just Meltzer would always do things in a fucking goofy way to where they're just like, we can't fuck with this guy. Your thoughts on who's going to open WrestleMania Night 1? Who's going to open the whole show? Wish you the best, Pro. Happy to help. Wish you the best and hope your channel grow. Also, look up Walter Clyde. He's a good booker when it comes to prediction. Awesome, man. Thank you so much. What is your first language, Isaiah, if you don't mind me asking? And Pro, I told you, bruv, my name's Phil, and this is Hairline. So, but don't worry, don't apologize. Just, I'm Phil. Your thoughts on who's going to open Mania Night 1? I don't know what kind of question. I don't even know. Like, I don't know. It's all down to the who's got the pencil. That's Triple H. And I mean, I could see Logan Paul opening. Yeah, that's a good one. I would maybe agree with that. Someone big, but you got to think they'll, with the amount of talent on their roster, I could see them doing like one match on the kickoff show of each night of Mania. So each night there'll be a kickoff, and then each night there'll be a match on the kickoff before. I could see them doing that because the roster's so deep right now. English, African American. Excellent, my friend.
Oh,
I could see Logan Paul opening. Yes, I could too. Question. There's a lot of NWA wrestlers like Nick Aldis and Matty Renkowski still. WWE signed more NWA wrestlers down the road. I mean, why not? If they're young and they're good, yeah. If they're like Nick Aldis, I could see them giving him like a match or like a moment or something, maybe like a tag match or something down the line. But I think he's just good in this role he's in now. But who's in NWA now? EC3? Like, I'm not hating, but who's in NWA? You know, like Tyrus is still there, not hating on Tyrus. There you go. Yeah. So I just don't know. There's
Violent
no, I was just asking, bro, because the last couple of questions I was like, I was
Violent
a little
J and
confused
Vampiro.
Yeah. They kind of made the opening match into a mini main event, especially when Brock was part-timing. I mean, is that a thing? Hairline, is that correct? You tell me.
Yeah, no. Okay, one more time.
So
Sorry,
Robbie
guys,
C says they have kind of made the opening match into a mini main event, especially when Brock was part-timing. I'm trying to recall. Is that true fully? Yeah. I know they did it last year, but who opened the year before?
I don't want to say Robbie C's wrong, but my more or less assumption with Brock is like he just wants to like get his shit done with and get on the fucking plane and head back to good old Saskatoon there.
Yeah,
right?
Regina, Saskatchewan. He's laughing. Yeah, roll. Yeah, bro. What's up, Robbie C? Yeah, guys, we appreciate you all rocking with us so much. This is crazy, man. This has been so awesome. We're just gonna keep going. Well, we can e-fap some videos too. I might do some gaming. Like, I don't know. We got time to chill. We got time to kill, right? Facts, it might have just been a Brock special. Yeah, it could have just been one. So, Hairline, do you want some more? Like, we were going through bookmarks. We were talking about. Do you want to hear some? Stephen P. New, Brian Last. Meltzer said what? You want to hear some stuff about that?
Yeah, let's just keep chucking through everything we got, man.
Okay, well, at Meltzer said what? Says Brian Gerwitz getting the A material ready for Bix when Kevin Kelly when Kevin Kelly shows up to interview The Rock. So here's Bix and Span trashing Kevin Kelly, who we were talking about earlier. By the way, I already dislike. This is David Bix, who's got me blocked. He says, by the way, I already disliked Kevin Kelly personally before he started with AEW because of that time where he sent his followers after me for pointing out, even in character, that lead announcers shouldn't be saying they hope nobody cancels NJPW World over House of Torture's antics. With hindsight, and then he says, with hindsight, I think it's pretty clear that he was freaked out because the English New Japan Pro Wrestle feed isn't monitored by the office, so he was normally able to say whatever, but a vaguely prominent at the time verified Twitter account pointing it out made them more likely to find out. So he's just basically ranting like a little bitch.
Like
So
Tony
the great Brian Last responds and says, Yenta said the same thing about us. We, quote, sent our followers after him because we dared to respond when he was being a cunt. He wants badly to be an online bully, but immediately has a meltdown and tries to make himself the victim whenever anyone fires back. Just ask my lawyer.
Sounds about right.
And then Stephen P. New responded to that and was like, I'll be happy to something, something, something. You know, he said something or another, got his little bit in. What do you think? Some people think Stephen P. New's a little geek for sticking his nose in this kind of shit on Twitter. What do you think?
Well, first off, isn't the guy that initially did the first tweet like being a little dork on Twitter? You know?
I don't know, man. We're all fucking dorks on Twitter.
Yeah, we're all a bunch of fucking marks. I don't know. It's like a mark calling another mark a mark. We're all fucking, you know.
Yeah, that's why we call you fucking marks. Okay.
Yeah, you fucking marks.
Bixen Span is the worst. Him and Wrestling Otaku. I keep trying to get Wrestling Otaku on the show. I'm like, come on the pod, dude. Because he's such a little fucking guy, man.
I can't wait to get SRS on here.
I would love it. I would love to
That'd be
just
great.
talk to him. Yeah, because I know he'd freak out and be like, "Oh, you little bitch! You think fucking," and then I would just be like, chill and like, okay. So like, are you good now? So like, and then I'd just play him the clip and be like, so you did say this, and then a month later you did say this. Then I'll play him the other clip and go, so is that not flip flopping a little bit, bro? Little bruv? And then so you did say the Charlotte thing's a rumor and Sasha Banks did get attacked because you said you heard a rumor and then everyone reported it because they think you're the news. Right, Sean?
You got it planned out. You got it all ready.
Right, I do. I would just tell him, like, bro, we got to keep it real for a second. Like, you can call me a bitch and apologize. You can say all that to me all you want, but like, we can. I'm not the one who reports the news.
Yeah, we're just two marks.
Me, not me.
I can't see either of us ever like trying to get into a ring to like take time away from the boys. You know,
the only way I'd ever get in a ring is they'd give me the money and then I'd donate it, and then they would. Okay, hold on. The decision, and then someone would have to beat my ass. Hold on. The decision for this fight.
Decision.
Fuck.
Incision.
Yeah, the decision, dude. The wrong guy won, but I still have my I can win my money back as long as the next two that I picked win. I'll win my money back plus a little bit. You know? So that was that safety I put on there. Yeah, so atta boy there, bud. So speaking of fucking Tony Khan and all the stuff everybody tunes in to hear us listen to. Yeah. Shout out everyone if you're here, man. Hit like on the YouTube video. We're at 21 likes, so we're at 27 watching. That's good. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, everybody, make sure you check us out on X and all the places if you don't follow us already, and just make sure you're talking in the chat, saying what's up. Anyways,
all of that.
Moving along. Per Fightful Select. Mike Santana from Proud and Powerful, Santana and Ortiz, is now gone from AEW. His contract expired and he did not re-sign.
Interesting.
What do you make of that, Hairline? He was speaking out on X. He was laughing at the notion of people fining him for his social media antics. He was he just basically, him and Angel Ortiz got in a fight because Santana, I guess, wants more, and he isn't comfortable just sitting around and getting paid to not, just chilling catering. Whereas Ortiz is like, hey, man, I'm getting a check and I'm not beating up my body. And they got in like a physical altercation, and then they worked it into a match that I think they had it on like fucking Rampage or something. Like no one gave a shit, and then they've just been not on TV ever since. Which is so dumb. They were in your main faction with Jericho, weren't they?
Right. Yeah, they were.
So, like, well, what the fuck? So, I mean, there you go, buddy. So now Santana's gone. What do you think?
And
about
they
that?
used to be a tag team in GCW with what the fuck was his name?
Ed Impact.
Yeah, that too.
with Homicide and shit, like Hernandez, and it was
Yeah, they also
were
did
called
that.
LAX.
Yeah. So definitely fucking. I guess seasoned vets in a way. Like
Do you
not
think he tries to go to WWE, or do you think he just goes the indie route? No? We may have lost Hairline, folks, for a moment. It's all good. So they could pay Okaku $4 million. Who's Okaku? The Oscars are on tonight, I guess. Collision's trending. Is anyone watching Collision? Are there any colliders in the chat? Let me know. Sammy Guevara. Or here, I'll read some chats. I don't know where Hairline is. Just make some noise when you're back, buddy. We got some legs shit or something. LTK SRS is so sassy it makes him more annoying than the others. Yeah. In other wrestling news, Adam from the Garden of Eden looked like Bret Hart. Yeah, dude, he is dad. Everyone tried to clown Marty McFlyer. What's up, Airline? Everyone tried to clown Marty McFlyer. He's like, Marty McFlyer was like, who's a fucking Grammy award winner. He won 2 Grammys in one night, you fucking assholes. But no, most people liked him, but some people were like, oh, fuck this guy. And they were like, oh, that's cringe. He said Bret Hart was his dad. But boom, bitch, Adam from the Garden of Eden was fucking Bret Hart. And that's everybody's dad. So what's up? Christ is king. Just kidding. I won't get pulled off YouTube. Another talented dude team. Tony fumbled multiple times. Yeah, so they could pay Okaku. Okay, I read that. The first there is, the first there was, the first there ever will be. The first there is, the first there was, and the first there ever will be. That's hilarious. Has anybody who's been involved with Jericho been elevated? No. Been elevated at all. Second version of TNA's LAX with Conan, Homicide, Loki, and Diamante.
Probably Sammy. Right?
I stopped watching Collision after they fired Punk. No, dude, because here, in other news, ready? AEW star Sammy Guevara has been suspended in connection to the February 14 match he had against Jeff Hardy. During the match, Jeff Hardy sustained an injury and concussion protocol was not followed, which resulted in Sammy Guevara hitting his finisher on Hardy, which we are told shouldn't have happened. This is per Fightful, and it definitely has nothing to do with Sasha Banks coming in this week and Sammy saying he would R-word her. Your thoughts on that, Hairline? So Sammy, no, he ain't over. You're trying to say he's over? Everyone agrees with me, bro. He can't be face or
saying. No. You said the listener asked if anyone had ever been elevated from working with Jericho, and I would say Sammy, because Sammy was the guy in the panda hat that opened AEW's like first show or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And now look at him. He's injuring Hardy's. And
yeah, he's the guy in the vest wrestling on fucking Rampage, injuring Jeff Hardy.
Let's talk about this.
He took out both fucking Hardys, concussed them, and then kept wrestling them.
So you're telling me he hasn't been elevated? That's all I was getting at. Okay.
Yeah, fair. I'll give you that one, bro. Jera Hogan, yeah. That version of LAX ended up feuding with Kingston, Hernandez, and Homicide, who turned on them as the OGs. Sammy was supposed to be one of the strong points in AEW for years to come, but nope. SMH. Sammy and Darby were my favorites in early AEW, and man, how the greats have fallen. Yeah, they fucking fell, bro. You know what, dude? Name any star. People say Darby and MJF, but name a star AEW created that like turned them into like a draw or anything. No one. And I know it's only been 5 years, but Tony should have started humble. They should have did those big ass shows to start, and then they immediately should have sized down and then built up to that big fucking. And just having weird like, our WrestleMania's like double or nothing, but then it's actually like all in, but then a week later we do a show called All Out. It's like have some branding, have some every year he has a new pay-per-view. So we're just like, I guess
new pay-per-view, several press scrums, and a tournament. There's gonna be very many tournaments.
Hairline, we're gonna e-fap our own video of 10 minutes of Tony Khan. Let's e-fap that together. We'll do it in a moment. Hairline, I want you to talk to the good folk for a couple minutes, and then we can e-fap that video / keep firing through more news. But I have so many headlines that we can just keep going through them as the night progresses as well. But yeah, Hairline, talk to the people, read some chats, and fucking respond to them if you like. I'm going to go bleed the lizard, and I'm going to grab myself a couple more beer, cold beer. Yeah, what? But I don't have the what on the soundboard. So, yeah.
All right, so into the comments we'll go here, guys. All right, so 17 says the version of LA. Oh yeah, he read that one already. My bad, guys. Anyways, we'll start with Robbie C then. MJF until they buried him and the whole devil thing. Yeah, I agree. They they fucked that all up hard. What I always said here with the whole devil thing is like it was the classic Vince McMahon and where you're selling the sizzle and not actually the steak. As in we enjoyed the ride more than the destination, you know what I'm saying? So as far as that with the devil thing. And whatnot there. I'm sorry, you guys, my screen went black. Anyways. Godless Scummer said none of Tony's 4 pillars seem to be doing well at this moment. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, let's break that down there. Darby's about to go fucking freeze to death in Mount Everest. MJF's injured and then probably going to pop up in WWE. We can hope so, right? Keep our fingers crossed. I don't exactly feel the need to go on about Sammy again. You know, we discussed that with Sammy already. And then fucking Jungle Boy. You know, he's over in New Japan right now. I saw he just joined some faction. As I've stated, I used to be a New Japan mark. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I can tell you what the faction that he just joined is. I haven't watched it in a few years now. Doing this podcast, it's hard to juggle all that shit. But anyways, moving forward here. The Real World Championship storyline was the best thing on television. Yeah, pretty good. I enjoyed it. For as much as you can enjoy some fucking AEW, you know. Oh, Jake said the devil really was the higher power, and it's all like, yeah, I got it. Is Adam Cole the higher power, or like, oh god, I feel bad for that guy. He left WWE for this guy. That's awful. LTK says Jungle Boy really put the boy in Jungle Boy. There's no amount of facial hair that would make him look badass. Whew. I don't know, man. You guys, oh, all right. Let's break this down logically. It is, however, impressive that the 6 to 8 months he was gone, he did grow those patches that he did grow. Correct? You know. However, they aren't impressive. It is impressive that he grew them. Smell what I'm stepping in. My man 17 says Jungle Boy joined the House of Torture, which is Evil's Japanese Bullet Club side group. Oh, that's dope, dude. Yeah, so back to making it about me. The last New Japan shit I watched was actually
it's our show, bro. Make it all about you, dude. That's what you got to do.
Which I am. Would be the Naito versus Evo feud, and that's back when like it was all like there's two different Bullet Club factions. It was like Switchblades, versus Evil's fucking Bullet Club and whatnot. So it's cool that fucking Evil's still doing his thing. Unfortunately, it's not cool to hear that he's rocking with fucking Real Glass. I think Phil disappeared
So
again.
did you like that Darby Allin spot or what?
All right, there we go.
You're talking about Real Glass. You like that Darby Allin spot?
Oh, did you come back with more sandwich?
Bro, the sandwich never went away. Yeah, no, I came back with more beers and stuff, dude. We're chilling. I'm watching fights.
Oh yeah, I got one more beer myself, bud. No, yeah, so I was just going through the comments and whatnot.
Right on.
And they were just talking about Jungle Boy and New Japan and whatnot. And then
Yeah, I see. He joined House of Torture. Huh?
right.
Just kidding. No, I'm not a hater. I like Evil. Evil's good shit.
Well, that's the thing about okay, so Robbie C just said, I'm sure all the people in the first 3 rows love the glass, and it's all like, God, here I go making it about me again. But you guys break down some fucking deathmatch wrestling or any of that. It's like you're constantly getting shattered with glass and fucking all this other shit, and it's all like,
Yeah, but don't you think that that's like, okay, some of that shit flew in one of their eyes. And some people complained, apparently. Like, filed complaints, like, what the fuck? I had glass fly at me and shit. Is that, like, you don't think that that's, like... all I'm saying is that, like, if there's glass and dust and shit flying around, people have to be... You have to wear hard hats and, like, wear eyewear and shit. Like, for sure, you know? Now, I'm not saying, like... You know me, dude. I don't give a fuck. And I'm like, yeah, dude. Like, I don't care if shit sprays on me. If I was... I wouldn't care if glass flew at me. As long as... But if it hit me... All I'm saying is, like, Conor McGregor threw a fucking dolly at a bus window. It shattered. It flew in a bunch of fighters' faces. It wasn't even nearly as rank as all that glass that flew on the crowd, if you watch the video back. And a bunch of UFC fighters sued Conor McGregor and got his fucking money. So that's all I'm saying, dude. Like, oh, we got Marv back. We got Marv back, so we're going to add him here. But Hairline, what do you think about what I just said, though? Like, you don't think that the glass flying in the face is a big deal, or no? You think it's just like, fuck it. Cruel would...
okay, so like, logically analyzing it, obviously
it didn't fly in anyone's faces, though. Let's fucking clear that. Let me just make that clear.
But it's like we're comparing deathmatch like chuds to fucking AEW neckbeard marks. You know what I'm saying? They're different kind of people. You know, it's like.
Can you familiarize the listeners with what a chud is exactly?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the chubby guy with the piss jug that's fucking, you know, hanging ringside. Fucking, it's like just a term for like the deathmatch marks. You know, like it's the people like the subculture, like the 30 people that travel around the country going to all the shows and whatnot.
So
you know?
what do you say to Alt Jake and Godless Scummer here, who say that death matches aren't normally in front of 16K and financed by a billionaire? I'd be calling Stephen P. New like yesterday. And that glass flying about is a lawsuit waiting to happen. What do you think about that, Hairline?
That's like, you know, kind of more or less where I was going. It's like we're comparing, you know, chuds to neckbeards. Like they're two different.
To like a woman who like,
right.
Yeah, you know, doesn't
Metallica
really care about
wrestling,
wrestling, got a front row seat because, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue that. I mean, it's not something that triggered me. What I tweeted out was, and I went and did the Susio Boys pod, and we didn't talk much wrestling, but off of the air, we did talk wrestling. And dude goes, "Yo, I was about to come at you on Twitter." He was like, "Because I saw you said that the security guard." Now, Hairline, you've buried that security guard, that big jack one who like. Yeah. So I was like, it's crazy. He was just sitting there after that glass flew everywhere, and he didn't like check on anyone or anything. Now, someone like, I don't know, the guy in the suit, Sloan. His name's Sloan. Actually, shut him out. He's 1/3 of the Susio Boys pod, and he off podcast though. He was like, "Yeah, I was gonna come at you on Twitter for that." He was like, "What do you expect him to do?" And I was like, I don't know, man, but like if all that I would have at least just like looked at the front row and been like, you guys are cool, right? And then they say yes, and then that's on camera. So that I can then go and say, because now people apparently have complained about the glass. So it's, and they're like it's saying in the chat here, there could be a lawsuit. So I would be like, I don't know, if I was the security, I'd have at least been like, you guys are good. They tell me yes on camera. And then it's kind of, maybe I'm thinking about it too deep, but it's like, I'd have at least checked on them. I'm the security. You got to be like, yo, are you guys okay from the glass? And then it could prevent a lawsuit. Who knows? I'm not saying Tony's going to get sued and they're going to, but it's just some shit he could settle anyways easily. But all I'm getting at is like people did complain. So I don't know what you think about that. But yeah, these guys are saying it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. If the glass hits someone in the eye, Conor McGregor got sued for that same shit, you know? So I don't know. I don't know how much they're warning before the show saying, oh, you're responsible for your own shit. If any items fly at you, it's like, you know, it's like if a piece of a table flies at me and I lose an eye or something, like, no, you're responsible for that. So
welcome to AEW. May the odds be ever in your favor.
Yeah. So what do you so Hairline, what do you say to that? Like what I just said? Or are you just like, nah, dude? It's, or like at this level, or what you saying, like at this level with 16K people in the building, you got to maybe take more precautions than like a deathmatch indie show, the Carnage Cup.
Well, no, yeah, for definitely not a Carnage Cup level. But like, like
listen, nobody's responsible for shit that happens at a Carnage Cup. Okay,
yeah,
that's on God. That's on you and God.
So as far as the to all three people at the Carnage Cup, as far as the security guard at the AEW show, it's all like, Doug, you're punched in.
He was just sitting there. It was like, you didn't like look at anybody, go like, hey, are you okay? You know, I don't know. That would have been my first instinct as the security. But yeah, I don't know though. It's not something that triggers me tremendously though.
Are you talking about the glass doesn't trigger you?
No, it doesn't trigger me tremendously as far as like the glass flew on the people. That's fucked. But I'm like a weirdo, dude. Like, I don't know. There are at concerts, people spit shit on me, and I'm like, I
mean, I believe there are two uncontrollable elements that should never be involved in wrestling. One of them is glass, and the other one is fire.
Yeah, and we've had this when Masada burnt his face off. Yeah. We talked about it on the pod. We were like,
I mean, how many of these indie guys do you see now that are like lighting themselves on fire and doing like a frog splash?
Do you know who said that on our podcast? The one and only Rev.
Yeah, of all people.
Dan Wilson, who invented the Phenomenal One moniker for AJ Styles. He was on the podcast and he brought that up, and he's participated in like the death of like Tremont and Cruel, like death matches. He's been a part of shit like that, and he's like, right. Yeah, glass and fire make me nervous. Like even he said it
because they are uncontrollable. You can control a table, you can control a chair, right. You can control, but like once you start involving glass and like the light tubes. I mean, I don't know if they use the light tubes as much anymore, but like in the early 2000s, that was like, oh, the light tubes and the thumbtacks, you got to do it all. Like,
yeah,
they
do the tubes now.
Oh yeah, it's probably worse than ever now.
I saw a match one time. It was called TLC 3. Okay.
Yeah.
And so instead of just tables, ladders, and chairs, it was tables, tacks, and torches, ladders, light tubes, and light bulbs.
Okay.
Chairs, chains, and what was the other C? It's gonna bug the crap out of me now. And
it's gotta be like cables or something.
It was like
chairs,
something ridiculous. Something
cage.
Ridiculous.
Was it in a cage?
No, it was not in a cage.
Okay, yeah, something. It's something like crazy.
And at that point, and I mean, we're talking like early 2000s here. I was like, I think we're getting a little out of hand here. Like it's the escalation is what I've always talked about with wrestling. Is that Mick Foley jumps off a Hell in a Cell, right? It's the most amazing, insane thing anyone's ever seen. And
don't do it again, pal.
Yeah, now we have to top that. We have to top that to get another big thing. So now the Hardys and Edge and Christian go out there and do a ladder match, and they do all these crazy things. And then we do the TLC match, and then TLC 2. And now the indie guys who are now growing up on this, they are taking it to the next level and escalating in a much less controlled environment. And don't even get me started on Backyard kids. I mean, I don't think there's as much backyard wrestling now as there was in like the early 2000s.
I don't know if there is either, but yeah, I used to backyard wrestle. I didn't get too hardcore, but we did a little bit of hardcore shit, you know?
Yeah.
But I didn't get too crazy with it.
I mean, they used to have those like best of backyard wrestling like VHS tapes back in the early 2000s or DVDs, and you watch it was just people, oh my gosh, it was like it was bum fights basically. I mean,
oh my god. The Robbie C says, haha, I was just about to say tubes and glass make me think of backyard for sure. Yeah, it does. Do you guys remember when AEW did the fucking Nick Gage match with Jericho and he was pizza cuttering him during the Domino's commercial?
Okay, oh, can I make an admission here that is going to probably shock the audience a little bit?
Let's hear it.
I kind of like Nick Gage.
Dude, I don't hate on him either. Hairline's gonna body him. I know Hairline's.
Here's the thing.
I'm cool with him.
I don't hate death matches, but I don't think it's wrestling. Like I don't watch a death match the way I would watch a pro wrestling show. I watch a death match the way I would watch that superhuman kid who jumps into like the TVs and like light
Hairline thinks
like
he's
or bum
trash
fights
too. You know what? Hairline has showed me some sophisticated
respecting my culture.
Yeah, Hairline is like a sophisticated deathmatch guy, and he's shown me some shit like the Carnage Cup, which he's like, no, this is just trash and funny. You know, he's like, some of it's good, but it's just trash, funny bullshit. You know, and then he's shown me the Death of, which is like a cinematic match where Tremont fucking dies. The death of Tremont. Spoiler alert. It's been out since Halloween, but fuck, man, it's like good shit. It's like Dusty versus Kane in a forest. You know, that's what it reminded me of, and it was like an old slasher flick cinematic type match. You know, so I don't know, man. There's levels to it. Definitely, Hairline can point it out better than I can. But to me, I kind of agree with you. I have to brace myself. And over on the Patreon, we'll watch some deathmatch shit, and Hairline will be laughing because they'll be doing spots with like gussets where they're sticking the gussets. Make me cringe, dude. And they're sticking gussets in their chest and shit. And I've
seen guys with like literal machetes, like
the machete board. What is it, Hairline? What is it?
Yeah, the knife board, the machete board.
The knife board. They slamming them on knife boards.
Mouse traps. Mouse traps was one of them. They would like set up the mouse traps and then they would like body slam the guy in them.
Yeah, Hairline. What were you watching?
I was watching some UK death match earlier, and they had a coffee board. You know, instead of the knife, they had coffee cups. Fucking nuts.
UK death matches. I'm like even trying to like I'm trying to decide whether it's like a joke of like it's like a very polite death match, like oh yes quite, or if it's like the Scottish soccer hooligans where it's like give us a kiss, laddie.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god.
Again, bro.
Yeah. Get the light shoot, bruv.
It's
getting hardcore to get the tables.
I mean, like, look, we've all seen like GCW or whatever that is. Like, when Nick Gage. I watched I watched the Nick Gage Moxley match from GCW.
Or Cardona does good shit, but he's had like two death matches. I
mean, look, I dedicated an entire lyric in the Jericho song about Matt Cardona because he was doing an amazing gimmick on the Indies, and Chris Jericho stole it for AEW. Like,
and what was that? The demo guy, the indie guy?
No, it was the like I'm a sports entertainer.
Right. Yeah.
Like he was doing like the I'm a sports entertainer thing in GCW, which was like a super overheel thing. Yeah. And then Jericho just like swooped in and was like, this is mine now. Like it was like insane. There was no way he didn't know. There was no way like Cody didn't say to him like, hey, this is Matt's thing.
Jericho is wilding out. What do you guys think about him like wrestling all these random CMLL guys? Like tomorrow he's fighting Titan, and the week before he fought Atlas Jr., Atlas Senior's son, who Jericho feuded with back in CMLL as La Corazon de Leon, the Lion.
was it you?
Thing. Yeah, are you guys ready? You guys want to know a secret? I'm about to drop a secret. I'm as big of a fucking mark as Excalibur, but I objectively understand that the way he does shit is not appealing to people. You can't do that shit, dude. So I know every move too. Tope con hero. I know every fucking thing ever, but it's just, you can't, that's not appealing to the masses. If you can't objectively admit that, and all these people, I get my Twitter blocked over Kevin Kelly. Why? Because he's realistic,
Phil, was it you today who said something about like, oh, AEW Dynamite is being sponsored by Google? Somebody said it on Twitter today, and it popped me because you have to Google who all these guys are and like all the histories because they're not going to explain it to you.
So what do you think all these marks are going? They're about to get a $200 million TV deal. But what WBD's talking about is they want to turn True TV into more sports. And they want to feature sports and more sports entertainment on there.
And I was like, True TV Championship tournament.
There's a quote where it was like, I can't remember who said it, but they were like, if it goes to True TV, like I would rather not be on TV than be on True TV. That's what someone famously said. Can't remember who the fuck said that, but if they put AEW on True TV, I mean that's fucking TNA level, Dixie Carter level.
Oh, Phil, got some breaking news.
What's up?
Matt Hardy gone from AEW.
Yes, I have that book marked, right? Matt Hardy.
As of 36 minutes ago, he put up a thing. I want to say thank you to the AEW fans. I appreciate you, especially the Die Hardy fans, Jeff and I that followed us to AEW. I'll never forget how much love you showed me after I was injured at All Out 20. I thought he wasn't injured at All Out 2020. I thought that didn't happen. On the next week's AEW Dynamite.
I own the broken gimmick. Make sure you delete me off of the website. I reported on Friday, spoiler warning, about a number of AEW wrestlers whose contracts are set to expire without much interest in renewal. Matt Hardy is one of many who don't have long left. So I had that bookmarked on the 6th. That's Tom Collahue. So I was going to talk about that. So it's official now. Your breaking news. He is gone. And I see Fightful here is saying his contract is currently set to expire. So yeah, dude, they did not renew him. So originally it was Matt is there, and then Jeff came, and then so they both wanted out of WWE. Matt goes to AEW, Jeff comes, and then Matt's gone, Jeff's still there, and he's got to wait for him to come back to WWE, or what? Do you guys think they go Hall of Fame?
Oh, they're not going. They'll get that Hall of Fame induction next year, probably, or next time WrestleMania goes to like the Carolinas area. Maybe
I will delete. What do you guys? Speaking of Hall of Fame, your fucking Hardy, your Hardy impression's way too good.
Oh, my Matt Hardy, it's basically.
Dude, I thought mine was good, and that one just bodies
my Matt. It's basically good. Like I developed it during the Edge Lita situation where I just like made him like the biggest sad sack like in history. Oh no.
And what did we say? Yeah, that's hilarious, dude. What did we say on the pod too, Marv? We were like, Edge always gets over on Hardy.
Edge always ends up winning. Like we used to make jokes about it too. Like I remember when Matt got like a DUI, he got arrested for DUI. We used to say, "Oh God, it was Edge dressed as a Mountie, like on horseback."
Oh my good God. Hey, Matt, so I had those firings. I had those firings here, and
they're not firings. Tony's a good guy. He doesn't fire people.
Well, Kevin Kelly was fired though. Kevin Kelly was fired.
Kevin Kelly was fired.
Yeah. So that is one, and then I thought there was another one. I may be tripping, but speaking of like contracts and flipping around and people going around, what do you guys? And I really need to know what Hairline thinks about this. I didn't get a chance to ask him. So Bianca Belair does this interview. Bianca Belair. Jesus Christ. Sasha Banks, aka Mercedes.
Oh, now you're racist. Interview. Now you're racist.
Am I?
What are you trying to say? They all look alike?
No, I'm looking at a Bianca. Dude, come on, don't do that.
That's enough. That's it.
I'm Aboriginal, bro.
You can't.
That's Hairline. Hairline's the one always saying Sheeta looks like fucking. He's like, yeah, they have little boy bodies and shit. I don't know. Say shit like that.
Me under the bus.
No, it's because I have this Bianca Belair people being racist to her story just above this Mercedes Moné story.
No, I get it. No, I'm just giving you crap.
I know you are,
have a little boy body,
but you're gonna fucking yeah, exactly. I'm like, dude, come on. If anybody, Hairline's about to go in on some shit. But anyways though, so Mercedes Moné, Sasha Banks, and then we'll talk about Bianca Belair because I'm a fucking botchamania. Matthew, where you at? So this is at Machiavelli DTA posted this. But it's a quote of Mercedes Moné did an interview on a podcast, and she goes, they ask her about WWE, and she goes, I know I'm going to be back there one day, so it's not over. I have unfinished business.
Oh my God.
With people, whatever. So basically, she's like, I have unfinished business in a bunch of companies or whatever. So, but Machiavelli goes like, AEW's newest signing that hasn't even debuted yet is already talking about going back to WWE.
-5 days. She was in AEW for -5 days, and she's already has turned them up. She has achieved full. I think I said M Punk.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. That's what you said, and we covered on the show too. She has heat with Kiera Hogan. So we covered that on the show as well. Like this clip from a while ago resurfaced where Kiera Hogan was like talking shit about Mercedes. So there you go. I think that was a show I did with Marty McFlyer. I'm not too sure. But either way, she has heat going into AEW already. I feel like with this type of stuff and the type of egos that fly around backstage there. So bickety bam. I found that to be hilarious as shit. Bianca Belair, people are being racist to her, not me, Marv. Not me.
Not you right now. Maybe you 5
not
minutes
me
ago.
right now. Maybe a minute ago. But they're being racist to her. So the other story I got here is over the she's on the video game cover with Rhea Ripley and Cody Rhodes, and there's people just being like, oh, she's only there because whatever. But as Hairline points out on the show, he's like, so there's not little girls whipping their hair around and fucking, who look up to be, and that's true, man. She's like kind of like it took a while for Bianca to get over with me. I'm not gonna lie. It's very recently she actually got over with me. We've been very critical of her on the show.
She was over for me in NXT because they were portraying her as a badass, like she was this big, strong woman who looked like she would fight you to the death.
And I was a little fallen off during that era of NXT as well. But
I loved that. And then they take it to the main roster, and Vince gets a hold of her, and all of a sudden it's you got to smile, you got to skip, you got to cry, and she's crying every week. I'm like, why is she crying?
Yeah.
Like there are very few moments in which it is acceptable for wrestlers to cry. Okay, one of them is not being attacked by a heel. I'm sorry. Like there is like you retire, your friend retires, or someone dies.
But for the people saying like, oh, she's only on the cover because she's black, what do you guys have to say about that? Like we obviously live. I'll just preface it by saying this: like we fucking live in a society where people love to cry the victim. We live in a very PC society or whatever you want to call it, PC please. But like there is some truth to that though. Like you can see the comments, like there's fucking assholes being like taking it a little too far. But
look, I think that she is
just
one
like
of the,
I just think she's really over and down and like, you know what I mean?
She's one of the top 3 women stars in the company right now.
She has a reality show right now with her husband. Like it's, I mean, to me, when I like Bianca, when she comes out too, you can hear it in the crowd. The crowd fucking reacts to her, whether you like it or not. Like they fucking react to her. So I don't know. It took a while for her like work to get over with me to where I felt like it wasn't just super routine. But I feel like she's got it down, and I'm digging her kind of exactly like you said, more intense, badass gimmick. And again, it's Triple H.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bianca Belair is an elite athlete. There's no question about that.
That's the other thing too. Yeah, it was always like, yeah, her athleticism is insane, but can she put it all together? Like a Tiffany Stratton, who's an insane athlete, but she puts it all together. Bianca, for me, wasn't putting it together. Now she's really fucking doing that. But sorry,
yeah, she's doing it because you know who is gone now, and now she's able to be booked strongly again, and she's one of the top, I would say, top 3 or 4 women's wrestlers, women stars in the company. So there's no question that she should be on a video game cover. I think that it's these video game covers, you can't win with them. It's
not today. Back in the day, we'd be like, oh, The Rock makes sense. Oh, The Rock makes sense again.
Yeah.
Oh, Triple H and Brock Lesnar and The Rock. Oh, that all makes sense.
But now every year, and I think the most brilliant thing that they did was put out 3 covers for the game, because now you've got people. You got the people who want the legends, the people who want Cody, the people that want what was it, Bianca and Rhea, or was it
people
Bianca
like
and
me
Becky?
who just want it all? I want it all.
Well, and then you're gonna have the crazy collectors who are gonna buy all 3 of them.
Yeah,
because they want to have all 3 and display them. So it's a brilliant move.
where do you buy physical? Like, so didn't Best Buy stop selling physical media?
Yeah.
By
Best
the
Buy doesn't
way,
sell
man,
physical media.
R.I.P. I'm not gonna bring it here. R.I.P. Akira Toriyama. I wanted to bring it up on the show.
Why'd you gotta bring that up?
R.I.P. dude. Yeah, I'm not gonna bring the show into a full downer, but just R.I.P. It must be acknowledged. It's just very a sad day. 68. It's not that young, but it seems kind of young. But it's
Dragon Ball is one of the most important fantasy properties that has ever existed. It was transformative. It was the thing that brought anime to the United States in a big way. Were there some before that? Yeah, there were. Like, Sailor Moon was on around the same time. Pokemon obviously was the huge one.
Like Trigun. There was even before that though. Like you look like Cowboy Bebop was a hit in the West.
Exactly.
Trigun, things like that,
Gundam and whatever. But like when Dragon Ball Z and I was watching Dragon. I was watching the Ocean dub of Dragon Ball Z, right? Like I was watching it's over 9,000 dub. Mm-hmm. Like that where people didn't die, they were sent to another dimension, the home for infinite losers instead of hell. But I mean, it is so important to so many people, and it transcends generations. It transcends race. I mean, look, there's nothing that I love more than how black guys love Dragon Ball Z. Like they love it. Yeah, it's the best. Like I love watching these videos of like, a bunch of guys like getting together and watching like one of my things that I will routinely go back and do is I will watch reaction videos because I find fandom and passion to be like invigorating and like exciting, and it helps get me excited for things to see other people excited. One of the things that I will always put on is like compilations of people reacting to the finale of Dragon Ball Super with Goku and Frieza versus Jiren. And I mean, it's just like you can't beat it.
So
and,
good.
Like, the things that Toriyama did, his artwork. I mean, like you gotta consider he was a gag artist. Like he was, he was a comedy artist and comedy writer. Like, and then I don't think he intended for his creation to take this like very serious turn to become this like superhero show that it did. And but it did, and it's iconic and big as a certain guy from formerly from New Jersey would say, big bucket of win.
Good, man. I like
Kevin
that.
Smith
and dude, and shout out Kevin Smith. I watch his pod too. It's a must watch. Fat Man Beyond for me. But yeah, let's give a round of applause for that speech and a fucking air horn for Akira Toriyama.
And a big double middle fingers to that guy from Sweet Baby Inc. who trashed Akira Toriyama.
So I saw you afterward. I saw you saying something about that, and this is like pro wrestle anime now, but it's all good. But I saw you saying something about that. Now, I want to ask you about that, but before I do, I just wanted to say personally, I've been trusted with shit that guy's created, and I'm very grateful for that. For Akira Toriyama to have existed, for that man to have existed. He's a great man. That guy's touched people in ways that just, yeah, exactly like you said, and just changed the whole, like, now, I don't know, whatever. We could get into it all day about the transformations.
I could talk about Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, we could go all fucking day about how even just like that one show revolutionized, like changed shonen anime series for like ever and shit. I don't know, whatever.
You know the thing that I
and
also
manga is catching up to that shit too all the time.
If I can make one more point about Dragon Ball that I love with Toriyama's writing is that Goku, I think a lot of people try to make Son Goku into this like heroic figure, like this figure that's like fights for truth, justice in the American way, but he's not. And Toriyama was very specific about that when Super came around, where he was like, there's this sickness there that he just has to go for the fight. Mm-hmm. And that's what puts the entire universe in danger at the end of Super. And I love that. I love that.
And that's what makes him such a unique character. And that's what it's all about. Like you have to just ask those questions about people.
It's
like,
levels. It's layered. It's just
it is. And it's so simple too. It's just subtle.
And I mean, like you want to talk about character work. You want to look at Vegeta, look at Piccolo, like these guys are just
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And just yeah. So shout out Akira Toriyama and fuck. God damn.
What I was saying with
our spirit bomb fucking hands right now.
Oh yeah.
Like, like and just I don't know, prayers for his family and all that. I'm not sure even like did he have a wife and all that? I'm not even sure. Did he leave children behind? I never looked into that. I'm one of these guys where like You'll look up a celebrity or something for like, let's say you're doing work, you got to look up like, oh, I got to look up Chris Hemsworth, and then the first thing Google pops up is like Chris Hemsworth wife. I'm like, I've never looked up a dude's wife. You know, I don't know. That's just me personally. I've never like thought of even doing that. But anyways, what were you gonna
say? The guy from Sweet Baby Inc. The thing what happened.
Oh, right, that's what I wanted. So what was because you were tweeting all the shit. I just didn't have time to look into it, but I was like, okay.
The body was not cold yet, and he went in
on
the
they're attacking Akira Toriyama.
He attacked him for representation of black people.
What's Sweet Baby Inc.
You don't know what Sweet Baby Inc. is?
You know what? I've heard it in passing. I'm not entirely familiar.
Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative consulting firm that consults on the gaming industry. Basically what happens is, so do you know, so DEI, I'm sorry, we're really getting off the wrestling track here, but DEI is like diversity, equity, inclusion. And so companies like BlackRock will give you like certain loans, like better, either like more money or like better like terms if your DEI score is up to a certain point. So that means
and they used to call them like social, and they used to call it something else, but then everyone caught on.
Like, have you checked these boxes? If so, then like you get X amount of money. So
ESG, they used to call it ESG.
Your ESG score.
Yeah. We're getting real conspiratorial. Where's the fucking X-Files, bro? We're getting
What Sweet Baby Inc. does is this company will come in and they will take your story and they will help you get more ESG points. And they've consulted on games
DEI
like
points.
Like games like Spider-Man 2, and they were involved with God of War Ragnarok. They were involved in no, they were not involved in that one.
Were they not? Yeah, because that one did really well.
Oh, I love that game. But no, the thing that they were most recently involved in was Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, and apparently they were very trash.
Which is trash.
They were very involved with the story of that one, apparently. And like, so a lot's been coming out. Like the CEO, like she did this like talk where she was like, you have to terrify these studios into giving you what you want when it comes to like, you know, like getting them to like have you consult. And they would say things on Twitter like, oh, you really need to hire me to consult. It would be a real shame if your studio was branded as racist. And then so people are like, wow, this company is like kind of like, you know, bullying people. And so this guy on Steam created a Sweet Baby Inc. Detected. It was like a group on Steam that would like tell you all the games that Sweet Baby Inc. worked on. By the way, you could have found this information if you went on the Sweet Baby Inc. website, but Sweet Baby Inc. freaked out and attacked the guy and tried to get his Steam account taken away. Like, so this guy, the guy that organized that campaign, was the guy who came in and who attacked Akira Toriyama.
And what did he say about Akira Toriyama? Not that we want to push that narrative further, but I need to know, please.
He said, you know, Akira Toriyama was responsible for some of the worst and best representation or black characters in anime, and that takes range or something like that.
So that was that. That's who that was. Okay,
yeah, it was real low blow right after the guy died. Like, bro, come on,
fuck you, fuck you. Oh my!
The entire world is like mourning this man, because Dragon Ball is worldwide. It's like a global phenomenon. Everyone is mourning this man, and this one guy from this company that is already like this hated entity, and you know he has to come in and say this stuff. It's the dumbest thing.
If someone came to you and was like, defend Popo, then like defend the character.
Popo is not a black person. He's not. He's like a genie. Like he's not a human being. I never when I was a kid, I never looked at Popo and was like, oh, that must be a black person.
Me fucking neither, dude. Not even me neither. Not even
no.
Close,
I remember there was one black guy in the end of Dragon Ball Z that they put in like the tournament at the end, and he was like, I was like, oh wow, that's a like pretty racist like.
I'd have to see it. I'd have to see it.
General Black from the Red Ribbon Army, he was a little like he was drawn kind of weird, like with the lips and whatnot. But like Oob was amazing. Like Oob is amazing.
Oob's just like Oob. General Black. You're right. Well, he just has big lips, man. I don't know. I got big lips too. Like I don't find it offensive, but maybe it's because I'm whatever.
Yeah, because it's like a stereotype thing. It's like
it kind of is. Yeah, like all.
I never saw. But they're not even like it. I never understood the Popo thing. Like Popo's not a human being.
No,
Like
I
that-
get it. No,
That's
you're
like,
right
like,
about
it's like
the
trying to
general
say
black. That's a
it's
little,
like trying to
that's
say
a little-
it's like trying to say Piccolo is supposed to be a black guy, even though it probably is. But
we
like
had, yeah.
closest thing,
then
badass, like stoic. I love Piccolo so much.
Me too. And eventually, you know, like, so have you seen like Dragon Ball Superhero where like Orange
Yeah.
Piccolo becomes
Mhm.
so? And that's the other thing too, is that one thing Akira said, man, Gohan Beast, that's the most powerful shit, you know. So we'll see how that gets approached. Moving with Daima, I'm like, it's weird that he brought them back to children. Me and you were DMing about that. It's weird that he brought it back to children or whatever. I don't know if we're DMing or just tweeting, but
Yeah, Dragon Ball babies. It looks like.
yeah, I was like, oh no, is that what they're doing with it? But
Dragon
then
Ball
he passed it. No, I'm
babies.
just like, it's gonna be great, no matter what. Like, not to even be a stan like that, but it is like I know it'll be good because he was so hands on with all of it, like for certain, like top to bottom. You know, he named it everything. So I don't know, whatever. R.I.P. And we got Robbie C. Talking about ESGs, environmental, social and government.
Okay, that
diversity,
makes sense.
Equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, I knew the
So
DEI. I didn't know what
same
ESG
shit,
stood for.
different, same poop, different group. Robbie, and that is the ESG is environmental, social, and government, and then people caught on. So then it was like, oh, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, or maybe they're two different things, but they're the same. People push those things. Whatever. Don't want to get pulled off YouTube and be banished to Rumble forever, but nonetheless, Mr. Popo's literally an assistant deity. He's literally a demigod, nowhere near human. Thank you, G Coalition brother number 17. So let's get into some more. I have these things bookmarked. We were talking about Hall of Famers. So the US Exchange is going into the Hall of Fame.
Mike Rotunda and Barry Windham.
Yes, sir. And I will play this clip for you guys. And then we also here, I'll play this for you guys. Let me just share
while
the
you key up the clip. Did you know that Real American was like Hulk Hogan's theme song was actually made for Mike Rotunda and Barry Windham?
What? For the US Exchange?
It was made for the U.S. Exchange. I am a Real American.
Express,
was made for
the U.S. Express part of me. I keep calling them Exchange. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
US
it was made
Express.
for the U.S. Express. If you listen to the wrestling album, you ever hear the wrestling album? The old, like, it was a record they put out around WrestleMania 1.
Not like the old 80s one, but like when I was growing up, I had all the Attitude albums and all that.
So but no, like, so the wrestling album, the one that was like the old one from the
where
80s.
Hulk Hogan says he had fucking Simon Cowell or whatever.
Whatever. Like it's
worked
where they
on it
sing
with
like Land of a Thousand Dances. And, like, all that.
I'm familiar with it, but no, I never had that one. Yeah.
So it was when Vince, Mean Gene, and Jesse Ventura introduce each song, and one of the songs on there is Real American, and it says that Derringer made this song for Mike Rotunda and Barry Windham. So
that is insane.
And they play Hulk Hogan's original music, which as a kid blew my mind. It was like it's literally a piano song. Like it's on the piano. It's like bum ba bum bum ba bum ba bum 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 bum. It was like, it's really weird. You should definitely look up the wrestling album. They might have it on Spotify or something.
I will, man. And you know what? I just rewatched Hogan versus Andre, and then I rewatched Hogan and Macho versus DiBiase and Andre, and I rewatched Hogan versus Rock WrestleMania 18. Today I rewatched all of those today, and they played Real American after he beat Andre, which I forgot. I was like, oh yeah, because they don't do it right away. They like announce that he won after like a bunch of whatever goes on, and then they start playing Real American. And I was like, oh shit, he had it all the way back then too. Like I didn't know if he was just coming out to like
I think he did have it back then. I don't think he had it at WrestleMania 1, but I think he had it.
No, not 1, but 3 when he beat Andre.
3 he did.
So, but that's crazy. You just dropped that factoid on me because I was just thinking about that song today. So here is Triple H talking to the U.S. Express. I was calling them the U.S. Exchange. U.S. Express.
To both of you guys, I wanted to talk to you together. I want to talk to you about Hall of Fame. This year is a big year. It's the 40th anniversary of WrestleMania in Philly. You two were there to start it all. You two were in the ring at the very first WrestleMania. That means a lot. It means we wouldn't be where we are today without you guys. And I'd like to tell you today that we are going to induct both of you into the WWE Hall of Fame in Philly.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great honor, obviously. But yeah, it's a great honor. Thank you.
Oh man. Oh,
You two are
man.
absolute
Dude.
legends in this business.
Two of the fucking man.
Now, you know what's interesting? Barry Windham has now joined Sean Waltman as a 2-time Hall of Famer with not being inducted as a singles wrestler. Because he was inducted with the Horsemen and he's being inducted now.
Bro, oh man.
And
dudes
Waltman,
like that, I'm not here tearing up, but like when dudes like that start cracking, you're just like, God damn.
Yeah, I mean,
I get I'm just like, damn, it's still real to me, damn it.
Well, now, do you think they're gonna put Bray in this year? Because will they put Bray and his father?
I don't think they do it this year. I don't. And do you know, man? I'm so sorry, guys. So your boy Phil, I talked so much shit, and I was so confident about Goldust getting in the Hall of Fame this year.
I know,
but I don't think it's going to happen this year because I think Tony's tightening it up. But I'm telling you, and I know people can go do the research. Fucking Taker talked about it. Conrad talked about it. Everyone is talking about it for a reason. And some other shit I heard the other day. I wish I bookmarked it. I was locked off Twitter, so I couldn't bookmark shit. I couldn't like shit. I couldn't retweet shit. So today I was like scrambling, trying to get some notes together. But yeah, I tried to bookmark it though, but someone else said something about Goldust is a Hall of Famer or will be, or like will be. Like
The Rock
it was like
it.
The Rock. There you go. That's what I mean. Like these guys, it was something they fucking discussed. I fucking promise you guys. Okay, I'm not talking out of my ass on this one. It was Goldust. If Tony Khan would let him, he'd be in the Hall of Fame this year. Maybe
he's stuck in Tony Khan, I think, until July.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that, but I just know that it's been fucking talked about for sure. Like it's something that could happen still, but I talked mad shit about it because I was way more confident. But now I'm less confident because I think Tony's like really hugging what he has right now, But anyways, though, the U.S. fucking Express Hall of Fame, they deserve it. They deserve it so much. They tear up a bit. I don't know. I don't want WWE to pull me down. I'm not gonna play this whole fucking thing, but like the last show. But Bull Nakano in the Hall of Fame as well.
Yeah, that was a surprise. I was surprised by that.
So I tweeted it out right instantly. I went, yo, AEW fans, quote, name one Bull Nakano match. And that's exactly what they did. But she's well deserving. When I was a kid, one of the only female wrestlers that ever stood out to me. Not hating or anything, but it was really.
No, I mean it was slim.
Stood the fuck out. Same with Ajikong.
It was slim pickings back then, and she was a bona fide character. So, it definitely does stand out.
I think WWE's doing more of like I think Lex Luger is gonna go in as well as I think he's like a shoe-in. They've been kind of featuring him more and more. So, but I saw people go, "This is why I wish I bookmarked it. God damn, I couldn't." This is why I hate WWE fans. Like literally those words. This is why I hate WWE fans because they don't even know a Bull Nakano match from Stardom or some shit or some stupid shit, some crazy shit. They don't even know matches from that, but they are happy that this whatever. And and then you go to Bull Nakano that I bookmarked Bull herself and she tweeted out, it's such a great honor. I'm honored to be the first Japanese female wrestler to do so. She's honored. This is a great honor in her life, guys. Yeah. So it's just the bullshit that I don't know.
The Bull Nakano bullshit. Bull Nakano. Like there was a pun there somewhere. I couldn't find it. I think that the thing about the WWE Hall of Fame is they announce these people and a lot of people don't know who they are. I'm sure there were people who didn't know who Muda was. But the thing is, they explain to you who they were and encourage you to go out and watch their stuff.
Yeah, dude.
That's the thing. Like, as opposed to just being like, here's this person, they're a legend. Figure it out.
No, you're absolutely right about that. And she did wrestle in the WWF. Sorry, go ahead.
What's I think is going to be very interesting is I don't know how good her English is, so like her speech, because Muda's speech was what, like a sentence, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
what do you think about guys going in like who maybe never held the WWF title? But
I think that's fine. I mean, like you got Coco Beware in there.
Exactly, and I'm the same way. I just hope I think Triple H is going to do the right thing and start. He's going to induct like Luger. Who are all the people missing?
Luger, Midnight Express.
Is the Bulldog still missing?
I believe the Bulldog is still. I don't know.
I think he's still missing, and then
part of me thinks he might have gone in.
Missing?
No, Veda's in. Veda went in. I think last year, the year before.
Oh, right. And then Luger still hasn't gone in. Like
I don't think has Batista not gone in yet because he was supposed to. And then COVID happened, and then he said he didn't want to do it with no people.
My prediction is he's the headliner of this year, and they're just saving it.
Do you think there's going to be like I know we got Heyman already, but do you think we're going to get anybody else from ECW?
No, so everybody was like being like, "Oh, we should do an ECW class," or like, and I'm just sitting there going, "But how do you like? Who do you induct? Like Easy Money and shit? Like, how do you induct?"
I think if Taz was free and clear, Taz would have been a shoe in this year.
Oh, for sure. We'll bring Taz in any fucking time in the Hall of Fame. But as far as like an ECW class of people,
Raven,
like a bunch of them in one, it's like, how do you narrow down the people you invite? How do you narrow down who you mail a ring to? How do you narrow that down? Like, are we talking?
All right.
There's guys like fucking, like what are their names? I could, I don't know. I could wipe names out of my ass, but it's just.
Here's the other thing you have to remember here.
Yeah.
WWE is now very selective about who they choose because the problem is some of these guys and gals have some problems, personal problems that end up, manifesting themselves in various different ways. And when you it's a dice roll, whether it's, like former professional wrestler arrested or WWE Hall of Famer arrested. And so, like, that's why you're not going to see, like, Sabu, I don't think. Like, Sabu with, like, his history of, like, slurs. And no, not after he, like, was dropping N-bombs and...
Not to completely just divert the fucking question or the topic.
Van Damme's already in, too, I think.
That's what I mean, dude. I think you just do them individually. But here, not to completely fucking swerve it around here, but how long until you think Tony Khan starts a Hall of Fame?
I'm shocked he hasn't done it already.
Me too. I thought at the 5-year mark he was going to do a Hall of Fame and induct Sting. Sting will be the first inductee.
100%, because it gives him a chance to hang out with Sting again and give him more hugs.
Yeah, man. But I've thought about that a lot. I'm like, he's gonna do it sooner, right?
No, I don't think On has gone in by himself yet. Like. Now that Ole died, do you induct the Anderson brothers together? Like
that's what I was just gonna say. Yeah, like maybe together, but like Arn by himself, maybe he's worthy of it. But like, what constitutes worthy? If the fucking Honky Tonk Man, I guess he was the longest reigning, but you know what I mean? Like, there's guys in there like who never held the belt.
But I mean, like the Honky Tonk Man was the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time. Like, the Tupelo concession stand match. Come on, the birth of hardcore wrestling. There'd be no wrestling without the Honky Tonk Man.
And then, so fucking.
If you ever watch a Honky Tonk Man shoot tape, it is just
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
It is just,
of course, I've seen them.
People were like, people never breathed before the Honky Tonk Man. They were coming up to me and going, "Honky, we're dying here." I said, "Breathe, damn it."
I used to work for one of those shoot channels, like clipping their shoots. So yeah, I clipped Honky's. I've clipped his shoots, dude, for YouTube and stuff. So
God but said, yeah, let there be Latin, let there be a Tupelo concession stand match.
So you served the steak with the sizzle there, or before the sizzle, if you will. But Paul Heyman's also in the Hall of Fame, and the rumors are Ken Shamrock as well. I'm fairly confident of that one. What do you? Just also from being an MMA mark, I'm fairly certain Ken Shamrock is going in. Could be wrong, though. I've been wrong. I'm wrong about Goldust, I fear. But what do you guys think about, Paul Heyman going into the Hall of Fame? Obviously a shoe-in fucking Hall of Fame in any pro wrestling.
Ken Shamrock is far better than anyone remembers.
He's so good, man. He's so fucking good, and I'm a mark for him. And I'm an MMA stan. I'm literally watching UFC 299 as we've been recording this podcast. And, I definitely I love Ken Shamrock, and you're absolutely right. And he worked with The Rock in those early fucking days, man, when The Rock was really figuring out like who he was and who he's gonna be, and
he was The Rock's arch nemesis. Like,
yeah, it was like Triple H and
It's
Shamrock. Those are the two I remember like growing up. You know, it was like fucking Rock and Shamrock, dude. And also Shamrock and Owen. People forget that. Oh, they have the fight pit match now, but Shamrock fought Owen in the dungeon. He fought him in the lion pit. He fought him in the it was like an octagon. They built like a fucking
the
cage
Lion's
and,
Den.
the Lion's Den match. Because that's Ken Shamrock's gym. So he did all this like very innovative shit that's very like modern, but it's also old school because in Japan, MMA and fucking pro wrestling have been.
They never pulled the trigger on him and Severin, did they?
No, and I mean that's what Jim Cornette shot on like a motherfucker, and Hairline can tell you all about it. Dan Severn and Ken Shamrock is the match. Like you have Dan Severn, pardon me, the fucking NWA world champ, the UFC super fight champion, and you got Ken Shamrock, he was like the UFC 11, or I want to say maybe before that, like 10 heavyweight champ or whatever. You have these guys like book them in a fucking match, like make a money shoot fight type match. No, we're gonna do brawl for all or whatever the fuck they did. So it was just a weird time of wrestling where like you had the legit baddest guys, like no argument. Dan Severn was like the baddest motherfucker literally walking planet Earth, and they just fumbled that shit as far as building a super fight type match with and that's Russo. That's Vince Russo. And
I mean, Vince Russo looks at Dan Severn and does not see the legitimacy of the man. He just sees like the blankness, you know, like the lack of charisma, the lack of cartoonishness for the time. And I think that was where Dan Severn kind of putted out in the WWE, was because the two Vinces did not see it. Like they didn't see him being like an entertainer. And you know, like, but I think you would have pulled in a lot of like fight fans by, you know, I don't know.
What do you think of so Jim Cornette famously has a video. Maybe we could play it, but it's very long. I believe it's like over an hour actually that he clipped. But pardon me, drinking a lot of beers. So Cornette is he talks about he pulls out old notes. He has old notes from Shotgun Saturday Night and all this type of shit. And it's Vince Russo's notes.
Oh no.
He reads them. And Vince Russo pitched to the office that Triple H, Shawn Michaels, Sean Waltman, and whoever, they should form a group and call themselves the Elite. That's what he thought of.
Oh.
What do you guys think of that? He thought of that all the way in the fucking 90s. And then the Bucks and them went and just cosplayed it for life.
I guess.
What do you think about that?
I don't know. Like, wouldn't that have already
Hairline? I believe it.
I mean, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, and Sean Waltman, wouldn't that have already been DX?
Well, here's the thing. No, they weren't quite. I don't know if it was exactly Waltman and Michael. Like, goddamn, there's a long ass Cornette clip. Maybe one of you good listeners, one of you PWT listeners, I see you guys in the chat at Pro Wrestle Clips on YouTube and at Pro Wrestle Times on YouTube as well. The other channel's almost monetized, guys, so keep fucking watching those videos. But both of all of you motherfuckers who are in here, please, if you could go look at Jim Cornette's YouTube and search up, because I got so many tabs pulled up here. If you could go search up, he talks about going over Vince Russo's notes, and he invented the Elite, and he had all these weird ideas for these factions and shit. If someone could pull that up and give me like a timestamp, I'll play it on the show.
Now, here's the thing, though. I mean, that one's all well and good, but have you ever heard them talk about Vince Russo's idea for the show, Bitch Slap?
Yes, so I think was a part of those same notes, or that was a part of the
that
same
was from his book. That was in one of his books.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that was a different notes or whatever, but exactly, it's one of those insane ideas that Vince Russo had, but he was talking about like he was going to have like Yokozuna join the Hart Foundation or something officially.
Oh my god.
Or some crazy shit. I'm telling you, it was all these different ideas, but the one at the end though was that Jim Cornette said was he wanted to call Triple H and Shawn Michaels and them the Elite.
The Elite.
And have them like be like an immature fuck you type gimmick, which is kind of what they did. They just spread it over two companies.
Well, yeah, and then with DX, like,
yeah. So it's crazy to think about. It is, but we were shout out all of the Hall of Famers. Shout out Vince Russo too. I was talking about earlier. Well, here's some little TNA news. I want some reactions to. TNA removes fans with "We want Scott D'Amore" signs at Sacrifice 2024.
Did they really?
Yeah. Now I didn't get a chance to watch Sacrifice yet. I will watch it. But what do you guys make of that? What do you make of that?
Was one of those fans Scott D'Amore wearing nose glasses? The bowler hat.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. It's weird. They seem to be. They're like pulling a WWE. TNA's like all of a sudden like, oh, we're WWE now, pal, and they just think like, I don't know, what are they doing? They're making all these weird moves. And Eric Bischoff pointed something out too. He was like, well, because they were like, oh, Scott D'Amore wanted to buy the company. And he's like, well, so? He's like, why? That's not grounds to get fired. Hey, I want to give you a bunch of money. You know, like they're not going to fire you for that.
A bunch of money for this thing that has not turned a profit for you yet.
Yeah. He's like, and they're just like, Scott D'Amore's super successful, like him and his family outside of wrestling. They're like very wealthy. So
Right.
I guess he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking like he could have just. So that's not the reason. There's something else that everyone. So I actually screen grabbed. Speaking of it, okay, there's one of these fucking reporters who insinuated, I've said this on the pod before. God damn it, I don't know where I say this. He deleted the post though, but he insinuated that maybe Scott D'Amore's a bit of a creep alongside Callis and Jericho.
Was that Nick? Was it Nick Hausman that said it?
It was Hausman, and this other motherfucker said it. It wasn't. I keep saying Steve Carrier, but it wasn't him. I don't even know where I have it saved. It's like on my phone maybe. But yeah, I'm gonna pull it out and show it because people are gonna call me a goddamn liar until I do. But until I find it, just take my word for it, folks. I wouldn't even insinuate it if I wouldn't even say it if someone else didn't say it. So they fucking someone said that, and then they quickly deleted the tweet because that would be jumping the gun. And Nick Hausman kind of caught heat for the Jericho shit, which was kind of bullshit. It was bullshit, Hannibal. That's bullshit.
Oh yeah. I'm sure it had no basis in reality.
Oh, video title: Robbie C. Jim Cornette on Vince Russo's 1997 ideas for WWE. Robbie, if you don't mind, bruv, can you find where he starts talking about the elite idea with Vince Russo? 17 min Marcus, she got it right there. Let's fucking go. So I'm gonna pull this up. Now I can't copy what you said here, so I'm just gonna retype it uber quick. Robbie C doing the Lord's work, exactly. Yeah, shout out Robbie C. I'd drop you an air horn, but I'm Google searching. Jim Cornette on Vince Russo's. Yeah, he's been a day one supporter and listener. This is a good guy right here. Jim Cornette on Vince Russo's 1997 ideas for booking. Ideas for WWE. And then around the 17-minute mark, I got it pulled up here. So I will go to now. I am trusting you. There's a most replayed mark at 1539. So I don't know if I should just start it from there or maybe go to 1630. I'm going to go to 1633.
Okay.
And we're going to lead into this, and I'm going to share it with you, folk. Okay. And we are going to like that.
Oh, I remember this thumbnail. I just never watched it.
Yeah. So here, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. See, he had Yokozuna as in the Hart Foundation. And then he was going to bring back the Destroyer as like in the Hart Foundation.
Was it? I thought it was the Patriot for a second.
The Patriot, pardon me. Did I say Destroyer? Yeah. The Patriot. And so, yeah, let's just listen to this and let's see if Robbie C led us down the right path. And if not, you're fine.
Yeah, Wyndham and with the new Jacks, which did wonders for the hair dye industry, but not for either one of their careers. Have him turn on Bradshaw and make him a modern-day redneck bounty hunter. Maybe the hit was made because somebody puts a bounty on the head of the Blackjacks. Little does Bradshaw know, but his partner Wyndham was the one paid to do the job. That's all they were paying Barry Windham to do at that point was the job. So Barry Windham, make him a bounty hunter, whatever. But Eric Watts was still under contract from that techno team thing, right?
I forgot.
Oh,
I forgot Eric Watts was
Fortune.
Yeah, that you remember that Techno Team 2000 or whatever they were called?
I forgot that Eric
This
Watts
is
was
what-
ever in WWE.
He has to say could have elite potential. Read on, elite in quotation marks.
Yeah, dude. Motherfucker. He wanted Eric Watts to be in DX, bro, with the Elite, with the fucking Click. Listen to this shit. Oh my god.
We're gonna pause on that one for a second.
So the original Elite wrestler was
Our 2 steps ahead of you, Corny. Already paused.
Eric Watts.
Hold on. Justin Bradshaw. What else can he be besides a badass cowboy, a real believable shit kicker? Justin Hawk Bradshaw was a gimmick. Make him a badass cowboy. Dustin Rhodes with an edge.
Okay. Like
Dustin Rhodes with an edge.
yeah. You mean like AEW?
Yeah.
You mean like Collision? You mean like Collision this Saturday?
Justin Hawk Bradshaw was a gimmick, but Justin Bradshaw as a cowboy is not a gimmick.
Did he think?
Russo?
Did he think that Bradshaw was driving the herd like after Monday Night Raw?
This is legendary.
Anyway,
Now he didn't spend a lot of time at the bar with the wrestlers, right?
no. And
So in terms of trying to figure out who Bradshaw was for real versus the gimmick, what his knowledge would be with
I don't want them to pull us. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit here because I don't want Cornette to fucking hate us, even though we share listeners. Fucking PWT Cornette crossover coming soon.
join forces with Furnace, LaFon, and the Patriot, the soldiers of the rising sun.
Yeah. So the Patriot was gonna go with the Japan guys and be
That
like,
makes sense.
So yeah, I don't know. Russo's
Foundation.
crazy. Here we go.
what history?
That they'd wrestled each other, I guess, which of course would become Billy Gunn and Road Dogg.
Okay, here. So
Which,
let's
of
back
course,
this up a bit. This is where
And
this.
Jesse James. But anyway, the last two names,
Here we go.
Rockabilly and Jesse James,
Oh,
which of course would become Billy Gunn and Road Dogg,
the
right?
New Age Outlaws. Yeah.
Well, remember, Eric Watts could have elite potential. With Rockabilly and Jesse James, not easy, but simple. Simple. All you people you're just idiots because this is simple. Billy Gunn and Jesse James can join Sean and Hunter as members of the Elite.
Boom. What the fuck? And then DX, and
Wow.
then right. So like, let's give Russo props though for goddamn foresight's a motherfucker, or hindsight's a motherfucker, right? Like he had the foresight, like, dude, he was gonna put the New Age Outlaws with them, and then
Well, I
that's
mean,
what
that's-
Triple H had to do once Sean was gone. He had to bring in Sean Waltman.
That was probably
then-
the
and
genesis
then-
of that idea to begin with. I mean,
Well, applause to him because like that shit worked. You
It
know what I
did.
mean?
It
But
did. It
he
did work.
wanted to call them the Elite. And then you have like Matt and Nick Jackson like cosplaying the Elite all over the world. And
well, I mean, look, far be it from me to ever defend the Jackson brothers, but it's making my first stand on end to even say this. But there's no way they knew this because like these were in the notes from I doubt they had access to Jim Cornette's notes. So the Elite is such a cliche wrestling stable name. Like I'm shocked there has never been an Elite before now. Like,
but
it
you
is-
don't find it ironic that like they're like rockers cosplayers and they cosplay HBK and Too Sweet and all
well,
that shit.
yeah,
And
and the
they're
super
Elite.
kicks and but I mean,
So
I get
it's
it.
it's a little ironic to say the least. No?
I feel like every indie
Very.
fed. I feel like every indie fed has a stable called the Elite, or did before E AEW.
So let's continue with this. Just wrap
He
this.
calls
little-
them the Elite.
He calls them because there was no Degeneration X at this point. Behind the scenes, these guys are a natural fit. Just let them be themselves and it'll work like a charm. Maybe Watts can fit in this group. Maybe. Can you have seen it? Billy Gunn, Road Dogg, Shawn Michaels, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and Eric Watts.
You know what? If you want to say anything good about Vince Russo, he was certainly trying to do something nice for Bill Watts.
But wait a minute. There's also another couple of suggestions. Maybe he says maybe Watts can fit in this group. Maybe he can't. Christopher can. He's talking about Brian Christopher. Christopher could have, and actually Brian Christopher, as a over-the-top personality and a smartass would have fit right in, maybe. And then the last line, I swear to God, I'm reading this. I have it on paper. I will have it notarized if anybody believes I'm making it up. He's gone through the people that could be members of the elite. Shawn Michaels, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, possibly Billy Gunn, Jesse James.
Jim, we love you. Don't pull me down for playing your shit.
James Road Dogg, maybe Eric Watts, maybe not. Brian Christopher, and the last line, Sonny can fit if you let them abuse her.
If you let them. Okay, and we're ending it there. Yeah, if
bitch
you let
slap.
them abuse her, dude.
Oh God, we wonder.
So then, right when you're like, "Oh, Vince," you're like, "Oh, Russo, yeah, great ideas, bro," and then he just fucking, slaps Sonny around a bit.
By the way, when I was talking about Hall of Famers that they regret, she was the one I was thinking of.
My word. Let's read a top comment. If Russo had booked the NWO, he would have had Hogan and Sting reveal they were in cahoots all along. That's Starcade 97. That's kind of funny.
Speaking of Russo, would you agree his like crowning achievement was Survivor Series Deadly Games?
Sorry, Vince Russo?
Yeah. With the double turn on the Rock.
At where was that again?
Survivor Series Deadly Games. The Survivor Series where it was all a big tournament. It comes down to Rock. It comes down to Rock and Mankind.
Yes.
You know, Foley was kind of Vince's like chosen guy, and then they was 98 because it was the year after Montreal, and they do the Montreal finish.
That's his crowning moment, you would say.
I would say it's his masterpiece. It is like where he hits like the peak because it's so perfect, like down to like Shane McMahon turning heel on Austin earlier in the night, and then like the Rock and Vince like we're going out, like we're kind of feuding going into it, and then they betray Foley, and then the Rock becomes the corporate champion. I thought it was brilliant.
And that was him. Was that all his shit?
I mean, he was the writer at the time.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I mean that would probably be his crowning moment, no?
At the time, it was probably him, and I don't know if Ferraro was there yet, but I would assume at that point, late 1998.
So
going into WrestleMania 15, WrestleMania 15 was so perfectly built. With Rock and Foley trading the title back and forth, and
that was the one. So these are my favorite WrestleMania, like my favorite WrestleMania era is like 17, 18, 19 was like whatever. 20 was like
I disagree with you. 19 is whatever. 19 was fantastic.
I know it was really great, but compared to 17, 18, and 20, I feel like 19, like if I'd rank them, I'd probably go like
was 18 was Undertaker Flair, right?
18 was Taker Flair.
Yeah.
It was Jericho Triple H for the Undisputed. It was Rock versus Hogan. It was Austin versus Hall.
And then Austin versus Hall was awful.
Yeah, it was, but I know it was. Then some people say 20 was the shits too, but because of but they just put that on like the Brock and Goldberg shit, and then because Benoit. But really, that triple threat was crazy. It was really Eddie's match was insane. The Brock Goldberg match, I wasn't even like mad at, but the fans were just mad at them, so they didn't want to do shit.
Yeah.
And then you had like the Undertaker and Kane, bro. Like they built that story up for like a fucking year, dude. That was so good to re-debut the Dead Man. They did that.
I think we need to give 19 another chance though, because you had Shawn and Jericho on that one. You had Hogan and McMahon. You had Angle and Brock. You had Austin and Rock. I mean, that was a big one.
Yeah, man.
I was actually just watching 19 today because I'm doing like I told you I'm doing the video with like the best and the worst last matches, and one of the best ones is Austin, and that was Mania 19.
And that was 19, you said, sorry, right?
Yeah, 19.
And that was Austin's last.
That was Austin Rock the last.
And that
time.
was Rock like doing and he wore the vest
Yeah.
during the match.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was when he had the OMR on the vest for one more round, because nobody knew it was Austin's last match except for like Austin and JR and Vince.
Yeah. So do you
oh yeah, they pointed out here, don't forget WrestleMania 20 Rock and Sock connection against Evolution. That was good.
Oh yeah, so that was good, and the buildup was good too, especially because they had the whole Randy Orton I don't know, like before that they had, and even after, I believe, right? Because didn't Cactus Jack come out for like Backlash or whatever?
Yeah, they did the match that they should have done at WrestleMania at Backlash.
Yeah, at like Backlash or whatever. But yeah, they built up to.
Oh, when Randy took the thumbtacks, remember that when he goes for the RKO,
yeah,
pushes him into the thumbtacks,
and just like all the stuff, like where like he spit in Foley's face and kicked him down the stairs, and
it was the second most open Randy's mouth had ever been at that moment. If you guys, if you know what joke I'm talking about, then you're laughing right now.
Yeah, and the finish though seemed kind of botchy on that. So here's the thing. Okay, well I'll talk to you about this quickly. So WWE and Prime Hydration strike record-setting global partnership featuring first ever ring mat branding. What do you think about that? Prime's on the mat for PLEs. At WrestleMania.
So one of the things that I really loved in WCW was the when they would have the pay-per-view logo on the mat for the pay-per-views. It made it feel more special. And occasionally they would have like Slim Jim's Halloween Havoc on there or something like that. Yep. So it's not unheard of, but like I don't know, man. Like
it's kind of cringe.
Weird.
It's kind
of
cringe.
Weird. It's Prime and like,
Exactly. I think that
Prime is good though. I drink Prime. I like it.
I've tried it. I've never like bought and drank one to myself, but I'm not even a hater on it. I just don't really. I can't remember the last time like I bought like a Gatorade or a Prime or something like that. Even like but usually I go for like a sugar-free Red Bull, or I'll drink like a Diet Coke or a soda water. I like soda water, like Tony Khan. Speaking of which, guys, we're gonna e-fap 10 minutes of Tony Khan, which is a PWT video. So we'll be safe to e-fap it. We're gonna e-fap it in a moment here. But yeah, dude, I don't know, the Prime thing. I just think it's a good way to get heat while also still doing like a brand deal, I guess. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like if you look at it with like sometimes I think they get a little overboard, like the oh god, what was the Bray LA Knight match? Was it like
the fucking Mountain
Dew match? Yeah, like
yeah,
it was that Bray's last match too, I think. Was the Mountain Dew match? Poor Bray.
Was that Bray's last? Yeah, it was against LA Knight. Yeah, because he talked about.
Can I admit something that I think would surprise a lot of people about me?
Yeah, go ahead.
By everything that I say, like on a daily basis, you would think that I did not like the Firefly Funhouse and the Fiend. I love it's like my favorite thing that's ever happened in wrestling. It's such a guilty pleasure for me.
I loved all that shit. I love Bray.
I loved the Fiend. I loved every bit of that story. I mean,
me too.
My
fantasy mark booking was always the Fiend gets involved somehow with Undertaker and Kane and Demon Finn Balor, where one of them like takes control. It sounds so corny and markish. You guys are like, what the fuck? But
I know.
I'm always like sports based and realism. But I
for
do
some
like
reason when it came
shit. It works as long as you do it right, So my whole thing was like they battle over that fucking urn, and then that's what retires the Undertaker. Is when like Bray gets it from him, and then that takes control of Kane and then fucking Kane and Bray team up to fight Undertaker, but then Undertaker's like, well, I got a demon too, and then he unleashes fucking demon Finn, and then it's and then like maybe maybe Bray gets control of him, and then you have them fighting some up and maybe the Wyatt family or something. I always thought of some weird shit like that, but I just don't know. The spooky shit though rubs people the wrong way. They do it in AEW, and it's like House of Black and They're fucking.
I think that what you saw with the Firefly Funhouse, it was a lot of really great character work, and Bray had a lot of involvement in that. I think the main writer on that was, I believe, Nick Manfredini. I think I'm saying his name right. And you know, it was good stuff. I'm sorry, like even back then, like I wasn't exactly watching wrestling every week back then, but I would still go to YouTube to see whatever Bray did that week, because I was so fascinated by it. Like it was just, and the slow build they did on the Firefly Funhouse, I thought it was brilliant. I mean, I really did.
And he was in like lyrics. I remember, like, who was it? Vinny Paz was rapping, and he's like, "I'm Bray Wyatt, dummy. You ain't too eager to wrestle," or something like that. I don't know. It's just
there's this video, and we
transcended.
There's this video that it's on YouTube, I know, but it's like Superstar Ghost Stories or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's years before the Fiend, right? I'm talking like probably 6 years before the Fiend shows up or something like that. I don't know if it's 6, but and it's Bray in the woods, and he's telling this story about him as a kid. And like Abigail warns them all about like the man in the woods, and like do not approach the man in the woods. And Bray comes in contact with the man, and he says like he's like, you know, he's huge, he's massive, he's got this blonde hair that like comes down his back in braids, and his white face is white as a ghost. And then like he says like he turned and like he looked at Bray, and he looked, and the man in the woods was holding Bray's slingshot, and so Bray ran back home. And Abigail sees him, and he's like, and he was like, "Oh, I saw the man in the woods," and she said, "Well, what happened?" And he goes, "He was holding my slingshot," and she goes, "No, it's his slingshot too. You are the man in the woods." And the way they describe it, the man in the woods was the Fiend. Like the description is the Fiend. I mean,
I love it. You know, it's just that
I had chills like telling you that.
Yeah, no, I get chills just hearing it. I'm like, dude, and it just makes me, and just like, oh man, just thinking about his dad being told like, hey, you're gonna be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And then him getting emotional, and then you have Bray, like he just passed like out of nowhere, so young, like out of absolute nowhere.
Biggest tragedy ever.
Yeah, man. And so just to hear things like that, and just how everyone said it, like, you know, and you know, I hate to trash Vince all the time, but you know, Vince McMahon, like, he's like, I want you to be the Firefly Funhouse again, even after that kind of took its course. And
the thing about a story like that is you have to understand when to walk away from it.
Yeah, but Vince just he didn't. It was like fucking Tony Khan with like one of those like Andrade Matt Hardy family foundation gimmicks or whatever. So we got in the chat here. Blah blah blah. It's kind of crazy that AEW wants to be sports based, but yet you got people like the House of Black doing spooky stuff. No, you're right. Demon Warfare put it in my veins. And then we got here revamped wrestling. I want to talk about Logan Paul equals trash. Bray was overrated.
Hot takes.
I think Bray was underrated and misused. See, I agree with Robbie here. They burned through a decade worth of story arc in like 3 years. Yeah, I absolutely agree. The whole, even just the Wyatt family, like adding Braun Strowman and then breaking up, that's like years of shit that they just.
I honestly think Vince just did not have the patience that Triple H has.
Not at all.
Triple H is not afraid to let things breathe.
He started on the indies.
Well, I mean, when you look at like when you look at like Sting, like the silent, what I think is the greatest story ever told in wrestling is Sting and the Silence. Well, yeah, it's the top two, because Undertaker and Kane is the other one.
Sorry, go ahead.
The Sting, like when Sting was silent, that was for a year and a half. They built that match for a year and a half. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's something that people don't have the patience for anymore.
Oh no, well, except for like the Roman, or I guess the Cody story.
Exactly, and that's why when Cody lost last year, and Tripp was like, you know, relax. We're in like, you know, we're still in the opening innings here. Like, you know, he's playing the long game, and I appreciate that. It's an arc, you know, it's a hero's journey. So, but yeah, Vince. I mean, you know, Vince has screwed up so many great opportunities.
Don't disparage the good name. So we got people going, Orange Cassidy's overrated. Don't disparage the good name of Pockets. Triple H equals the long game. Yeah, you're right. Here's the thing with Triple H is that he was like a marky schmark. You know, that's how he was growing up, and he just always wanted to be a wrestler. and then he became a wrestler, and also he did like territory whatever shits before he went and worked like indie.
Were the
at the start of
territories
the indie kind of
like
shit
was like
before
is it
he
like
did
the end of the
WCW.
territories, like back when he like first started to go around? Was it like the kind of like the end of that era?
Yeah, it was like it was like the indies. Like there was probably like the beginning of like what would become like the indies, you know,
Right,
like
the
the Ring of
outlaw
Honors
shows.
and shit. Yeah, like but they were like territorial kind of still.
Okay.
I guess all indies are in a way. But yeah, he started in that era. Like he worked like indies and shit, you know. That's why like he brought in Adam Cole. He did that whole indie era of NXT because why? Because he gets it. He gets why we're a mark for that shit. But you have to know how to focus it. Yeah.
My main joke about Triple H is always that, like on Headlock Headlines, my main joke with Triple H is that he doesn't know about anything that's outside of the WWE. It's actually like 100% false, and I know that it's false. It's because he knows every big thing on the indies right now. Like he is so in tune with it. He is when he became the head of talent relations. I mean, he was so much more in tune with it than John Laurinaitis ever was. Because with John Laurinaitis,
yeah.
It was the era of like everybody he's bringing in was like the masterpiece, you know, like he's bringing in these guys who, you know, just bodybuilders, like big jack body. They wouldn't even look at you back then in the early 2000s if you were under 6'4".
Okay, so we have a comment saying NXT now greater than NXT then, in my opinion. NXT then was a little too indie mark for me. Now
I can see that.
Yeah, I can see that too. And I really like how they cultivated this, like it's like a college campus. Everyone's competing in this league for this, you know, whatever. I really think that's just like a great concept, just altogether. HBK and Triple H running the pro wrestling biz like they fucking kind of said they were gonna do back in the DX days. Like
it's amazing. I've always had
and
this
they
theory.
were like the guys who were like fuck the Office, and now they are the Office. It's like super hilarious.
Like, you know, remember that like that moment on Raw when they reformed DX as like middle-aged men, and they were they painted DX on the front of Titan Towers. Like I was like, they need to bring that back now that the two of them are just running everything.
That could happen in real life.
I know. The you know, you're talking about the two. I've always had this theory that like Triple H started this like Emperor Palpatine level like Order 66 plan that like the night after the curtain call when he was told he had to eat shit and like it. Like he just started like plotting all these moves to eventually oust the old man and take over.
I'm gonna marry Stephanie. Forget China.
That's phase 57. Gotta get rid of Brett first.
John. Michaels? No. Waltman. Oh my
Activate the miniature bomb I put in Sean's spine.
They didn't put China in as a solo, did they?
No, I mean they're not gonna because she did porn.
Yeah. Jesus.
It's, you know, it's sad. It's yeah, but I mean, like, you know, at the end of the day, people like people are like, oh, she's a pioneer for women's wrestling. She was a women's wrestler for like 2 years maybe, like
she was up Jericho and shit.
Like she wrestled like in the men's division, which you know, I mean, she looked like she could beat up most of them, but but like when she actually started wrestling women, like when she was the women's champion for a while, the women she was wrestling, she was a lot larger than all of them, and it was I don't know, the pioneer of women's wrestling is Trish. It's Trish and Lita.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think about people who say Lita's a little botchy though, and always has been a little bit?
Lita is a little. She is more Jeff than Matt.
In terms
of
she's a little reckless, dude.
She is,
but like, yeah, it is really them. For me, it's Trish as well. Like Trish really revolutionized because she started as like the valet diva poster girl, and then was having legit matches like. Not to this day. Look at the heel work she's doing. You know.
Oh my god, her heel Trish is infinitely better than babyface Trish.
Always,
and I've always said it. Like when she turned on Jericho at WrestleMania 20.
Brilliant. That's another match on 20. That like 20 to me was like
Jericho and Christian.
And that's why I'm excited for 40 because I'm like it's the 20-year anniversary of that, and to me WrestleMania 20 was like
I feel like it should be in the New York area if every 10 years, but like they'd stop doing that with 30. So because I think 30 was New Orleans or something like that, and 31 was New York, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And then I think, well, where was WrestleMania 10?
WrestleMania 10 was Madison Square Garden.
Right.
1, 10, and 20 were all Madison Square Garden. But I mean, I
Right.
understand you can't do it at Madison Square Garden anymore.
No.
It's way too big. He says 31 was San Francisco. LTK says so. They somewhere around the 30th one they did. They were in the New York area. Yeah, Robbie C says Philly is kind of New York. I wouldn't say that in Philly, but I get what you're saying. It is in that northeast area.
Yeah, it's in that. Exactly.
Don't walk down the streets of Philly and say that. I implore you.
So they just played during this UFC 299 event. They just played a trailer for Deadpool and Wolverine. It's not called Deadpool 3. It's called Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I knew that like a little while ago. But
I think in the Super Bowl commercial they said it was Deadpool.
Yeah. Even a little bit before then I knew that. The guy who's going to play Juggernaut though, he turned down the role.
Did they give it to Jordan Grace?
But what do you think about just to take it a little comic booky MCU-y?
Go ahead.
It is how they're going to merge the Fox X-Men and all of that into the MCU. What do you?
I think that.
How you feel?
Okay, I think that this is the one MCU property that I am actually looking forward to. Look, I was the biggest MCU fan on the planet.
Me too.
Up through Endgame, and then No Way Home was tremendous. But everything after
Falcon and Winter Soldier was solid. Loki 2 was solid, but it was a little slept on.
I think Falcon and Winter Soldier was garbage.
Did you? I thought it was. I thought it was.
Awful.
I thought it was solid enough.
The Falcon can't get a loan. The guy saved the universe. You're not giving him a loan.
I know. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. You know, you are. You are.
Can't get a loan.
No, I'll give you that.
And then at the end,
that's what fucked up She-Hulk for me too. Was just how like seemed out of universe. It seemed out of place. Like,
and then at the end when he's like, "You got to do better, Senator." I'm like, "Well, how?" Like, and the senator's like, "Well, what?" And he's just like, "I don't know, better." Like, it was a bad script. I kept waiting for an actual villain to rise up. Like, I was like, well, it can't be this.
I know. Yeah. They fought like,
girl,
yeah, it was not, that was bullshit too. Yeah. I just thought they did it. I just felt like they introduced like US agent in a way that like,
okay.
I was okay.
Can I say something? They treated US agent like he was the scum of the earth from the second he shows up. And I'm like, what exactly did this guy do wrong? He's a decorated war hero.
I know, but then he snapped. I know, but it's just that he snapped and killed. And
yes, at that point, yes. But they were treating him like the villain long before that.
No, I know, but that's how the story goes. Like, it just shows you like the people who slip through the cracks of the system who fucking. I don't know. I enjoyed. I'm not sitting here going, "Oh, it's the greatest Marvel," but I'm just saying it was okay enough to where that was solid. Loki 2 is solid enough.
I liked WandaVision.
Moon Knight is one of my favorite characters. That was the worst show ever, and that's right.
So bad.
And then like Miss Marvel was like terrible.
I liked Miss Marvel. I actually
it started good. The first 2 episodes were good. And then they completely diverted from what I thought the show was going to be. It was like her in high school with like little paper notes popping up of this is the gym teacher. This is the bully in class. This is or whatever. Like the first episode where she's like talking to her therapist and all that, or like her school counselor or whatever, that was all good. And then they just diverted too much. They became those first 2 episodes, and same with Moon Knight. It became Moon Knight C-3PO, and fucking the Scarlet Scarab is now the star of the story, and that's what they did. And I felt like Falcon and Winter Soldier. I just felt like they did a good job of like action sequences, introducing characters, giving me a through line with Valentina, like giving me an idea of where things are going from the MCU. Like they progressed the MCU. I feel like
I liked WandaVision.
That was a brilliant show. So that was like, that's what I mean. No Way Home was like a fall off point for me.
WandaVision, the last episode of WandaVision,
like that was a great movie, and like WandaVision was good, but like that's where after those shows it started. Like Loki.
Let me tell you my problem with WandaVision. So we get Wanda. They've built one like from the first episode. I'm like, oh my god, Wanda's doing this. Like Wanda's the bad guy here. Like it is 100%. Like that's what's going on, and I was a big fan of like what they were doing with it, and I'm like, okay, cool. But then they introduce Agatha Harkness, and I'm like, okay, whatever. We kind of all saw this coming, but at the end, when they treat Wanda like she's this great hero for doing what she did, and like what's her face, Photon, binary, whatever, Monica Rambeau, she says to her, they'll never know what you sacrificed for them. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they're going to be focusing on the fact that you enslaved their minds for like weeks on end. I'm pretty sure they don't give a damn what you sacrificed for them. Like it was.
And what about
it was a tone?
How'd you feel about
tone
Multiverse
finale?
What did you think about Multiverse of Madness, though?
I did not hate it as much as other people did.
Me neither.
I also did.
They
did not like.
They fucking cucked Reed Richards, dude.
They cucked Reed Richards. They cucked Professor. When Xavier goes into like the astral plane, I was like, oh, here we go. Like we're gonna have like an astral throwdown with the Scarlet Witch and Professor X. Like I'm here for this. And then she just snapped his neck. You know, we got the fight, and the fight was, you know, Captain Carter and Captain Marvel. Like, you know, it was just. I mean, look, I don't want to. It was MCU. That was what it was. Like Doctor Strange was a second banana in his own movie. To America Chavez. It was just, you know,
and then they said, oh, here's the strongest man in the world, and then he just tells Scarlet Witch how to kill Black Bolt.
I
like, what the fuck are you doing? And I loved the Inhumans show too. Well, I know I didn't love it, but it was like, I love that they introduced those characters, and I love the people they picked to play, but I was shitting on it because I was like, dude, they shave her fucking hair right off the. I don't know, whatever. No one watched the Inhumans, so
no, they didn't.
But I did. I did watch. I watched the Runaways, all that shit. I enjoyed it to a point. Like I just enjoyed it. I don't know. Somewhere they just got lazy. Like even with the Inhumans, it wasn't the best show ever, but it wasn't lazy by any means, you know. And that's what I feel like the MCU just got lazy.
It did. Well, no, what happened with the MCU was Chris Gore of Film Threat. He put this pretty perfectly. He said they tried to rebrand Marvel from a you know, like typically when you look at these brands, they are brands for toys. Like everything always goes back to merchandise and toys. So you've got girls brands like Barbie and, you know, things like that, and you got boys brands which were like superheroes and things like that. So they took this boy brand that women liked and they turned it into a girl brand that nobody likes. And that was the big problem. Was you took your target audience, like your main audience, and you basically said, this is not for you anymore. We want to call this new audience. That new audience doesn't exist. You look at the Marvels bombed horrifically at the box office. And who did they blame? They
were like, why didn't men go see it? And then they ran the stats, and it was
they ran the stats, and men did go see it. Women did.
It was the majority women. And do you know why? Because women like Fast and the Fear. They like dudes with abs and hot chicks and shit blowing up, people making out. Yeah, they like all the same shit. Hey, but you guys they're just trying to. Yeah, it's been talked about ad nauseum. It's just like it's the Lego discovered it, man. It's called the biological play instinct. It's just the way we imagine things is different, or it's different, but it's similar in ways to where it's like you're trying to market this to some shit that doesn't want this in a way that they don't want it, you know?
Because Disney purchased Marvel and they purchased Star Wars because they were like, we've got really good girl brands. We got the Disney Princess line, and that is huge with little girls. Like it's massive. It's like the biggest property for girls in the world right now, other than like Bobby. And so they're like, we need something for boys. Like, you know, because they were doing princesses and pirates at the time, and that wasn't working. Like boys didn't really give damn about the pirates. So they were like, now we got superheroes and we got Star Wars, and then they were like, no, these are for girls now too. And so you've kind of just like you sweat. Like this is the problem. They turn on their target audience. It's a matter of a target audience. You have to know who you're marketing to.
The key demo.
It's the key. It is your key demo. At the end of the day, Tony Khan knows who he is marketing that show to. The only problem is that it's not a big enough pool of people to sustain, you know, a profitable fan base.
Right.
And you know what? Robbie C here makes a really good point. He says men and women are two sides of the same coin, and these activists act like they're two different coins. And that's 100% it.
It's true, man, and it's really infiltrated everything.
Men and women loved the MCU to get, like, me
and my girl, man, we fucking we binged it when the lockdowns went down. We rewatched it in chronological order, not from where it aired, but from where it took place in a periodic. So we started with Agent Carter and worked our way because we had already seen everything the right way. So we wanted to watch it in a different order from like actually in universe. How did it all go down?
Look,
I spent hours like laying it out and we were alternating episodes of Daredevil and shit, like with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and stuff like that. Like we went in, man. And
Mrs. Movie Monster and I, she used to love to go to those movies with me. Like, it was like, oh yeah, we got to go see the new Marvel movie. We got to go see Spider-Man. We got to go see Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
And it got to the point now where she's like, I don't want to watch that crap.
Dude, my girl's favorite movie in the MCU was Captain Marvel. The Marvels, she made me turn it off. Like 25 minutes in. She's like, can we turn this the fuck off? I was like, I have to see what happens. And she's like, fast forward it like through it.
It wasn't.
So I fast forwarded to Beast and I was like, cool.
See, Brandon Acia says at least we get the X-Men coming to the MCU finally, but
but
I'm afraid of the X-Men because we already had that. You already had Victoria Alonso, who thank God she's gone. Like she was like Kevin. So Victoria Alonso was Kevin Feige's like second in command. She was the big activist. Like she was the one that was publicly saying they needed to change the name of the X-Men because calling them X-Men was sexist.
That's so stupid. Men, women, X-Men.
That's what I said. I said they're not X-Men as in the men.
They're not men or women.
They're not human. They're X-Men.
Yeah. It's that's the dumbest argument. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, she was the one, and they got rid of her like about a year ago or so. Like they broomed her out. And she screamed racism and homophobia and all that stuff. But now that she's gone, I think people were kind of hoping that things were going to change around. But the thing is with these projects is they take a long time. So you write this movie and it's in production for 3 years before you actually end up seeing it. So even if they made changes now, we're not going to see those narrative changes for another 3 years. And
exactly. And luckily, I don't know. So I read a headline. Marvel is scrapping some projects. So one of those, I believe, is Ironheart.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I think Ironheart might be one of those, but I don't actually know that. But maybe that's one. Maybe, which kind of sucks because Sacha Baron Cohen was going to be Mephisto, but also Ironheart's one of the most shoehorned in, shittiest characters ever that was shoehorned into the MCU with no real legitimate storyline. Black Panther 2, Wakanda Forever was a great film. I even liked what they did with Namor, but the Ironheart shit was ass. Yeah, I liked what they did, how they tried to explain Namor in a world where they're not saying mutants yet and shit. I'm okay with that, but I just didn't like and then I'm okay with it like being off of the shore of Wakanda or whatever. Like that's how they have their technology and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm cool with all that. But then just the whole like how they shoehorned in Ironheart was ass. All of that was ass. And they could have just recast T'Challa, if we're being honest.
They should have recast. Apparently,
yeah, they've done it before, so I don't know.
Chadwick Boseman's brother,
he wanted
them to recast T'Challa, and then I think they just saw we can make Black Panther a skinny woman.
But at the end, and it is true too. If people go like, "Oh, the source material," now like it is source material, but from like 10 years ago, like not like a decade. I guess that's a good amount of time. But like, Shuri does become the Black Panther in the comics, like a decade ago or whatever. So I wasn't mad at it, but I just felt like it's too. We talked about it before with Bray Wyatt, right? It's like what they did with Spider-Man. Like all of a sudden he's in Civil War and then he's in the multiverse battle. It's like, nah, I want to see him just like fight Rhino and shit for a bit. Like I just want to see him do some street level shit for a bit, which I think they're bringing it back to. But it's just they missed the opportunity up front,
Something like Black Panther, I think Black Panther made so much money, the original one, and it was the first black, super like big superhero movie other than like Blade, but Blade wasn't really marketed as a superhero movie; it was a vampire movie. But you had that last scene in that movie, like that always like really struck me when T'Challa is like he's got like the big flying thing, and the little kid on the basketball court's like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "You've taken that character away now." Like by refusing to, the character is bigger than an actor. And I think Chadwick Boseman knew that, and he was like, the character of T'Challa has got to live on.
And especially because the mantle of Black Panther, like in kayfabe, if you will, like it gets passed on, you know. So it would have been a cool.
Well, now they introduced that kid at the end of Wakanda Forever, and I think he's going to be the next Black
Panther.
Well,
yeah, he's T'Challa. Like they literally called him that. He's like T'Challa Jr.
Yeah. So we Brandon Ace is asking me, what is the difference between a mutant and an Inhuman? Well, a mutant is like it's a mutation. They're born with the X gene.
Yeah, you're born with the X gene.
Yeah. An Inhuman. Now, I believe the Inhumans, what is it, Terrigen crystals or something like that they were exposed to?
What happens is, it's a Terrigen crystal, and it does mutate you, like essentially, right? It doesn't give you the X gene, but it unlocks powers that are within your genetics. So, like some people just get hit with a Terrigen crystal and die, but the Inhumans themselves, though, they hit out on the moon, so they live in space and on the moon and shit, and on the dark side of the moon. And like really the moon is just like they're like hiding using some like the way they hide Wakanda or whatever. So that's Inhumans. And then so that's the difference, I guess.
Robbie C said trying to be PC ultimately just comes down to dulling any sharp edges, so it ends up kneecapping the ability to develop characters properly. He's not wrong there. And this is the thing. Nobody is saying like you can't have female characters, you can't have LGBT characters. Like I don't think that anyone is saying that. I mean, some people might be, but they're idiots. I think what we're trying to say is you need to have a character that maybe could be one of those things, but it is not the defining feature. They are a fully fleshed out human being.
That's what I mean.
On the other side of it, you know.
So uninteresting. Like I don't care about like political statements or beliefs. Like it's so stupid.
I don't want to be lectured. I
don't care what skin color you are. Yeah, it's the dumbest shit ever.
You know what? My favorite show of all time, television show, is Angel. The spin-off
fucking Buffy and
Angel. They were my jam. All right, and look at what you had on Buffy.
My girl to watch Angel with me.
You had Buffy. You had Buffy the Vampire Slayer, badass female character. We did not focus on the fact that she was a girl. All we focused on was that she was a person. She was a person who had a job to do, and she did it. She was the chosen one. That was it. We believed it. And then we did not focus on the fact that she's a girl who kicks ass. We focused on the fact that she is this multi-dimensional character, this human being who has love and loss and pain and sorrow and transcendent joy. Like these were the her and Angel as a like the kind of proto Twilight. I mean, which infinitely better than Twilight. But I mean, and then on Angel, and you had Willow. Willow was gay, but Willow's gayness did not define her character.
Oh yeah, that's
Willow
right.
was Willow was just an awesome character who happened to be gay. Which was great for that's the representation you want. We're treating it like it's a normal thing. We're not taking a bow. We're not smelling our own farts and being like, look how inclusive we are. We're just showing you this is a person that actually exists in the world and they're a regular person.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with what you just said.
And then on
Angel,
on Angel, you had Gunn. Gunn was an incredible character. Like the characters on Angel, I mean, like the character development from season 1 to season 5 of Angel.
Well, people hate on that show.
I don't understand how you.
I don't, because I just don't think they were into it.
Did you not pay attention to it?
I was. I had on DVD and shit. So here we got a comment from LTK though, says I agree, but a lot of time the nerds don't even give it a chance. They instantly start complaining and crying about wokeness. That's just as annoying as the force-fed inclusion. I fucking agree with you too. Right. Yeah. Instantly people write shit off. I try really hard not to do that.
But I think that in the beginning they weren't writing that off. Like in the beginning, I think we were more open to this, and then
I was so pumped for She-Hulk. I'm a huge She-Hulk comic fan.
I know. I was super excited for She-Hulk.
They slapped me in the fucking face with that one, dude.
I know.
I never forgive them for that one.
But I think that we're now like so jaded by how many times we've been burned that it's like now instead of Marvel used to be like. I used to always say, like, no matter what Marvel puts out, I'm going to watch it because they've earned my benefit of the doubt. Like, Guardians of the Galaxy, I've never heard of that. Like, okay, but I'm with you, Marvel, because you haven't let me down yet. Now they've let you down so many times that it becomes
it's Tony Khan AEW bad faith, man. You can't have faith in it when it's fucking when it's
what I always said about DC. I was like, Marvel will be like, hey, we got this space movie with a talking raccoon, and I'll be like, all right, bring me there. But then like DC would be like, we're going to do Batman, and I'm going to be like, that's going to suck.
Yeah.
And now Marvel's in that too. We're all like, that's gonna suck.
And it does.
He says, I'm reminded of all the crying people did about Miles Morales. I love Miles Morales.
Me too, but Disney's dropping all that now because they won the fucking they have the They were shoving Miles down everyone's throats because of
which is
the fact that Spider-Man was going to get owned by the family again one day. They saw the Superman case, but that's okay. Like I ain't mad at them or the family. Like the family should get what's theirs, but I'm not mad at Marvel for trying to protect the shit. But now, like Miles is a prominent character, but I don't know if they push it as hard now that they like retain the rights. Some sort of deal was struck where Marvel.
I gotta answer this thing Brendan Ace just said. He said the one thing about Angel I never understood is why Buffy never made an appearance. She does make 2 appearances on Angel. There's season one episode called I Will Remember You, where she shows up and basically like a demon attacks and the demon's blood mixes with Angel's blood and brings him back to life as a human. And now they can be together. And and at the end of it though, Angel realizes he has to turn back the clock and give up Buffy to become the champion that he has to be, and like earn his redemption. Like that was not earned redemption that he had. It was given to him, and so he's the only one that remembers like the 3-day period where him and Buffy were happy together and they had this future ahead of them. That was it's a tragic episode. Like if you can watch that without crying, like it's you are a harder person than me. And then Buffy pops up again at the end of season 1 when Faith goes to Buffy and Faith switches bodies with her, and they do that whole thing and she like bangs Riley, and then Faith goes to LA and gets hired by Wolfram and Hart to kill Angel. And at the end of it, Angel is like trying to help her and like redeem her, like the way, and Buffy shows up in that one. Buffy was supposed to be in season 5 of Angel in the episode where him and Spike go to Italy looking for her, but she couldn't because Sarah Michelle Gellar was filming The Grudge, and I also think Sarah Michelle Gellar wanted nothing to do with Joss Whedon ever again.
Yeah. He's apparently a prick. Here, Godless Summer says Triple H's thoughts on Twitter X. He just quote tweeted Matt Hardy saying, "Lose my number." Is that real or no?
No way.
No, I would have to look into that. I would definitely have to look into that because I don't know if that's real or not.
Triple H's thoughts. No, Triple H's thoughts. The Twitter account.
The account. Yeah, okay.
Used to be Vince McMahon's thoughts. Now it's Triple H's thoughts. Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, is that what it is? He switched it from Vince's.
Oh yeah, when all the Vince stuff went down, he became Triple H thoughts.
That's genius because I actually didn't know that, but I was already following it. I was like, oh shit. Okay, so we have some. I mean, there's a few wrestling things. We want to e-fap this 10 minutes of Tony Khan video. I definitely want to from All Access because it is the funniest shit of all time. Marv, though, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. You can just plug all your shit. I'm gonna go grab a libation.
Oh, you go ahead and do that.
I'll be right back. So you just talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about for however long you want to talk about. I'll be right back.
Okay, guys. Phil Marks is a racist, and I'm going to tell you why.
All right. Well, maybe not that.
No. So Tony
SRS is going to clip that. He's going to clip it. It'll be the fucking intro to his pod, to Fightful's pod.
I know, right?
Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Enjoy Marv for however long here.
2 minutes. All right. So Toonie Town Wrestling on YouTube. We do, everything's done with puppets. It's kind of my goal was to kind of create the Muppet Show of wrestling. Where like we've got all these like things going on that's like zany and crazy. My goal with Toonie Town Wrestling was always to be like wrestlers or wrestling fans take everything way too seriously, and they're like threatening each other's lives on Twitter and stuff like that. And I was like, let's take a comedic look at everything and kind of like break down all the ridiculous things that happen and laugh at it and laugh at ourselves a little bit. So we do that with song parodies. We do the headlock headlines. We do the face lock features, which is a new thing that we're doing. So, check it out over at youtube.com/@toonwrestling. That is where you can find all that stuff. And, I'm on Twitter at Movie Marvin. People, a lot of people ask me, why are you Marvin the Movie Monster if you talk about wrestling? So I'll address that as well while I'm trying to fill dead air. Originally, the idea was to start a movie channel. And then you would have gotten a lot of the conversation like what you just got for the last several minutes with Phil and I talking about movies and TV and gaming and stuff like that. And I was going to do wrestling as well in there. And then I was looking at a lot of like tips and tricks for YouTubers and stuff like that because I was very new to this whole thing. And they were like, you have to have a niche, you have to like be focused. And then so then I was like, oh, you know what? I think I really have a lot to say about wrestling right now. I think a lot of people are talking about what's going on in the movies and TV industry right now. Not enough people are talking about what's going on in wrestling. So I decided to focus in on that. But you know, I'd already established the Marvin the Movie Monster. I'd done a couple videos on the movie channel. I've taken them all down. There was a song parody about Kathleen Kennedy. But I took those all down, and then I
Layman Gay.
yeah. So I restarted with Tony Town Wrestling, and then eventually, once Tony Town Wrestling is a well-oiled machine that's a powerhouse, I'm gonna go back to do the movie thing. People ask me all the time why I'm Marvin the Movie Monster, and I talk about wrestling, so had to clear that up. Also, what was the reason of Spike coming back in Angel? I always felt like the ending was perfect. Yeah, they negated Spike's noble death because they moved Angel, I believe, to UPN that season, or he might have still been on the WB, but the network wanted Spike, I believe. It was one of the
dude. Spike was such a hit. Like the fucking Whedon hated him. People just hated him and were like, "We're gonna write you off the show." Like that's what they told that dude. Like we're gonna get you off this fucking show.
Well, I mean, his
network just loved him, man.
His ending, well, the fans loved him. The ending in season, Spike's ending in season 7 was perfect. Like when he gives his life to like save everybody, like that was perfect.
Yeah. Fuck, that was a great show.
My NDA is the bang of 2024. Thank you, Jake. That I enjoyed. My NDA is good. You guys want to hear like all of the songs that I've got like sitting on my like to-do list?
Yeah, read them out. Tell the listeners like what you got.
I don't know. Maybe that's not such a good idea. Maybe I should hold it to the chest. I'll tell you the next one. The next one is going to be a spoof on Piano Man for Billy Joel. It's going to be Book a Man.
Okay.
Write us a show. You're the Book a Man.
Okay.
So we got that. I've got a couple of other like ideas floating around. We're doing. Hold on, wrong folder. I have them all on my phone, like on different folders. We're gonna be doing "Springtime for Helmsley" to the song "Springtime for Hitler" from the Producers. Let's see. Somebody gave me the idea to do and literally all I've got is the title for this one, Prince Ali, but it's Prince Tony.
Prince Tony, Coke it is he.
Yeah, exactly.
No, guys, I try not to make the Coke jokes because like everyone's done a little something one time or another. Not that I condone it, but
we're gonna do the and I have another one. I have another Hamilton song coming. It's about basically it's about Jericho and the way he would say the way Jericho would talk about Brawl Out when he would say that he was in, let's say, the room where it happened.
Yeah.
And he clearly wasn't. So
I had someone tell me they know like what went down and who's in the room and that a motherfucker, the Bucks stood over. I might have told you this already, but they stood over him and like rocked him and it like sat him down and then he just spazzed out or something.
I'm sure.
Let's
see. Brandon Ace says, Marvin, have you ever taken a visit to Sesame Street? No, I'm banned from there. They don't like me there.
So
I've been to Sesame Place. I've been to the Sesame Place theme park though.
Like for shoot, is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing. It's in Pennsylvania. I went when I was a kid.
I didn't know that. So there's this
dude. SeaWorld has a thing with it too. There's like a whole
there's this guy at Don Stevens AEW, and they are beefing with like at Sean Dean 773, and he's been posting like contracts and like actual sheets that they pay talent with, and he doesn't have a blue check. He has no. It's not like he's monetizing this like some sort of grift. I've talked to him personally in DMs. He was willing to talk to me like off record.
I talked to him a little bit today, actually.
Good, yeah, and it's I don't know. He's come across to me fairly legit, but I'm not gonna stooge anything he told me.
No,
because I assured him I wouldn't. But I just want people to know, like, he doesn't. I want you guys to know this. Like, I would, if he was full of shit, I'd be like, this guy's just full of shit. But he doesn't. He's not trying to be like, even in DMs, he's not trying to be like salacious about anything unreasonable. He's very like reasonable towards like what his, I guess, his vitriol or his anger is, whatever is being directed at whoever. It seems very like personal, you know. So I don't know. I'm inclined to think this guy's been legit, but he's leaking like they're. I don't know why he's doing this, but just
he's trying to prove that he's legit.
Like, gets contracted to be like an extra or whatever. So he said he'd come on the pod whenever he.
Oh, okay, that's a good.
Decides to hang him up, but his voice will give him away, so we don't want to do it now.
Okay.
So I'll hold him to that. You know, that's all I can do for you guys. But yeah, PWT, we do We do the dig and we do the reporting. Okay, here's a video that I made like a long time ago with a show called All Access, right? And AEW All Access. They were airing it after Dynamites, and it garnered like they would get like 200K viewers or some shit on this reality show. And so I made this video called 10 Minutes of Tony Khan.
Okay.
Where I clipped every mention or moment of Tony Khan. Now it's only 6 minutes long because
it wasn't 10 minutes of Tony Khan.
Yeah, he claimed there was. That's why I titled it that. But he copyright claimed his conversation with Sammy Guevara, which I tried to edit around, where he actually shows his booking sheets. Now that video you can find on Twitter. It is on Twitter, even on our YouTube. It's actually in shorts. In short form as well. I broke it up.
I did see
into
this.
1 minute of Tony Khan, so you can see his booking sheet. But also they made us clip out this part where Tony's running down the hallway, all excited before a show, like a geek, like jumping, like we're gonna do, like how are you doing? All right, and he's like running down the hall.
Grown
and it's
man,
so funny.
You're a grown ass man.
But here's
supposed to be a leader.
Here's 10 minutes of Tony Khan. Hopefully Don Stevens don't pull me down.
Yeah. Tony Khan wanted to change the world of professional wrestling. Yeah, he did. He
signed and partnered with a group of elite stars.
Okay.
Under his leadership,
shit's about to hit the fan. The system is broken. It was time for a revolution. We could be the wrestlers that we want to be.
We have our own stories. We make our own characters.
Different. That's what makes us elite.
Okay, yeah, I was going to just say pause it. Can I tell you, like, the thing that I really hate, and I think we talked about this the last time I was on your podcast, it's just this mentality of this thing that you love is broken and only we can fix it. So you are part of this movement. Like, it's political brainwashing. It's, like, I don't know. I don't like it.
Well, people argue that's what Paul Heyman did, but
it is what Paul Heyman did. Don't make it right. But Paul Heyman did that. Paul Heyman did that to the wrestlers more than he did to the fans.
Right. Now, pay close attention here too, because here's Chris Daniels backstage with Tony right there in everyone's ear.
We have our own stories. We make our own characters.
Different. That's what makes us elite.
So there's Tony Khan.
Okay.
And then there's Chris Daniels telling people what to do. And then there's a soda water. Okay, mental note. It's important.
I've been forced to vacate the AEW World Trios Champion.
So this is when this show happened, right when CM Punk, the Brawl Out happened. They never mentioned Brawl Out once. And the Bucks, I'm going to make 10 minutes of Bucks, where I'm going to edit all their shit together from the show, where they're just like geeks marking out over themselves the whole show. But yeah, they don't bring it up once, which is fucked up.
Khan created a revolution.
Show days, super chaotic. A lot of times we get here and we don't know what we're doing till hours, minutes before we go out.
That's not good. That's not a thing you should be talking about.
Yeah, and then Brian Alvarez goes viral this week for going, there's no direction. The days of long-term booking in AEW are gone. It's like there never was days of long-term booking.
They're admitting it. They're admitting it right here. They don't know what they're doing.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I think some weeks 100 talents running around backstage.
100 talents at a TV taping.
That is WCW padding, like a roster padding.
So we're not. This is what I mean, guys, right? So I've watched this whole reality show one time when it aired, the other time, after I recorded it all to clip it all, and now I'm watching it again with Marv Movie Month. So don't fucking tell me when I go, dude, these guys just like mark out for like their moves and shit. Yeah. Don't fucking tell me I'm wrong. Listen to what's being said here. They're saying it. Okay. And we uncovered beefs, like Ruby Soho wanted to actual shoot fight Ty Conti in this fucking show.
I'm backstage.
At that point, it caught Tony Khan's ear, and he started thinking, maybe I want to do this, and let's get together.
Well, it's great. Let's get together with soda water, and we'll make magic happen.
And I guess the rest is history, right?
We're just getting started, but it's a great fight to start a great night. Orange Cassidy.
Look, so that's what he's saying to them. Look, we're just getting started, but it's a great fight to start a great night. It's great. It's great. Everything's great.
Do you think that like this is actually like what it's like, or do you think they're just looking it up for the cameras?
I think
here?
it is. I think because no one watched the show, and then they cut the episode count. It's supposed to be like a bunch of episodes. They cut it down to 6 because no one was watching it.
I mean, I don't know. When I see any kind of reality show, there's very little reality involved.
I just don't think. I don't think he's good enough an actor to fake some of these mannerisms that you see in this video. It's all I'm getting at.
We're just getting started, but it's a great fight to start a great night.
Orange Cassidy in serious trouble.
This will be fun, right? I'm excited. There you go.
God.
Figured it out what works as a heel in the ring for me.
Austin's speeds are so bad.
Is it a break spot?
Not yet. We need to build an army right now.
It was good. Good match.
You thought everything looked okay?
Like he's just saying everything's good and great. Everything's great.
Yeah. Great directions.
I just feel like
He looked like a what the hell?
He's freaking out. No, God. Imagine if Tony's yelling at you like that, dude.
When he screams, it's like Peter Brady on the Brady Bunch, like when he was going through puberty and his voice was cracking.
Yeah, dude. This shit is hilarious. Look at how he reacts to this shit. This is what I mean. Like, you can't, like, yeah, is it reality? Like, yeah, I'm sure some of maybe like the storylines are fake. But
Yeah,
like,
no, he's not doing that. No, goddamn.
look at this weird shit, bro. Like, this is real. Like, this is that's what Taz is listening to on commentary going,
Can you imagine being Taz?
Seen this time and time again out of Jericho and Guevara.
That's awesome. That was great. Ah! Yeah.
He's sitting there mocking.
It was awesome. Yeah, it was great.
You think Triple H is sitting there popping at the gorilla
Bro.
position? Like, come on.
Jesus, man.
No, he's paying attention to running the show.
He's going to tell on it.
What's so sick,
He's
bro?
going to tell on it. And Claudio Castagnoli was
Is that heavy, Tony? No. I gave you extra time.
Look at, oh my God, dude. See, this is what I'm telling you guys. Hey, Daniel Bryan goes up to Tony Khan and goes, hey, Tony, was that heavy, Tony? Tony Khan goes, no, it was great. I gave you more time. No, I gave you extra time. It was me who said you could take extra time.
Yeah.
Bro, this isn't real. You can't make this up.
No.
And this is why I understand this guy so well, because I fucking clipped this shit, bro. It took me hours. You know what I mean? So,
Is that heavy, Tony? No. I gave you extra time.
I gave you extra time.
He talks like he talks like the loser that you're like in line in front of at Comic-Con, who like, you know, like you're trying to get the same autograph, but like, you know, he's just talking to you about like his imaginary friends and the comic book he's writing, and
man.
it's like people, it's exactly that type of person. Like
I love it so much. I love it so much.
Take the break right now. Go. They're really flying through.
Soda waters, cups, soda waters and cups.
Hey, that was great.
Hey, that was great. He's yelling at the commentary the whole time. It's great. And then also from the back, hey, it's great.
Do you think he ever like criticizes anyone when they come back? Like, man, that match stunk.
No, of course not.
Like, even if he thought, do you think he's ever thought that a match on this show like was bad, or do you think like
it's all over to him? It's the best shit ever.
Yeah.
It's great. It's the greatest wrestling. I'm so happy they can just do this, you know, and be my friend.
Hey, that was great. That was perfect. 1, 2, 3.
Look at how they treat him too. Imagine if this is Vince. They're not just looking away. House of Black is just looking away. Watch House of Black. They're like, okay, thanks, Tony.
Hey, that was great. That was perfect.
Yeah, great, thanks.
They go up to Julia.
They gave him
something new every time.
They gave him the same amount of consideration that they would probably give to like a kid in the front row.
Yeah.
That was like, hey guys, great match. Yeah, thanks.
Oh my God.
2, 3. Are you okay? That was great. Way to get him off the end.
Oh, you okay? That was great. Way to get him off the end.
Oh, great job.
Are you okay? That was great. Way to get him off the end.
Oh my
Got him
God.
back. That was great. Pick him up.
Oh, he's so like, I don't even know how to describe it.
Oh,
Like,
you pick him up. It was great. You got him back at the. You pick him up. That was great. What
like,
is
he's
this
just
guy
so
doing?
socially awkward. Like it's so cringy to even look at.
Man, I'm telling y'all. This ain't it's just this is how he is, man. Imagine that was your boss. Like, think about if you worked at a Best Buy and that was your boss.
I mean,
I'd be
look,
laughing
if that was
about
my boss and he was paying me literally millions of dollars above my
500K.
worth, like he is for most of these people, like more money than they will ever see in their lives, I would be able to put up with it. I would give him all the hugs that he wanted, and I would be like, you're the best thing that's ever happened, Tony.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude.
But look, at the end of the day, I think I said this to you on the podcast. I was like, the TNA guys, they all love Dixie Carter while she was paying them, and now they all can't rush to talk enough shit about Dixie Carter.
Yep.
Like
She didn't know what she was doing, blah blah blah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But she, like, as you said on the podcast, she didn't have lifelong NDAs.
Exactly. So you can talk about her. That's the
Yeah.
problem with Tony. You can't talk about him unless you don't sign shit.
Going
Well,
into
she
the
didn't
card
sign.
rundown. We'll feel out the ending, and then we'll go into the card rundown.
Listen to him. Like, he sounds like he's like listen to this. Listen to how he's telling them to go into the card rundown. Now remember, he's talking to Tony Schiavone and Taz and Jim Ross more
Right.
than likely. Like, so they don't need to hear this. Like, who is he talking to that needs to hear him say it this way, where you could just say, go into the card rundown, and they're professional enough to where they know what the fuck they're doing, Tony Khan.
Uh-huh.
So here, just watch this.
Going into the card rundown. We'll feel out the ending, and then we'll go into the card rundown bumpers.
Whoa, can you calm down? Take a breath, bro. Aren't you in charge of this whole thing here? Take a breath for a second.
I'm pretty sure that Tony Khan, the puppet, blinks more than him.
Yes, man. Like,
Hi, Mello, Dr. Ty and Anna, and Lauren Nightingale take Britt Baker with Sky in her sights, and now Sky Blue goes down.
and he does not like women's wrestling. Look at that look on his fucking face.
Oh, 100%. Like he puts it on there because he has to. Which is like somebody was like, "Oh, there was 2 minutes and 30 seconds of women's wrestling on SmackDown this weekend." Or like, remember when they complained about oh, there was no women's wrestling on SmackDown, when it was like the entire episode was like dealing with like building the War Games team.
Yeah, the whole episode was like, damage control shit.
Like
So
they were featured in like
and the main
every
event
segment.
Yeah.
They're like,
Just
but they
not
didn't
the
wrestle.
match,
They
and
didn't wrestle. Like you idiots. Like, I give me a solid promo over a mediocre match any day of the week.
Fucking
trash.
match right there. Jamie Hayter coming up right now. The Elite versus Death Triangle.
Soda water. So that's a different day. He has soda water here.
I mean, at the end of the day,
I drink soda water too, but he really loves them.
I like him too. I have a Soda Stream machine.
Me too. I fucking love soda water, dude. It's funny. And then Chris Daniels, is always with him right here. So when they say,
could you imagine
so
what it must
when
be
they
like
say
being Chris Daniels?
Daniels and when they say Daniels and Mega Khan and fucking or whatever her name is and fucking the Bucks barged in. They did on Punk. You know, Daniels right here. He's the right hand man, literally.
Not Jericho though.
No, he came in after.
The you get to the Death Triangle, the better, man.
Good. All right, the Bucks are attacking. Oh, this.
Like, look, Christopher Daniels is a guy that you want to be a head of talent relations.
Oh yeah,
because he's someone the guys can respect. He's able to communicate. He's able to talk shop with them, communicate with them. I mean, that's what you need from that role. And so, thank God that he didn't try to like do it himself.
You're right, man. And sorry, and I don't mean to flip the subject, but just like look at Tony Khan's graphic card that's like popping up, and look at just CEO, GM, and head of creative. Like, you can't just say like you're this.
Why are you the CEO and GM? Like,
and head of creative? Like, you can't just be the CEO and we
like
get
you're just
it,
owner.
you know?
You're just owner of the company. How about that? Like, you own the company,
dude. But
do
he's
whatever
just
you want.
gotta like. He's just like a mark for himself, dude. It's just cringy, man.
Totally, we want to get him going. Get him off this.
Marks charging right back at Hangman. Now,
Look at his smile.
Oh my god!
And then he goes, I didn't even mean to pause it here. He goes, I like it right here.
You
for
know,
this
at the end,
trash. Look at the trash he's watching.
At the end of the day, it's like,
look at that face.
He, you know, we say that like he's booking for himself to be entertained for himself. I 100% think that's I like the fact that other people like enjoy this in any way, shape, or form is entirely by accident.
I know.
He is,
and even if you do, even if like, here's the thing. Hairline. He was with us tonight. He disappeared, but he's all
where'd he
good.
go?
He went in the upside down, I'm sure.
Oh.
I don't know, man. Maybe he just, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he went to bed or something. But anyways, he will say it. He's the big fan of deathmatch, but he's the biggest fan of WWE. He's the biggest Cornette fan you'll ever meet, but he loves deathmatch wrestling.
Right.
Why? I don't know why. He's all into psychology and all the shit. He tries to break it down for me. But all I'm fucking saying is that he can tell you shitty. Like, he'll admit to you, like, yo, no, this is stupid and dumb and doesn't make fucking sense. And that's all, I don't know. That's all anybody wants. That's all anybody wants. And just, I don't know. It's like you said, Tony Khan booking for himself. Like, it doesn't need to make sense to anybody else. As long as it makes sense to Tony and he goes right here with his face shows you, I like it. Like, let's show you. I like it.
I like this. I don't think I've ever.
Like, what is he watching? This Moxley shit and saying, I like this. I don't know. Like, you got to be able to be objective about these things and go, like, I know that I'll mark out for shit that the average person won't mark out for, but I can be objective about it and be like, yeah, I'm a mark though. So, like, you know, but he just can't do that. It's just this whole thing is fucking, I don't know. Just look at his face. It drives me nuts.
Right.
Get him off this. Mox charging right back and
Like, look at that. Okay, so Mox jumped into a ref and fell down like a plumber, and then watch how Tony reacts.
now. I like this. I don't think I've ever seen him hit an elbow like that.
Like, all right, you know what I mean? Like, okay, Tony, he's just like, look how geeked he is to meet Joe in the back. Look how geeked he is right now.
Yeah, like, but could you imagine, like, you know, he like goes to his father after all this, and he's like, Dad, look at this, watch this, watch my wrestling, like. Oh, this poor guy.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being Shad Khan and just being like, this is my male heir?
And he's like, yeah, Shad Khan invented like the modern bumper on like the modern vehicle or whatever. You know, like, and then he's got to watch his kid just doing this. I feel like I could book better if I had $1 billion. I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, I mean, look, he's a Herb Abrams who's never going to run out of money. That's the problem.
Exactly. But I wouldn't do all the things. I wouldn't be like, I'm going to do Dynamite and Collision and Rampage and Jacksonville Jaguars and ROH. I wouldn't do all the things. I would I would do like one of the things, and then let someone else do the other thing for a bit. And
a jack of all trades is a master of none.
Exactly, man.
Well, look, I think at the end of the day, AEW is him playing. His actual job is the Jaguars and Fulham. Like, those are the jobs that his father like needs him to actually do. And
so like in the football world, though, he gets criticized as the Jaguars do for like, oh, like they say in the football world, like, oh, you guys have to go to London to sell out a football game.
Yeah.
The same way we say with wrestling. That's what they do because they have that Wembley connection. And it's just like the Jaguars get criticized in the NFL for tarping seats off as well, which is what they do in wrestling. So it's just funny that they go like, oh, why do people care? Do they care? It's like, yeah, they do care. They clown the Jaguars in the NFL. Because this is what they clown the Jaguars for. That the quarterback, I think Trevor Lawrence, he got, I believe, sorry, I might have fucked his name, but he got injured and they didn't cart him off. Like they had a cart. Sammy Guevara's running Matt Hardy over with a cart or whatever, but they don't have a cart to get their star quarterback off the Jacksonville Jaguars field. You know what I mean? So
of course, yeah. But we're getting a lot of good comments here from the audience.
Okay, well, let's stop and read some while we're e-fapping this. Do you have any you want to shout out there, Marv? You can
LTK says Tony said he made his family watch AEW on Christmas. Pathetic. That's what I was citing. Like he said on Christmas Day he was like making them watch Rampage or whatever.
I tried to get mine too, and they were calling it Krusty W. Some relatives of mine, the young ones, they were
when his mother was like sick in the hospital, he was like, yeah, and then I went there and in her hospital room and I put on Rampage, and I'm like, hasn't this woman suffered enough? Oh, this poor lady.
They're more than likely want to tell him to shut the fuck up. How can someone that never applied a headlock give feedback on a match? LOL. That's what the agents are for.
Yeah, 100%. And it's like your opinion only matters because you have the checkbook. Like it's kind of like I remember one time, like we were talking about Conrad earlier. There was a episode of back when I was listening to Grill and JR like pretty consistently. JR was yelling at the internet because it was like one of the things he likes to do, and he was like, "You're not an expert. I'm an expert. Conrad's an expert." And I'm like, "What makes Conrad an expert?" The fact that
he said Conrad's an expert.
He said Conrad is an expert.
Oh boy.
And I'm like, Conrad has money. That doesn't make you an expert. Like Dave Meltzer is an expert because he's watched a lot of wrestling.
That's the biggest fallacy. That's like saying I'm an expert.
I know.
Just talk out of my
I would
ass.
I would never call.
You're all tuned in, listening to me and Marv talk out of our fucking asses, dude.
I would
no
never.
one's an expert of this until you do it.
Call myself an expert, and I'd certainly never call you an expert, Phil.
No.
But
yeah, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, especially for my ass steaming shit takes.
See, that's why he's failing. He won't let anyone else have any power. Like a petulant, spoiled child who won't share his toys. But if he just lets someone with experience run the company and try to learn, yeah, I mean, like I'm sure Jim Ross tried. Like, you know,
he did, and then he did, and then remember Brandon Cutler shot on him on Twitter, and then it caused that whole like Brandon Cutler got pulled from a match, so this was real. Davey and them all reported on it, and they talk shit about Jim Ross and shit.
Yeah, Omega talked shit about him too.
Yeah,
when he said that he thought Randy Orton was the best wrestler in the world at that time, and everybody freaked out because he didn't say Kenny. And you know, Kenny said oh, well, I'm not going to listen to the guy that thinks I'm the WWE champion because JR accidentally called him the WWE champion one time. So yeah, Robbie C says, Godless Scummer says, I know that Fulham FC fans don't like him.
Don't like him.
Yeah, they made the Tony Khan wanks dogs sign.
Yeah, exactly, man. They don't like him like overall, and the Jaguar fans they have bad faith with that that franchise as well. And I mean, it's the same with AEW. Now, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, their family or failure. Like, I wish I owned the fucking Jacksonville Jaguars. I wish whatever, but it seems like a bunch of not enough focus on one thing. Like it seems like a really rich dad whose son talked him into a lot of shit, and a lot of it's been successful, but a lot of it's also been mismanaged as they get bigger and bigger and bigger in their conglomerate, monopolized, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't see AEW going anywhere though anytime soon. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, it's because the money's not going to run out, and
no, exactly.
They've got more money than they could ever spend in a lifetime. So I mean, he can lose money forever and just keep.
That's what they don't get. I got a tweet. Someone tweeted at me and was like, "Huh, WWE's and lost money," and now I just feel like these people are bad faith. Like they must be fucking trolling me.
But you know what, WWE was in danger of folding several times. You know, like most notably in the Monday Night Wars when Bischoff was, knocking on the door. It's Tony doesn't have that sense of like, oh my God, like I might go out of business because they're I'm not making enough money. He's always got more money. That's the joke that I always make on Tooneytown Wrestling. Is just like, why do you care about money? There's always more of it. Like,
well, I just hate when people are like, why do you care about the TV numbers and the blah blah blah? And it's like, you wouldn't be in the television business. You wouldn't. He would have just bought PWG and ran an indie if he didn't care about. Like, you wouldn't be on TV if you didn't.
Like, why do you all like care about the ratings so much? Okay, so here's the thing. We didn't care at first. That when they showed up, him and Jericho and the Bucks, they were all running their mouths about how they were going to beat WWE, and now everybody's dunking on them because they didn't. And now they're like, why are you picking on us? And like, no, it's like you asked for it. Like you talked a big game and then you fell on your face. And the other thing is, when you like something, when you are a fan of something, you need that thing to do good to have more of that thing.
Mm-hmm.
If Iron Man made nothing at the box office, we never would have had an MCU.
You want to talk about MCU, best MCU movie, Iron Man, right? Like got over, or like Endgame for sure. Like I went to theaters alone to watch it.
Infinity War is probably my favorite. If I were to give you a top 5, I count Infinity War, Endgame as one movie. So
me too, because that's one tale. But like Endgame is so, bro, just the fucking
Civil War,
Avengers Assemble, moment.
Civil War, Winter Soldier, No Way Home, probably second.
Iron Man's not in there though. The first
No,
Iron Man, like,
first
that was
Iron
the
Man,
one.
It's
Dude.
got a really special place in my heart, but I can't say it's one of my favorites. Like
to me, it's just the one that I'm like, that's the one. Like that's the one where I'm like,
I mean, it's kind of iconic in the fact that it's like the WrestleMania 1 of the
it's
MCU.
true. It's like I told you. I think it was
that's
we were,
no
I
one's
don't know
favorite
if we were,
WrestleMania, but it was good enough to keep doing more of them. Like
I don't know if I can't remember. I might have mentioned it on podcast, but I just rewatched Hogan Andre today, and that's like fucking WrestleMania 3. Like I don't know. That's like it's like that moment. You know, that's what Iron Man is. Speaking of WWE though, AEW Disciplinary Committee parody at AEW Disciplinary tweeted out 2 hours ago, said, "For those in the back, Brock was never removed from the WWE roster page. Crazy how one person posts something as fact and suddenly see 100 posts about it. He wasn't just added back because he was never removed." So Brock was never removed from the roster page, I guess. So is that
he's still on the roster page
of WWE? Yeah, he took a screenshot and he's showing it. And
or
I guess
from the
Brock,
game, or was it?
No, this is like the WWE.
Okay.
Yeah. So
interesting.
I guess he wasn't. I'm not sure, but either way, he tweeted that out, and I want to say what's up. And what's up, Steph DeLander? Okay, we got.
Are you really gonna make me sit through another 3.5 minutes of this idiot?
Yeah, dude, you gotta do it. We gotta do it. Let's do it, man. It's right here.
Modern day pro wrestling. Danielson.
We're doing good. We're doing good on time. This is good.
So look, we're doing good. We're doing good on time. This is good. That means
good.
he's not doing good on time.
Good.
You know, because Tony's so lenient, that's when he should be going, "No, we need a hard wrap it the fuck up, pal."
Right.
No, he's going, "No, we're good. It's Danielson. They're having a classic G1 3-star classic."
Just gotta let it go.
We're doing good. We're doing good on time. This is good. Hey, hometown hero. Way to go. Welcome back. Yeah, it's great.
Welcome back.
Loved it.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. You okay?
Oh, I'm great.
Wait, yo, look how awkward that is with Ruby Soho. Let's bring it back.
Okay.
Look how awkward that is with Ruby Soho. He's like, "Great, hometown hero." Like, she's like, "Yeah, I'm good." She's like, "No, he's like, "Are you sure you're good?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm great." Like,
this is good. Hey, hometown hero. Way to go. Welcome back. Yeah, it's great.
Welcome back.
Cool. I cannot.
he pulled her. Look, he grabbed her hand and pulled her, Vince McMahon. Look,
I cannot get away from you fast enough, is what she's saying.
Look at here. We're breaking this down.
Oh man, look
forensically. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Like the football thing when we like circle it.
Sean Ross Sapp, Nick Hausman. We need a report. Where's Nick Hausman? Look at here's Tony. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse.
She is not returning that grip.
Here's Ruby's tattooed arm.
Yeah.
Here's him holding and pulling her in. Listen to what he says. Listen to the words. We're gonna break this down, son. This is crazy.
Okay. This is crazy. Hey, hometown hero. Way to go. Welcome back. Yeah,
pulls her in.
Loved it.
Welcome back.
Hey, welcome back. You okay?
Oh, that was definitely for a hug.
Welcome back. You okay? And she goes, "I'm fine," and didn't try to hug him back, is what it looked like.
He definitely went for the hug there. And
look
at her body language after the hug. Like she's clearly skeeved. By
she
it.
is. Look, she tried to walk away there when he grabbed her hand
and pulled her in and clearly like hugged her.
Look,
like,
she's looking down and is like, "What are you doing?" And
Dear
Ricky
diary,
Starks
today I finally hugged a woman.
Ricky Starks is like, "What the fuck are you doing, Tony?" And look at her. She's looking down. What the fuck is he doing? Then watch. Pulls her in.
Pulls her into the hug. Holy crap.
Trying to walk away. Oh my God. Whoa, you guys. Nick Hausman.
Yeah, where's the expose on this one?
Well, for real, and look at her.
Look at the body language. She's subtly turned away. She's turning her body away from him,
and she's
keeping
bowed
her
up like
arms.
She's ready to punch a motherfucker, dude.
Her
shoulders are bowed up, like
her shoulders are up. Her arms are close into her body, like she wants away from him in the worst way right now.
Everybody, clip this. If you watch this, clip this shit. Get this everywhere. We need everyone to see this. This is insane. This is insane.
I'm great.
I'm great. Like hey Tony, she told you she's all good. Sorry, one more time, then we're gonna move on. She says she's all good.
Great. Welcome back.
Loved it.
Welcome back.
Hey, welcome back. You okay?
Oh, I'm great.
Bro, I'm so sorry. 45 minutes until Dynamite. He's on Adderall running around backstage.
Whenever you're ready to get it going.
A secret.
Whenever you're ready to
Look at
get
that
it
hug.
going.
Look, I don't know who he's hugging here.
That's Adam Cole. Adam
oh
Cole.
My God. Look at the way he hugs him. Look at that. That is not a way a normal human being hugs someone.
Bro,
that is the way an alien life form who has only heard about human hugs as like a myth, like tries it out for the first time.
Oh my God, you're so right. And wait until you see
that is a man whose father never hugged him, and he just craves human closeness.
It's just you're so right.
He held that hug for way too long.
Am I saying?
Oh my God! They snuck me in.
Look how long he holds.
This is the Sammy Guevara shit. I think got chopped out. Yeah, it got completely removed.
Yeah,
and they were backstage. I don't know if that video exists somewhere.
Go back. I want to time this hug.
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna do a Fightful.com and actually pull out a stopwatch here.
Do it.
Hold on, let me find my stopwatch.
Let me know as soon as you're good, and I'll hit play. And this is what I'm talking about, you guys. Like, I've broken this shit down the way I just spent 12 minutes on a 10-second clip of him shaking Ruby Soho's hand. I've broken that down so many. I'm I've breaking that down just psychologically. Like, it's what you said. He's E.T. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Like, how long would you say a normal hug should be? 2 seconds?
I mean,
like you come in for the hug, maybe
are we blood related? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
but not even that. It's like a hug from a boss to an employee.
I don't even. If I'm your employer, I don't even think we're hugging. But like,
usually maybe
seconds,
if we're close enough where it's like a hug, it's like a handshake hug. It's like the handshake where you like come in, touch shoulders, and you like pat him on the back for like a second. Okay, so I got the stopwatch up. Let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. So hit it. Be precise with the hitting.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. All right, so here we go. Here we go.
Oh my God! They snuck me in. It's beautiful. Thanks for getting it.
Of course.
4.11 seconds.
Oh my God, that's entirely
too
way
long. and like the way he buries his head into the shoulder like that. Oh my God!
And I love his fucking pea coat. What is he wearing, dude?
This is the way children hug Mickey Mouse at Disney World.
Yes, dude, it is. It's like at Disneyland. This is
so it felt great to see Tony.
Oh, great. Everything's great. Tony's great. Everyone's great. Everything's great. Oh my good God.
He has been incredibly
Tony hides him. Listen to this. Just watch this.
Supportive through this entire process. Of course, we had communicated and talked, but it's not the same as seeing someone face to face.
Did she not know he was there?
I don't know.
His friggin' girlfriend.
This is Tony Khan's private room,
and he wants to like sit there and watch them kiss.
Dude, yes. Listen to what he says. Listen to what he says in like a fucking minute, dude. It's so funny.
Hey, I'll close the door. I'm gonna run by every time I go to the bathroom.
Oh my God! Of course.
Yes.
Did he say I'm gonna swing by every time I go to the bathroom?
Yes.
Don't worry, I got a big gulp. I'm gonna be here a lot. I had a big gulp and I just ate Taco Bell. We're gonna be seeing a lot of each other tonight.
Oh my fucking God! What is he talking about? He goes, "I'm gonna close the door," and then they go, "Yeah," like they're making out, and he goes, "I'm gonna close the door."
I'm gonna close the door, but don't worry, If you're still going the next time I have to pee, I'll be popping my head in.
I fucking can't, bro. This guy's an alien. He's ET.
Why are they hugging like they've never seen each other? Like they haven't seen each other in years. Like
whole
don't they live together?
Yeah, and the whole gimmick of the show is like, I'm a dentist, but I have to drop him off to recover from his life-threatening injury. And
Robbie C pointed out, Britt doesn't even hug Adam as passionately as Tony did.
I'm
She's
fucking
100%. He's 100% right.
Yeah, he is.
4.11 seconds.
Dude, I'm fucking crying tears down my face, dude. This is
I'm gonna run by every time I go to the bathroom.
Oh my God! Of course.
Yes.
And then they go, "Oh my!" And then Adam Cole goes, "Oh my God, of course." And then Tony goes, "This is your bathroom." Like, what kind of fucking awkward, like just small talk? Like, this is a fucking Judd Apatow movie.
Could you imagine like
when Judd Apatow movies were good?
He's like
back in Jonah Hill days, Seth Rogen days.
He's sitting in the bathroom stall, and they gotta like sit there and talk to him through the door.
Oh my! with his feet, his pants are down. Hey, so what are you guys doing?
He's got like Hulk Hogan like tiny whiteies like that around.
Yeah, she's like, oh my god, dude, this. Oh my god, look at this shit. Listen,
what?
It's so much.
I'm gonna run by every time I go to the bathroom.
Oh my god, of course.
Oh my god.
Yes.
This is your bathroom.
This is your bathroom.
My word.
It's Wednesday. You know what that means? AEW Dynamite is live in Los Angeles at the.
And also, if you've been at their TVs when the houses aren't good, what they do too, the announcers.
You mean every week?
Yeah. The commentators, they just pitch black them out, like during the matches and everything. Now, I don't know. I don't know. Like WWE, like obviously they put the announce table like next to the ring now, so they can't do that. But before, when it wasn't next to it, they would just black it out, so like you couldn't really even see what Taz was doing or anything during the match. Because in my opinion, I think they're drinking like Moscow mules and chilling and shit.
100%.
Yeah,
no
like, I
way.
don't think they're being serious. Like they're just fucking off and shit. Because
there's no way Taz is sober while he does this show.
And then they light it up, and then they light them up when they're gonna like be like, oh, and up next we have that was crazy, Taz. But like they do that more now because the table's next to the thing. Before,
like, have you ever heard
like they pre-taped some of them? But
have you ever heard like the way Taz is with people?
Yes,
like specifically like Marks and like things like that. You know, Tony Khan is the person that Taz would like sneer at and walk away on the street, like, and he has to deal with him all the time now.
It's
like,
so fun.
He is the epitome of
not only dealing with him, bro. Tony's yelling in his ear what to say. And that's why he goes, ha ha, and he just laughs everything off the whole show. Because he's literally being told what to say by this guy. Look at this face.
Yeah. That is the creative mind behind this program.
And a soda water. Yes, dude.
Oh my god.
I love soda water and Adderall.
Perrier.
Like it's Adderall, right? Like, hey, I've taken things. Adderall. Hey, Tony, we would chill, man. Me and Tony would party. It'd be fucking fun, man. It'd be fucking fun.
Wednesday. You know what that means? AEW Dynamite is live in Los Angeles at the fabulous Gia Forum.
All right, we're 2 minutes here. I'm gonna give you the 5 in about 30.
A win.
Thank you.
Whoa! He just said, "Yo, we got 10 minutes here." Then he goes, "I'm gonna give you the 5 in about 30."
I'm gonna give you the 5 in about 30. Like,
imagine that's your boss. You're going, whoa, hold on.
Can I also just point out he is directing television here. In what universe is he qualified to direct television?
God,
to sit there and direct live TV. What has he ever done? Has he ever taken a film course? Has he ever like he has no idea.
No.
Nothing as the owner of a football team prepares you for the task of doing this.
I just can't believe it sometimes.
Triple H didn't even do it until he spent a decade watching it be done.
It's fucking maddening.
All right, we're 2 minutes here. I'm gonna give you the 5 in about 30. A win. Thank you.
So I talked to Tony last week, and he told me there's a plan.
Oh,
so I just gotta trust him. You know, I trusted him before, and I became TNT champion 3 times.
That guy's he's a 3-time. Whenever this show came out, like a year and a half ago, not actually that, maybe like 6 months ago or whatever. I don't know, 8 months ago. Listen, he was a 3-time TNT champion. Bro, in the history books. Like that might as well be your 24/7 title. What the fuck is going on? But so right before that, rather, is where the whole Sammy Guevara booking debacle got cut out.
Dr. Britt Baker should be better to knees. Neck break. She's near fall. Let Saraya blow into the shot. Here's our finish.
I decide I'm not only going to hide in Tony's office, but I'll hide in Tony's bathroom.
What?
Wait. So he's actually in the bathroom.
Dude.
So when he said, "I'm going to see you every time I go to the bathroom," Tony Khan is literally going into the room where they are at to urinate and defecate.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what you're saying is what it is. It's not even like a joke.
You're into
This is
oh my
what
god.
it is, bro. Or it is a joke, but like not on us.
I hope he at least lights a match when he's done.
Bro, he loves the match. It's not, dude. He loves the match. Look at this.
Oh, I remember that when he just misses.
Anna Jay. Hey, Anna Jay, great up and coming prospect.
Yeah, just took a
here's
straight
death.
power bomb to the
through
concrete floor.
through one table.
No,
No one was smart enough to go.
The
hey,
only
maybe
thing that
should we give
table
them
did,
two
the
or
only thing that
three?
table
Maybe?
supported was her ass.
Maybe should we hey, if we're gonna rig up and blanket and pad any tables, we should do those ones. This one for this girl here, what the fuck, man?
She missed that table. She landed right on the floor.
Look at his face.
His face being
I
like,
can't.
did someone? That is his look of concern. That is his look of, did someone just die
If
on
this
my
is a
television
shoot,
show?
it's like you said, it's editing and shit. But if this is a shoot, Marv, look at this.
That
Look
is
at
the face you make. That is the face you make when the leg comes off your action figure.
That's the face I make when I see the fucking ratings for Dynamite every week, dude. Look at this. Look at that. Oh yeah, that was pretty bad. Hopefully she's alive. Hopefully she didn't Matt Hardy.
She literally took a power bomb to the concrete floor. There was nothing breaking her fall.
I'd be off headset. We need an ambulance.
He should have thrown that headset down and been out there.
Dude,
Medical staff should have
crazy,
been out there
man.
when that happened, but he doesn't care.
Oh my god, dude.
Concussion protocol.
It's crazy.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. To get to the
Oh, is that Tony saying it's crazy? Oh, you're good.
You okay, that was crazy. Yeah, he's praising it.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
He is praising it now. He is praising her almost dying.
Oh, are you good? That was crazy. They're checking her head for stitch. She needs stitches or what?
They're probably giving a concussion test.
Oh,
he's like, oh man, that was totally wicked.
See, this is what I mean, dude. I have to come back to this video, guys. Pro Wrestle Clips, man, on YouTube. I have to come back to this video every every few months. I'm just it's baffling to me.
It's got to be the gift that keeps on giving.
That's crazy. To get to the bell in 2 and change so we can celebrate.
Yeah, let's get to the bell in 2 and change. No, it's a hard gimme. I need fucking a minute and a half hard so we can wrap this shit up on time.
Again,
2 and change.
No idea what he's doing as director of a television show.
Crazy.
At this point,
Literally ready to throw up.
let's do it.
At the ring.
She says, I'm literally ready to throw up. And Tony Khan goes, let's do it. Listen to that. She goes, I'm ready to throw up. He goes, let's do it.
At this point,
Literally ready to throw up.
let's do it.
At the ring.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. It's let's do it. Oh
I literally hate this.
Wait, you gotta time this one too. Hold on.
Oh,
You
another
gotta
hug.
time it. Yeah,
Is it a long
that's
one?
another one. It looks like it. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, we got cut off by the magic of television editing, folks. We don't even actually know. That was about a 4 or 5 second hug.
Had to have been at least. I don't know if it broke the 4.1 second record.
1, 2, 3, 4. About a 4 second hug.
Yeah, no,
Fucking months.
So what is the point of doing a reality show of a show that no one watches?
And you know what? Kenny Omega did not appear on this shit whatsoever. He walks in with the Bucks one time. He doesn't say shit. MJF comes in and just talks shit with some heel shit. And then remember at the time, Cody Rhodes was still, I think, in the company. And he was like, don't get any of this on me. Or whoever, there was people who ducked out of, who don't appear in the show when you watch the whole thing, and it's literally just Tony and the Bucks jerking themselves off. That's what this show is.
100%.
When I do the Bucks one, you guys are gonna see some shit that people just. I should have did it when Brawl Out happens, so
Yeah,
people can really see how they're marks for themselves.
I'm gonna have something else to do that night.
Yeah. So here's Tony. He's very intense in his work.
Seriously, every single day, I'd read things like, I miss Adam Cole.
I don't know where he's reading that. It's not my Twitter.
The bad news, it's not for me.
Hey. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
1, 2.
That was a short one. He must have had something.
But he was like looking at him.
He must
like,
have spotted
they
Sting
look
out of the corner of his eye and was like, I gotta go hug Sting.
This hug here is like when you go in for a kiss, but like the girl's not really that into
Thank
you.
you.
And,
Thank you.
But he still had to put his head on his shoulder like that.
but her
Did you see
earring
that?
gets caught on your fucking hoodie, and you're like, oh
he
shit,
still had to he still had to give him the little nuzzle with his face. Oh, it's so cringy. There we go, another marathon hug.
Let's f***ing go. TK.
Like, so that like is
boys,
just
I
his hug, right? Like he buries his head in everybody's like chest to shoulder.
And he's like, let's go, let's fucking go. And then one part that's cut out of here too, because they made me cut it out, is where Tony Khan's like, yeah, I haven't ate. Oh, how you doing? I'm great. I haven't ate. Or whatever. Yeah, he's like, I haven't ate. He's like, I haven't eaten today.
Oh, I
and
haven't
it's like
eaten.
the end. Yeah, and
Oh.
Guevara's like, what? Guevara's like, what? And Tony's like, yeah. And then they go in his office, bro, and there's like 15 empty soda water bottles.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not making it up either, bro. Like I have the edited versions. I'll fucking Google Drive you the unedited shit.
Listen, I appreciate the thought. I will never watch this.
You're like, fuck that shit.
I will never voluntarily sit through this again.
No, exactly.
Let's f***ing go, TK. All right, boys.
And they're like, let's fucking go, TK. Like he's like their little pal.
I gotta go out.
Well, we have to pretend that he's their pal.
All right. He's okay?
I think so. He just needed a minute.
Okay.
3 minutes. 3 minutes off air. 3 minutes off air.
No! Damn it, God damn it!
When he like sits there and he like when he leaves a room, do you think these people are just kind of like, oh God, like thank God he's gone. Like I can't believe that this is like who we work for. Like as long as the checks keep clearing or whatever.
It has to be.
Or do you think they buy it? Do you think they buy into it? Do you think like these guys are like my captain, my captain?
I just think that it is yeah, it's just I think that some of them think that they're leading the revolution, and then I think some of them think
it's the only I can fix it mentality. It's that's
yeah, and then I think some of them are just like there for the fucking cash, and they know that, and you just have to admit that sometimes. It's not like a bad thing. Like yeah, we've talked about it. Like I'll never blame anyone for fucking doing that.
No, me neither. And look, if somebody wants to pay me well above what I am worth, I will 100% take it, and I will let you give me all the weird hugs that you want.
Yeah, dude, for real. Like, I mean, and that's what Okada's doing and shit, right?
That the picture of him hugging Okada from like last year, whatever it was, Okada looks so like confused and terrified that this man is like snuggling him at a press conference.
I know, it's one of the weirdest, dude.
The
All
hug-
of
the
it. It was
hugs,
when
I mean,
Joe tries to hug him. When Joe tries to hug him, he just it's uncomfortable for him. Like he doesn't. He's like, fuck this, you know. So it's just a really weird thing that he does, and just the pulling in the Ruby Soho, guys, clip that, please. If there's any clippers out there.
The pulling in the Ruby Soho thing, that was like, I mean, I don't know, we might be reaching on that one, but it
No,
was
I'm
a
not
little
trying
weird.
to accuse him of shit. I'm joking, but what it is it's extremely
It's
like,
just
have
an
you ever
awkward
been
moment. It's
awkward
an
with a
awkward
girl
moment. It's an
in
awkward
high
moment.
school? That's all I want to showcase here. Like Tony I'm telling you, he's literally like a 6-year-old, like a 6th grader in a grown-up's body. That's all I'm trying to get at, right?
No,
Like
I understand that.
yeah, like have you ever been, I don't know, I just feel like that shit is so funny. Like she's just like, yeah, I'm good, bro. You know, like it totally comes across that way. We broke it down shot for shot, scene for scene.
All right.
But,
I've got to hit the hay.
I was just gonna say we're gonna wrap up the show. So Marv, I was just gonna quickly before you go, I just wanted to show once again your channel, and if you can just tell the people, just pitch your shit, let them know what's up.
YouTube.com/@Toon Wrestling, TON Wrestling. We're doing comedy sketches. We're reporting on the wrestling news of the week with the headlock headlines in an amusing way, and a whole cast of puppets. We got Tony Khan, we got Trip, we got Meltzer, and of course we got me.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure Toon Wrestling. You go subscribe. YouTube.com/@Toon Wrestling. You can just use the @ handles. And Marv, thanks so much for joining me.
Hey,
man.
thanks for having me.
You can take off, man, if you'd like to. Thanks so much, man. You're welcome.
All right, have a good one.
And, yes, you too, man. God bless. Take good care. And folks, this was another edition of Pro Wrestling Times. Sorry, I'm watching UFC here. We got another parlay fight. It's UFC 299. I could stick around for a moment, but we've been, how long is this? I'm playing the music. It's almost been 5 hours. This has been a hell of a time. UFC 299 is still going on, guys, so make sure you go check that out. Make sure you check us out everywhere at Pro Wrestle Times, at Pro Wrestle Clips, on YouTube. Let me try and show you guys something here quick, though, before I get out of here entirely. The Patreon. Here's our reaction videos. You get shouted out. Speaking of our patrons, I'll shout them out. Deserac, Ashley V, you guys know, Russ Paxson, Chris Killis, Cruz Madrid, and members, patrons, all that. We will show your chats on the screen. There's UFC going on, guys. We will show your chats on the screen, and we will guaranteed get to them all. We read a lot again. Marv came in. He's got something going on eventually that I'll be hanging out with him too, and he'll be hanging out here. We got more stuff too, but there's the patron. Just consider joining. You can get shouted out on the show. Same with YouTube memberships. They're like 99 cents. So. And then just one last thing I'll share with you guys. Right here. 99 cents Canadian, you fucks. That's like 75 cents American or some shit. You get these emojis. You get these badges when you stay with us a long time. I'll change the Vince ones if you're triggered. Or I'll leave it, yeah. And then Tribal Chief, you get shouted out on the show. And you just click join, man. It's real chill. And I really appreciate all you guys coming to hang out. Shout out to everybody who wanted to make it, couldn't make it. Next time we'll have more people. Next time we'll have less. Maybe it'll just be me. Maybe we'll have 10 people on. Either way, I want to thank Marv the Movie Monster for being here. What a great guy. What a great time we all hopefully had together. And I just appreciate you all for hanging out with me. We talked through the finish track. We're just gonna keep talking through the motherfucker. I'm not done doing my little outro plug. So I just appreciate all of you so much, truly, and everyone participating in the chat. I see a bunch of comments we didn't even get to, and I just appreciate you all so much. And we're gonna do more of these, man. And if you missed this show, or if you were like, what happened here? Or what did they say here? And Phil was drunk here. What did he say? You just go check us out on at Pro Wrestle Times on YouTube, and you'll be able to see the replay or whatever, man. And I just appreciate you all so much. I am Phil. Marks Hairline was here. He took off. He probably had to work or something. You know what? I'm not sure. He was cooking and gaming, I thought I might have gamed. I'm going to retitle this because we're just going to... Marv came in the whole fucking thing, so we're going to tag him in here and shout out Marv again. And I'm just doing a drunken dragon on and on and on outro because I love you guys so much, and I really don't want to go, but I have to. So until next time, maybe we'll make this a regular Saturday night thing. Maybe we'll change this up a bit. Maybe I'll pop in for 1 hour one day. Maybe I'll pop in for half hour one day. And we'll just pop in. I don't know. I don't know. That should be a T because I say it all the time and it makes no fucking sense and it's dumb. but I don't care. Bill Marks was here. I am out. Yeah. Hairline was here. He's out. Yeah. Marv the Movie Monster was here. He's out. Yeah. And you were all Pro Wrestle Times listeners, and you always will be. So from here to Mars, to Jupiter, to Neptune, and beyond, I love you all so much. Thank you for tuning in and listening. Top Pod out.